Earth, Konoha, 8:40 p.m., March 19th, 996 Aesthetic. It was a warm, starry night as Naruto and Sasuke, who had done some sparring, had decided to sit under one of the trees in Training Ground 7 and just chop it up with one another. I'm telling you, Sasuke, if I'm put on a team with those two idiots, I'm going to fucking scream. Naruto said in hopes that he wouldn't be put on a team with his siblings. I honestly wouldn't blame you if you did. Every day we are in a classroom with those two is another migraine waiting to happen. How do you even put up with them? Sasuke wondered. Either training until I can't feel my hands and legs, or I just start tinkering with machinery and seeing what cool stuff I can make. Naruto replied with a shrug of his shoulders. Honestly, if it weren't for either of those things, I would have gone mad by now from how much they keep fucking with me. Naruto added, knowing that if it weren't for his strength and martial arts training, as well as his love of building machines, he'd go insane. Considering that next to Kiba and your brother, you're the most physically dominant in our class when it comes to brute strength. Sasuke remarked at the insane brute strength his longtime friend possessed. Of course I am. Unlike those two idiots, I don't need a giant fox to roid me out. Besides, I gotta make sure I can keep up with the main man when we finally get our headbands. Naruto said in excitement of the day he'd earn his headband. That being said, I wouldn't get too ahead of myself. Those two are being trained by three of the greatest shinobi to ever do it, Naruto. So while I appreciate your confidence, there's still a pretty decent gap between them and you. That's not even forgetting the fact that thanks to the Nine Tails, you can't exactly pull off the same caliber of jutsu as them. Sasuke reminded his longtime friend. Yeah, I know, man, but at least I know that I have a decent chance at beating them. I mean, Grandpa Dan and your people have been nice enough to help me out. So that's gotta count for something. Naruto replied, knowing that he had at least some chance against them. That is a fair point. Between Obito, Lady Tsunade's husband, and Lady Tsunade's daughter, your taijutsu is rather fearsome. However, and I cannot stress this enough, Naruto, do not get in over your head when and if you fight them. There's only so many times you can get lucky, and we both know how much of a vicious asshole your brother is. Sasuke said, knowing that while Naruto had had help to beef up his taijutsu skills in order to compensate for his inability with ninjutsu, that his siblings were still very much threats. Believe me, I know, but there's still a year left to go before we graduate. By then, and with whatever I can make out of some scrap metal and whatever I can make for halfway decent machines and ninja tools, I should be able to stand a decent chance against them. It may not be much once they bust out the Nine Tails and go crazy on me, but at least it'll be something. Naruto replied with his voice having much more realism in the face of the number of cards stacked in both Hei's and Nai's favor. Still, even you gotta admit that one of these days that either one of us can beat the odds and get super strong. I mean, if Grandpa Dan could go from being some random-ass nobody to one of the strongest other than Pervy Sage, then I like to think that I can make it there too. I just gotta keep going until I do. Naruto said in hopes of being able to come close to the greatness of Tsunade's husband. I'm sure you will, Naruto. For now, just remember to keep your head to the ground. The very last thing I need is to have my best friend get himself in trouble because he had a big head. After all, our plans to one day make this village something special can't happen without you in it. Sasuke told Naruto, who let a smile cross his face. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. Besides, once we get to where we need to be, especially after I climb the fucking mountain that is my siblings and that power gap we got going on, then we're gonna make this place awesome, Sasuke, and I'm talking about ships that can fly into the stars, weapons that can make summons look like a thing of the past, and take our village from being just the best amongst the other five, but the best one ever. Oh, I can see it now. My main man Sasuke is the first Uchiha to be Hokage and making us the strongest village ever, and myself making Konoha a whole-ass technological marvel. It's gonna be great. Naruto said with the bravado in his voice roaring back to life with a vengeance. I'm happy to be on board with your plans. Being the first Uchiha to be Hokage does have a nice ring to it. Sasuke said to the blonde beside him as he imagined himself as being the fifth or sixth Hokage leading his clan and the village to greatness. Thanks a ton for the support, man. Although if I could trade my dickhead brother and sister in for you, that would be fantastic. Naruto replied. That's more than fair. I would be stellar company to have. Sasuke said back before he saw something in the night sky. What you looking at, Sasuke? Naruto asked the Uchiha. That. It's some kind of shooting star or comet. Sasuke answered back, noting the bright azure-colored light in the sky. Sasuke, I'm no astronomer, but I'm pretty sure comets don't move super fast or get huge as shit. Naruto said as he saw the comet/shooting star rapidly approaching and getting bigger. The two, seeing the bright azure light growing closer towards them, made the wise decision to run and get the hell out of Dodge before it crashed down and turned them into bloody pastes. The comet crashed into where they once were with the force of an exploding tag that shook the ground around them with great force. The smoke and debris cleared to reveal to the two boys a metallic black and bright blue pod the size of a small child that looked like something out of those futuristic movies Naruto liked to see in the theaters. With Naruto being the first to venture towards it, as the pop, once he was within arm's distance of it, opened up to reveal an object within it, which was a royal blue gauntlet with a black dial that was surrounded by a golden rim that had a glowing neon blue hourglass from within it. Naruto, in his curiosity, reached out to grab the gauntlet and soon slid it onto his right arm, where it proceeded to morph and fit itself snugly around his arm and further glow with a bright blue light as it began to calibrate itself and DNA lock to him. Calibration completed. Playlist randomization has now been completed. Access to 12 aliens is now available. The Omnitrix told him in a resounding yet mechanized baritone voice before a hologram of a strange creature appeared. Naruto, what the hell did you just do? Sasuke inquired to his longtime friend. I don't know, but I got access to some aliens apparently. Naruto said as he began scrolling through the aliens available. Well, I might as well see what they're all about then. This one looks awesome. Naruto added as he saw one that looked cool to him and pressed down on the hologram of it. Naruto, why? Sasuke tried to say before the blonde teen was engulfed in deep blue light. Once the bright sapphire-colored light died down, Sasuke stood in utter shock and surprise at the fact that he was no longer looking at the blonde-haired and blue-eyed teen that was his friend for over a decade. With him taking the form of a 2 meters tall humanoid made of dark navy volcanic rock and brilliant sapphire-colored flame and plasma, his hands being 4-fingered claws of fiery plasma, while his feet were 3-toed and digitigrade like some kind of demonic velociraptor. His face wreathed in a mane of brilliant flame that went to his mid-back, which in itself looked like the face of a fiery Oni if its ghoulish appearance was anything to go by, and lastly was the Omnitrix which lay on its sternum. You all good, Sasuke? You look like you've seen a ghost. Naruto asked, unaware of his transformed state. A ghost, no. The fact that you look like nightmare fuel, yes. Sasuke answered back. What are you talking about? Never mind, I see your point. Naruto replied as he did a once-over at his new state of being. Well, at least I look awesome and get superpowers on top of it. Naruto added as he conjured forth and began to play with a sphere of flame. That being said, with the fact that you no doubt have power over flame, given your transformation, I would say you use them to get rid of whatever that is. The last thing we need are Umbu or your parents finding that here. Sasuke said, gesturing to the pod the Omnitrix came in. Way ahead of you. Let's see if I can get this thing taken care of. In one shot, by the way, you may want to stand back. The last thing I'd want is for you to get incinerated, because I wasn't careful. Naruto said back, and with a casual wave of his hand, a stream of intense flame rocketed forth, and in a millisecond reduced it to ash. Damn, I didn't even try and I turned that sucker into an ash pile. I wonder what would happen if I actually tried. Naruto remarked to himself in amazement. Good shot, Naruto, Sasuke replied. Thanks, Naruto replied as he pressed on the Omnitrix and in the same blue light turned back to normal. So now that you can turn into 11 of these forms from what that device said, what are you going to do now? Sasuke inquired the Ultimatrix wielder. First things first, you and I are the only people who are going to know about this. The last thing I need are my parents, my dickhead siblings, pervy Sage, or Kakashi knowing about this. I am not trying to play 20 questions with them about this. Naruto, answer back. Anyone else that you want this kept secret from? Sasuke asked. Until I know more about what I can do with this. I don't want your folks or Itachi to know about this either. No offense to your brother, but he's the last person I trust with this information. Naruto told the raven-haired youth. While Itachi was usually from the now shape-shifting blonde's experience a pretty chilled-out guy and a rather nice individual, Naruto knew full well that if he were to tell him about the Ultimatrix and his newfound ability to turn into a dozen aliens, that his father would hear of this information within minutes of being told, due to the fact that anything that concerns Konoha in either what could benefit or harm it, Itachi would immediately inform the Hokage of, and as such made him an absolute hell no on Naruto's list of people to tell about it. That is a wise decision to make concerning Itachi. Even I know it would be a horrible decision to trust him with information like this. Sasuke said in agreement with Naruto. Other than that, we keep this shit airtight as far as anyone knowing about it, until I'm ready to show off what I'm capable of with this. Then you're the only other person that can ever know about this. Naruto replied. Don't worry, Naruto. Your secret is safe with me. Sasuke swore to the blonde. That is wonderful. Sasuke, that being said, let's get to your house and eat something. Naruto said as from there, the two headed off to the Uchiha compound. 1 week later, March 26th, 996 SE, 4:45 p.m., 17 miles outside of Konoha. It was a little over a week later as Naruto was with Sasuke, where after telling the Sasuke's parents and his father whilst he was doing paperwork that he was going to do some training with Sasuke, that they ventured a bit a ways from the village to do so. With Sasuke keeping watch as Naruto was training with one of his aliens that he named Crystal Fist. I can definitely get used to using this one. Who would have thought that having crystal powers would be this dope? Crystal Fist said after slicing a tree in half with his right arm that he turned into a crystalline battle axe. For this one, we can definitely say that his defensive capabilities are rather strong, seeing as how I hit it with my strongest jutsu and it barely left a dent in it. Sasuke noted at the fact that Crystal Fist's walls withstood a B-rank jutsu and left only modest scorch marks on it. This is definitely going to come in handy if we fight some big bad missing ninja. Crystal Fist spoke as he turned his arm back to normal. Just have them try to fire off some super awesome mega jutsu. Then right when it's about to go off, trap them in a wall made of crystal and they get fucked up at ground zero of their own attack. Now, that would be epic. Crystal Fist added at the thought of doing so. That would be an incredibly viable tactic, Naruto. After all, who would see coming a crystalline wall erupting from the earth that can potentially hold back even S-rank jutsu? Sasuke remarked while Crystal Fist created a crude construct of a python the size of a semi-truck. Not to mention that on offense, this guy's shit is awesome. Just check this out. Crystal Fist spoke as he directed his construct with a flourish of his hand. With that motion, the serpentine construct lanced forth and destroyed several thick oak trees with such force they splintered on impact. The crystalline construct only stopping once it went halfway through the 11th tree in question and turned it into soccer ball-sized hunks of wood and sawdust. The Petrosapian recalling the construct after it nearly sundered the 12th one and tearing it nearly in half, as both stood in amazement of how, in a single stroke, the Ultimatrix wielder was able to do a rather hefty amount of damage. I'm not going to lie to you. That was absolutely astounding to witness. Sasuke said in minor awe of what he witnessed. Just think that this is only with a couple days of me dicking around. Imagine what I'm going to be capable of in a few months' time, or even a year at that. Crystal Fist replied, his mind swarming with all of the possibilities of what his powers could do in the encroaching future. If that was anything to go by, then I have no doubt that you're going to be capable of outright, outlandishly powerful things. This isn't even accounting for the fact that you have the mind of mad genius. Sasuke said back whilst the Ultimatrix wielder turned back to his human form. You damn sure aren't wrong about that. I have so many ideas for what I can do with all of my alien forms. The possibilities are almost infinite at what I can do with the combinations of what I have at my disposal. Naruto spoke an eccentric and almost mad grin coming across his face. That brings up another question to think about Naruto. Sasuke said as he motioned for Naruto to follow him. Where are you getting at, Sasuke? Naruto asked as they traversed through the forests. What I'm trying to get at is that since there are aliens, plural, that you can access, does this mean that there are more than just 12 at your disposal? Are there 100, 1,000, maybe 10,000 you can access? If that is the case, then I think that you're just scraping the surface of what you can do with that thing. Sasuke answered back. I have been thinking about that too. Naruto replied as he looked down at the gauntlet. Even with the aliens I can turn into now, I know that there are legions more that I can turn into. All I have to do is find a way to unlock them. Once I do that, then the power and versatility I will possess will be enough to render what my siblings have obsolete. Naruto added as his grin returned wider than ever at the thought. You really think that whatever aliens are in there can outstrip a Jinchuriki's power? Especially when we're talking about power that belongs to the nine-tailed fox. Sasuke inquired skeptically. Of course I do. We're talking about the fact that I can turn into otherworldly creatures. Creatures, mind you, that have abilities that I've barely just begun to understand. So by that alone, I have complete confidence that I can outstrip the meager amount of power they can call upon. Naruto answered back with a confidence that could uppercut Gamabunta into unconsciousness. Produce Sasuke. This is my siblings we're talking about. They aren't like those Jinchuriki from Kyumo who have their tailed beast power at their full disposal. Heck, both of them can hardly handle 2 tails of that fuzzball. Meanwhile, I can do stuff like this with barely a week of messing around with Crystal Fist. I'm pretty sure that by the time I show these guys off, they won't have a chance. Naruto added in seeing his aliens as something far greater than what his siblings could pull off with the meager power they could summon from the Nine Tails. If that is the case, then you're going to need some far sturdier than forest to train in. If you are capable of turning into these aliens who have that level of power, then I suggest looking into something or somewhere that can withstand being the target of your practicing your transformations. Sasuke told the Ultimatrix wielder, who shared a look agreement with the Uchiha. You're right about that, but unless I want to spill my secret to my father in order to get an adequate enough training area, then I will have to settle for having a career in deforestation. Naruto replied while silently cursing that fact to himself. Look at it this way. We have a little over a year until we graduate from the academy, so we have until then to figure that out. In the meantime, we continue to keep this between us and train. Sasuke told the Ultimatrix wielder. You always know what to say, don't you? Naruto said as Sasuke gave a wry smirk. Of course I do. Granted, I am not all-knowing and clairvoyant. However, I know that we have plenty of time on our hands to do what we want. Sasuke replied in absolute certainty of that fact. Fair enough. In the meantime, I can start putting some of these alien forms to good use. After all, 2 of these are really great for making some of the ideas I've had for machines to build a reality. Naruto spoke ecstatic at the notion he could build machines and gadgets he thought would only exist in the pages of a notebook. If you do come up with some outlandishly fantastic invention or gadget, all I ask is that I am able to have some of them. Sasuke requested. Of course, you're my best friend after all. I would feel like a dick if I didn't make you something. As a matter of fact, the moment we make Genin, I'm going to do whatever I can to make you something really kick-ass. Naruto told the Uchiha as his grin turned into a smile. Do you really mean it? Sasuke asked. Dull. After all, what are best friends for? Naruto answered back as he extended a hand to bump fists with. Sasuke quickly returned the fist bump as the 2 continued on their way back towards Konoha, yet as the 2 of them continued on their trek back to their home, A lone route agent was following close behind them. Said route agent had also been watching the two on orders of his master and Danzo in part because of who they were connected to and as being part of the next generation of promising shinobi. And as they followed them back, one lone thought was on their mind. So the fourth Hokage's son is capable of transforming into these aliens. Lord Danzo will most certainly be interested in this. The route agent noted to themselves as they continued to follow after Naruto and Sasuke. 3 days later, March 29th, 996 S.E. 4:42 p.m., Konoha. It was the following Tuesday as Naruto decided to visit with his granny Tsunade as after hanging out and sparring with Sasuke, he figured now was as good as any to visit with the blonde Sannin. Thanks again for letting me come over, Grandma, Naruto said while Tsunade poured herself some tequila and Naruto some lemonade. Between what you have to deal with at the academy and at home, I figure it wouldn't hurt for you to come over, Tsunade said back in knowing that her godson's life was a bit of a mess. So, tell me what's on your mind. After how much Minato and Kushina have been screwing up since they listened to Jiraiya, I figured that it has to be a mountain's worth of crap to deal with. Tsunade spoke as she sat at the nearby table with her fellow blonde. Where do you want to start? Good stuff or stuff that makes me want to scream? Naruto asked. Let's start with how things are going great for you. That sounds a lot more pleasant than the usual load of crap you have to deal with, Tsunade said as Naruto downed his glass in a single go. For starters, with all of the odd jobs I do around the village, I should have enough money to get my own place by this May, Naruto replied with a modest yet excited smile gracing his face. That's wonderful news, Naruto, Tsunade said as her fellow blonde smile widened a bit. You're telling me, Grandma, finally, after having to deal with my crap house of family and all their antics, I can finally be away from them and their bullshit, Naruto replied as while Tsunade poured him another glass. Plus, I'm just happy that after 2 years of saving up my money, I'm super close to getting my own place, Naruto added with a bit of personal pride in himself for having worked his ass off to save up for a place of his own. I'm proud of you too. Also, if you ever need anything, just say something. It doesn't matter if it's furniture, plates, silverware, or anything else under the sun. Then feel free to come to me about it. It's what family is for, Tsunade told her godson before taking a drink out of her shot glass. Oh, trust me, I'm going to need your help once I start moving in. I may be pretty awesome, but there's only so much I can do by myself, Naruto responded. Now here's the big question I have to ask. When are you going to tell Minato and Kushina you're moving out? Tsunade asked the Ultimatrix wielder. Oh, that. I'll let them figure that one out on their own, Naruto answered back to the slug Sannin. Are you sure that is a good idea? Tsunade questioned. I don't know, but between what they have going on, with father being the Hokage, mom being an active jonin, on top of training Naoya and Hayes to basically be the prophesied super soldiers, like Pervy Sage says they are, then I sincerely doubt that they'll have the time for me to tell them, Naruto replied. Damn, when you put it like that, it reminds me how shitty things have gotten. I still can't believe they let Jiraiya get away with basically having a prophecy drive a wedge between you all, Tsunade said, still angry at her teammate for putting so much stock in an idiotic prophecy. Well, I'm not really mad at him for it. Plus, it was bound to happen anyways, considering the fact that my brother and sister hold one of the strongest creatures to exist. The prophecy was just an excuse for them to hard focus on them, so they wouldn't get caught lacking against someone like them, Naruto replied as he knocked back 2 tequila shots. So, am I annoyed that I got shelved to the sidelines by my own parents? Of course, who wouldn't be? Am I pissed at them for it? No, because them putting so much focus on them was going to happen sooner or later. It just happened to be sooner rather than later, Naruto added as he took his 5th shot of liquor. The Ultimatrix wielder didn't hold any hate, anger, or rage in his heart toward his parents for going along with the prophecy, since he knew that beyond them believing in his sibling being the chosen ones destined to bring peace to the nations, that the motive beyond it, To train them as living weapons of mass destruction to use against the enemies of the village was one he could understand from a practical point of view. The prophecy was just window dressing, so they wouldn't have to tell them they're being trained to be super soldiers to aim at their enemies. Huh, you're actually taking this a lot better than what I thought you would have for all these years, Tsunade said as the younger blonde let out a small burp. It's either I take this on the chin and keep it moving, or I could be a whiny little prick about it. I just happen to chose the one where I can keep going with my life, Naruto replied before straightening himself out. But enough about that. Since I like to focus on other things like how I'm in a three-way tie with Sasuke and Naoya for being the best at taijutsu in the academy. Naruto spoke, getting a smirk from Tsunade at this information. Since I am a gambling woman, I imagine your brother isn't too happy about that, Tsunade asked as a semi-drunken Naruto gave a mirthful grin. Yup, that redhead douchebag is mad as hell that I'm his equal at something. Almost every other day, whether we're at home or at the academy, he wants to challenge me to a fight. Naruto answered back as Tsunade drank the last of her shot. He does know you have 30 pounds on him? What does he think is going to happen when you can throw him around like a rag doll? Tsunade asked, knowing that her godson was nearing 190 pounds if his last physical was anything to go by. It's not like I'd have to try that hard either, considering that with all the strength training I do when I'm not hanging out with Sasuke. I'm pretty sure I could bend a sword like a pretzel if I really wanted to. Naruto answered back in an example of his brute strength. With how strong you are, I'm surprised you haven't beaten him in a taijutsu match. Tsunade spoke as both blondes took another shot. Don't get me wrong, I stand a decent chance at beating him, thanks to Grandpa and everyone. However, I know that every time I come close to beating him, or in the rare occasion I do beat him, that he throws a pissy fit about it. I still remember the last time I managed to beat him, dickhead just about tore my shoulder out of my socket. Naruto said back, although the small pause was noted by Tsunade. How could I forget the last time Naruto had to deal with one of Naoya's tantrums about him being better? Tsunade remarked at having to relocate Naruto's right shoulder from a furious Naoya that had been hopped up on Nine Tails chakra. I swear one of the worst things that your parents did with them was never teaching them how to lose, Tsunade said, knowing that the twins absolutely hated to lose. When they get fucked up on a mission because they don't know how to just take an L, then that's on them. Meanwhile, I'm gonna laugh my ass off while theirs is getting kicked to high hell, Naruto said with a sardonic chuckle coming from him, picturing them getting their shit rocked. If you get put on a team with them, which we both know you will, because I sincerely doubt Minato and Kushina are going to let something like that pass them by, then I want you to do something for me, Tsunade requested. Sure, what do you want me to do? Naruto asked. If you have the chance to do so, then I want you to embarrass those two in a fight, once you become Genin, Tsunade answered, getting the younger blonde's interest. If those two are going to be Genin and represent my grandfather's home, then I want them humbled so they aren't acting like jackasses with a god complex. So once you get that headband, do whatever you want to give them a reality check, Tsunade told her godson, whose expression turned into a more pugnacious one. I was going to do that before, so I could knock them off their high horses, but since you're giving me the green light to rock them in their shit, then hell yes, am I going to give it to them, Naruto replied. Thank you for doing this. I may not be able to do it, since I'm stuck running the hospital with Shizune, on top of making sure our medical ninja are properly trained for field missions. However, I know that my awesome godson could do the job for me, Tsunade said back with a smile that was matched by the Omnitrix wielder. Don't worry, Grandma. I've got you covered and then some, Naruto swore to the slug Sannin. Great. Now how about you help me finish this bottle, and we could talk about the bullshit that makes you want to scream your head off, Tsunade said as she refilled their shot glasses. Sounds great to me, Naruto replied. From there, the two spent the next nearly 2 hours chopping it up with each other, from the source of Naruto's headaches being his siblings, and they're being touted as the next heroes of Konoha thanks to Jiraiya, to talking of what plans Naruto had for the future, anyone that the teenage blonde fancied in his soon-to-be graduating class, among other things, before a shape-shifting tinker decided to take his leave. But not before he got a hug and goodbye from the slug Sanine, as well as her giving him a bit of spending money to go and do whatever he wanted for the rest of the evening. Yet as he walked off in good spirits, one of the few things on his mind was of what he could soon do once he got his headband and chance to prove himself as a soldier of the village. Once I get a better handle on these aliens and get some missions on my belt, then nobody is going to stop me from being awesome, Naruto said to himself as he continued his walk home. The next day, March 30th, 996 S.E. Route HQ, 12:16 p.m. It was the following day later, as Danzo had gotten a rather interesting report, as it were from the root operative. He had a watch over Naruto and Sasuke, and suffice it to say, he was very much intrigued at what this meant. To say that this is an interesting development would be a severe understatement. Danzo spoke as he looked to Fo. Indeed, for what I have seen through the memories of our agent, Lord 4TH's eldest is indeed capable of transforming into these aliens, as he calls them. The power of what he has shown so far is truly fascinating. Fu replied, still in surprise and disbelief from what he saw. Agreed, such power shouldn't go to waste, especially when it belongs to one of the most promising shinobi of the current generation, Danzo said, in seeing the boundless potential that Naruto had. The question now remains of what we are to do about him, seeing as how, with what was reported and what I witnessed, that this is something that can't be ignored. Fu wondered. That is simple, Fu. Once the current semester for the academy ends, we will call him to be summoned for recruitment. This way we can do this at the most opportune time imaginable. Danzo replied, in knowing that said time was the best to recruit the Omnitrix wielder. Of course, and while I have no doubt that we can welcome him into the fold, do you think he will agree to become part of our organization? Fu questioned. I know for a fact that he will accept. After all, we hold the cards to have him agree to do so. From offering the training facilities he needs, missions to go on to hone his skills, and most of all, Fu, we can offer him chances at the greatness that he desires, which is far more than he will gain for being stuck in a Genin squad under whatever Jonin that Minato assigns him. Danzo answered back with full confidence. The Warhawk knew that with all of the many resources he had at his disposal, he would be assured to gain Naruto as another soldier in his ranks, someone that he knew he had to have due in part to the potential he had, in tandem with his possession of the Omnitrix. Of course, Lord Danzo. Furthermore, how will we be assessing his skill set? Fu inquired. We will do this in two parts. One will be to test his overall abilities in order to see where he ranks in overall ability. The other will be to see how he functions in a mission setting. This way we will be able to accurately assess him as an asset. Danzo told the Yamanaka. Understood, sir. Fu responded. Now remains the question of whom we will have with Minato's children once they become Genin. We cannot allow for all three of them to become a team together. Such a thing is simply asking for a squad that is built to self-destruct. Danzo wondered to himself while knowing full well of the disaster that would happen if all three Uzumakis were on a team together. I concur. While they may be related by blood, that is the only thing they have that binds them together. Beyond that, those three on a team would be the most dysfunctional team to exist since Lord Jiraiya was a Genin. Fu remarked, as Danzo chuckled at the memories of Hiruzen's time as a Jonin sensei. How could I forget those times? I once envied Hiruzen about being able to train his own Genin. However, after seeing the utter mess he had to put up with, my jealousy in that regard was quickly lost. How he was able to train them to become the revered shinobi they are, I will never know. Danzo replied, in having never understood how Hiruzen managed those three into being the Sannin. Then again, if I had to be a Jonin sensei to a trio of imbeciles, I would probably lose my mind. Danzo noted to himself. If I may break you from your thoughts, Lord Danzo, I have an idea on how we can use our operatives in this instance. Fu said. Who do you have in mind? Danzo asked. I suggest that we use Sai and your granddaughter for this endeavor. Fu answered back. Interesting choices. Would you mind explaining your reasoning? Danzo questioned, curious to where this was going. Simple. Sai, while somewhat socially inept, is a good choice. He is within their age range, one of our more competent agents, and his use of ink-based ninjutsu would be enough to contend with Hei's and Naoya Uzumaki. I would include Naruto in this conversation, but due to us not knowing the full scope of his abilities, I will leave my assessment of that once we know more of his abilities. Full answer back. Fair enough. His skill with that particular ninjutsu, and seals in general, has turned him into one of our rising stars. Alongside my granddaughter, of course. Which brings me as to why you think she would be useful in this endeavor. Danzo said back, his singular gaze fixed on the Yamanaka. Again, as I mentioned with Sai, she is one of our more competent agents. She shares your affinity for wind nature, as well as a potent affinity for water-style jutsu. Her kenjutsu skills are impressive and could definitely make her more than a match for the Uzumakis. Furthermore, her physical capabilities in terms of strength and speed would allow her to keep up with Naruto while he is not transformed. Fu said, as the one thing he would say about the Warhawk's granddaughter is that she was, to put it simply, a physical anomaly that could more than contend with the Uzumakis. The girl is basically a special jonin in all but name. Fu added. Agreed. After all, if she is to one day lead Root as my successor, she needs to have every advantage possible if she is to be strong enough for the task. Danzo replied in agreement. Now all that is to be done is to have a few words with Minato. From there I can fall in a few favors, and our agents will be in the perfect position to make sure that things will not go to absolute hell. Danzo added. One other thing I would like to suggest, if I may continue to say my piece. Fu spoke. You may speak. Danzo responded. Considering the still unknown capabilities that Naruto's transformations have, in addition to the possibility of them being stronger than or having abilities greater than the Jinchuriki, I would like to advise that we use his transformations to develop and create contingencies against Yamato and Hei's Uzumaki. Fu suggested before continuing. With the danger they present if they become too overwhelmed on a mission, or their emotional state rises to a critical point. They could go berserk with the Nine Tails power, and as such become a danger to clients and fellow Konoha shinobi on missions. As such, training him to be as a countermeasure against them, and aiding him to develop contingency plans should they become compromised or go berserk with the Nine Tails' power, is paramount. Fu said, this idea is one that I will heavily consider. While those two brats may be strong for their age, they also lack the emotional and mental discipline to wield the tailed beast power, at least in a truly dangerous setting. Then the idea of having Naruto be trained as a counter to them is something I will not disregard. Danzo replied, as his loan, I narrowed in thought at the fact. Considering that other than Kushina, Jiraiya, and Minato, they had very little in the way of contingency plans should either Naoya or Hei's go berserk or an opponent compromise them with Jinjutsu, seals, or some sort of bloodline. As such, the idea of having Naruto being trained as an anti-Jinchuriki agent was something advantageous to consider, seeing as how the Warhawk refused to rely on such a minute group of people who wouldn't be readily available to handle the Uzumaki twins should things go awry. I'm quite glad that you will take my advice into consideration. The last thing I or anyone else would want is for any of our comrades to be eviscerated in the field. All for the simple fact that those two little shits lack self-control and discipline. Fu spoke. I concur. However, if there is nothing else you wish to say, then you are dismissed until further notice. Danzo told the Yamanaka. There is nothing else I have to say or report to you, Lord Danzo. I am simply thankful that you had chosen me to give counsel on such an important matter. Fu responded. Of course, you are one of my most trusted soldiers, Danzo said before Fu soon left. Naruto Uzumaki, you have unexpectedly made yourself into an invaluable asset. I'm curious to see how far you will come once your potential is fully realized. Danzo said to himself, now highly interested to see just what the Omnitrix wielder was capable of. May 27th, 996 S. in Naruto's house, 1:44 p.m. It was nearly a quarter till 2 in the afternoon, as Naruto, alongside Sasuke and his uncle Obito, were now relaxing in the living room of Naruto's new house. Well, you actually did it, Naruto. I still can't believe you got a whole place to yourself. Obito spoke as a cheerful Naruto passed him and Sasuke some lemonade bottles. I know, right? It may not be all that, but at least it's pretty decent. The best part is I didn't have to pay so much that I might as well have sold my kidneys to get this place. Naruto replied as he uncapped his bottle. Considering the price he got for a house that had 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, a living room, and a basement that he planned on turning into a workshop area, Naruto was rather ecstatic to have his house. Even more so when Granny Tsunade did him a huge favor in paying things off enough to where he wouldn't have to worry about paying the mortgage, of which was a huge load off of his wallet. I'm telling you guys, from here on out, your main man is going to be going places. Now all I need is my headband, so I can start doing missions, and then it's all smooth sailing from there. Naruto added whilst both Uchihas uncapped their bottles and started drinking. Now that you have your own place, where do you go from here? Sasuke questioned. Probably finish getting everything set up, get ready for our last year at the academy, and keep doing odd jobs around the village. So more or less the thing I've been doing. Naruto answered. By the way, how long do you think this is going to get kept secret from Minato-sensei and Mrs. Kushina? They're going to find out about your new bachelor pad eventually. Obito asked, his scarred gaze turning towards his sensei's son. A few months, maybe till the end of the year if I'm lucky. Naruto told the Uchiha Jonin. One other thing, Naruto, how do you plan on preventing Naoya and Heize from finding out where you live? Because those two are going to eventually find out what's going on and start looking around. Obito inquired. Between them trying to be the aces at the academy, training to be the chosen ones with mom, dad, and pervy Sage, they're going to be way too busy to care. Heck, even if they do try to start snooping around, then good luck, since this place is on the whole other side of the village from where the house is. Naruto answered knowing that even if they did find him, that they'd be looking on the whole other half of Konoha for him. At least that problem is taken care of for now, Sasuke said. Until then, I'm golden, Naruto replied as he took a large gulp of lemonade. Man, this is some damn good lemonade, Naruto thought. By the way, Obito, I heard that you were approved to become a Jonin sensei. Sasuke spoke as the older Uchiha turned towards him with a grin. Really? You actually got the position? Naruto asked in surprise. Yep, you two are looking at Konoha's newest Jonin sensei, Obito said whilst puffing his chest out in pride at the accomplishment. That's awesome, Uncle Obito. When are you going to be getting your own squad? Naruto replied in cheer of this. Well, I'm not going to take on any just yet, because between the 3 of us, this year's batch absolutely sucks, Obito said back. Is it really that bad? I thought there would at least be a handful of standouts, Sasuke questioned. There are, but not enough to make me jump at the opportunity. That's why I'm waiting until next year, so I could try and have you two and whoever else is my students. Obito answered back. Wait a sec. You want us your students? Naruto questioned. Of course I would. You two are the most talented prospects I've seen. Hell, I would be an idiot not to want to have you as my students, Obito said before taking another large gulp of his lemonade. Huh, I thought you would have taken on Heize and Naoya as your students. I'm sure as shit, Mom, or Kakashi would in a heartbeat, Naruto said back, knowing the copy ninja would more than likely do so. I vibe with you a heck lot better than I ever would with the twins. Besides, those two rub me the wrong way. Obito spoke, his eyes narrowing at the fact that either one of the twins are sore losers. Don't remind me. I can't tell you how many times I've just wound up forfeiting a taijutsu match, or let Naoya win so he wouldn't throw a pissy fit about it. It's bad enough. I had to deal with him at home. The last thing I need was to hear him bitch and moan about me possibly being better than him. Naruto replied in disdain of always having to lower himself in order to avoid his brother's pissy fits. That isn't even counting how many times I have to deal with Heize's pranks just to get a rise out me, Every day, I get a little bit closer to smacking the shit out of her for them. Naruto remarked to himself over how many times he'd been on the receiving end of Hayes' pranks and jeers to get a reaction out of him. Everyone wonders why Naruto and I don't try to be friendly towards Naoya. It is because his ego makes him borderline unbearable to be near. I would rather drink vinegar and lie than have to be on a team with him. Sasuke added, and hating how arrogant and egotistical Yamato was. That right, there's a major factor on why I don't want either of them as students. They may be pretty strong, but dealing with overpowered brats isn't worth the headache. Obito said in seeing neither of the twins as worth the trouble. Well, when you're our sensei, I just hope we can be ballin' on dope-ass missions. Because, don't get me wrong, I'm fine with doing D ranks for some easy money. But going on a kick-ass mission just sounds like a ton of fun in general. Naruto requested in hopes of going on a cool-ass mission or two when he and Sasuke made Genin. Don't worry, after a couple of months of our team getting its act together, then we'll go on a mission. Hopefully, if we play our cards right, we can be gifted a B rank mission at best, and at worst a C rank. But that's only if you guys can show that you're really the shit. Obito told them. With it being after his days and fighting the Third Shinobi War, that Obito wasn't going to have any team of his go right to the wolves on a mission, without being properly trained and prepared for any occasion. That was why until at least 3 to 4 months of solid training to improve themselves, would he allow them to go on a mission above D rank, as he refused to allow what happened to himself or what happened when Kakashi was forced to kill Rin to happen to his team. Not when he had trained tirelessly to prevent such a thing. That sounds more than reasonable, Obito. I would rather wait and be prepared than go on a mission and risk serious injury to myself. Sasuke said, happy that his fellow Uchiha was sensible enough to prepare for any situation. If you do become our Jonin sensei, then at the very least, I know we will be in capable hands. All I ask is that we have to deal with my siblings for the least amount of time possible. Naruto spoke before downing his bottle of lemonade. I'll see what I can do, but I can't make any promises, Obito said before he stood up. Anyways, I'm gonna head out. I've got a report to Minato-sensei in 15 minutes. Apparently, there's a super cool mission with my name on it, so I can't stay too long. Obito spoke as he dusted himself off. If that's the case, you want to grab lunch and then come back and finish this, Sasuke? Naruto replied as he looked over at the Uchiha beside him. Sounds fine to me. I could go for a bite to eat. Sasuke said back. If that's that, then I will see you two later, Obito said before he left the house via body flicker. Where do you want to get something to eat at, Naruto? Sasuke asked. I don't know. Let's walk around and see where we go from there. Naruto answered back as he hopped up to his feet and began heading out the back door. If you say so, Sasuke said as he followed the larger blonde. 4 days later, May 31st, 996 S.E. 2:16 p.m., Konoha. It was a few days later as Naruto was doing some sketches for hoverboards to build himself and Sasuke, seeing as how he had the aliens to make it happen, that he might as well make such inventions a reality. Now all I have to do is figure out how fast I can make these things fly and how to make them collapsible. Then we'll be in business, Naruto said to himself as he continued to work on the sketches of the hoverboards. What are you drawing, Naruto? Sasuke questioned as he continued walking over toward him. Oh hey, Sasuke. I'm just drawing up designs for hoverboards, Naruto replied. Hoverboards? What possible reason would need to design hoverboards for, much less use one? Sasuke questioned while the Omnitrix user took out a silver and navy-colored pyramid. Just give me a moment, and I'll explain. I just need to make sure no one's going to hear us, is all, Naruto said as he wound up the top of the metal pyramid twice before setting it down, before it emitted a faint pulse of energy. What did that thing just do? Sasuke asked. That thing is a silencing field I made a week and a half ago. Thanks to it, we have a next half hour to talk freely. The last thing I want is anyone barging in on our conversation. Naruto answered back at the faint dome of azure light that radiated some 30 feet outwards. And this doesn't take any chakra to maintain? Sasuke questioned, trying to use his Sharingan to sense any chakra. Nope, it's completely battery-powered. All I gotta do is just pop this sucker out in some sunlight, and in about 2 hours, I can get up to a solid 5.5 hours of use. Naruto informed the Uchiha. It is honestly astonishing with what you can come with. Sasuke replied, Hey, when I said I wanted to come up with stuff, that's gonna change the game. I full-on meant that. We're gonna be shinobi one day, which means we gotta keep moving forward and always have the most up-to-date shit on our hands. Naruto said back, says Naruto knew full well that if you wanted to succeed and stay ahead when you became a shinobi, then you didn't have to have any flashy jutsu or some over-the-top fighting style to be the best. What it meant to him was always having not only the equipment for the right job, but also making sure your gear was better than the rest, and combining that with tactics, technique, and superior firepower to get done what needed to be done for a mission. If you're making things like this, then I have no doubt that we will stay ahead of everyone. Sasuke remarked. Thanks, but this is just the prototype. Hopefully, the next model I make can extend the time to a full 9 hours. Perhaps even double that if I'm lucky. Naruto told the Uchiha in hopes of improving it to that extent. All I'll need is some help from Tech Goblin and Crab Shocker to make this happen, and I could even make it go up to half a day. Maybe even make the range something bullshit like 200 or 300 feet one of these days, Naruto said to himself. Well, if we ever go on a stealth mission together, they definitely won't see us coming. Sasuke replied. Trust me, Sasuke, this isn't even a fraction of what I'm trying to get up to. As tell me, how do you feel about cloaking devices? Naruto asked the Uchiha. If they're anywhere half as good as this silencer you made, then go for it. Sasuke told him. Oh, trust me, it will be. Naruto said with an incredibly motivated grin. By the way, Naruto, have they found out about your new living arrangements yet? Sasuke questioned. Nope, they still don't notice. Naruto answered back. You would think that one of them would have found out by now. Then again, with your parents' duties and the training that they undertake with Lord Jiraiya, it makes sense as to why they haven't. Sasuke said before realizing that they'd have little time to do so. Besides, I made something to buy me some time as well. Naruto told the Uchiha. What exactly did you do? Sasuke inquired. I used my aliens to build a dope sound system that'll make it seem like I'm still there. Whenever they want me to have lunch or dinner with them, it'll tell them something like, sorry, I'm going to be helping the Yamanakas at the flower shop, or I'm going to hang out with Granny Tsunade, along with some other pre-recorded messages I made. So that should keep him busy, at least for a decent amount of time. Naruto answered back. That's a pretty ingenious move to pull, Naruto. However, what are you going to do when they find out? Sasuke questioned. I'll keep it stupid simple on why I did what I did. There isn't any point in sugarcoating the truth from them. I might as well rip that band-aid off when the time comes. Naruto answered back. Good luck with that. When the day comes, they make a dramatic woe is me spectacle about what you've done. I will not envy what you will have to endure. Sasuke said, knowing full well that day would be a total shit show. Trust me, I won't envy me either. But I'm ready for the stupidity that's coming my way. I just hope it's later rather than sooner. Naruto replied. I think you have that backwards. Sasuke said with a bit of slight confusion in his voice. I meant what I said, Sasuke. Naruto responded. Fair enough, but unless you want to train or hang out today, what do you want to do for the rest of the day? Sasuke questioned the larger blonde. I figured you could help me get some new clothes. At the rate I'm growing, I'm gonna need some new clothes, plus a wardrobe change wouldn't hurt as well. Naruto answered back. I'm fine with that, as long as you aren't going to wear what Rock Lee and his sensei wear every day. Sasuke replied as Naruto visibly cringed at the thought of wearing those spandex nightmares. The day I decide to wear one of those is the day I will have lost my goddamn mind, which is why you have my full permission to kick me in the head if that ever happens. Naruto said before he reached over towards the silencer and punched in a 4-digit code to deactivate it. But let's not think about that. Let's think about upgrading my wardrobe, Naruto said as he pocketed the silencer and his sketchbook in his satchel. Agreed, was Sasuke's only reply before they headed out towards the nearest clothing store. 3 days later, June 3rd, 996 S.E., Naruto's house, 3:03 p.m. It was a few days later as Naruto, who after doing some grocery shopping, had decided to do some tidying up around his house as Dash Raptor, and suffice to say had found a small bit of fun at doing literal speed cleaning as the alien in question. Thanks to my handy-dandy aliens, I don't have to waste too much tidying up, Dash Raptor noted after having finished sweeping up the kitchen and living room. All in under 15 minutes, man, this is awesome, Dash Raptor said to himself before turning back to his human form. Well, I've cleaned my house, done grocery shopping. Now all that's left to do is finish working on those hoverboards, and I'm in the clear, Naruto noted to himself before he heard a knock at the front door. Oh, hey, Granny. Nice to see you. Come on in, Naruto greeted his fellow blonde. Hey, Naruto. I figured that I'd stop by and make a surprise visit and see your house, Tsunade told him. Well, that's great to hear and all. You did make sure you weren't followed, right? Not to sound like a major creeper, but I don't want anyone else knowing and telling my folks about my place just yet. The last thing I need is them being on my ass about it when I'm not fully set up just yet, Naruto asked the slug Sannin. Relax, kiddo. No one else, but you knows I'm here, Tsunade spoke as she let herself in. Phew, that's a relief. Here I thought, you got caught slipping and let some bitch-ass Jonin and ANBU follow you around, Naruto said back. I'm one of the 3 legendary Sannin and one of the greatest medics in history. So do you really think I would really be that off my game to let a few Jonin get the drop on me? Tsunade snidely retorted. Touché, Granny, touché, Naruto replied. So tell me, Naruto, how have you been since you moved out? Tsunade asked. I've been doing fantastic since I got the new place. I finally have a place all to myself. I can eat and go to sleep whenever I want, and the best part about it is, I can do whatever I want around here, and nobody can stop me, Naruto replied back ecstatic over his new living situation. So honestly, I can say that everything is coming up Naruto right now, Naruto added with a wide, jubilant smile on his face. That's great to hear. I'm glad to see that you're doing okay, Tsunade said to a still, jubilant Naruto. I'm doing better than just okay. I'm feeling on top of the world right now. Oh man, I honestly just can't say anything more than just how super excited I am to be on my own, Naruto replied. So what did you come by here for? I figured that you were busy at the hospital or turning up at a casino, Naruto asked the slug Sannin. I just wanted to come here and see how everything is going over here. I might as well, since out of Kushina's brats, you are the only one I really like, Swanda answered back. Those two really are a piece of work. Hell, I still can't believe those 2 idiots are supposed to bring peace to the world. I don't know what kind of weed that old-ass toad was smoking, but whatever he was smoking. But I want some of that because it has to be some really good stuff for them to think that, Naruto said, still wondering how a prophecy qualified his dickhead siblings to be saviors of the world. If I wasn't so irritated with Jiraiya, then I would definitely ask what that old farta frog is smoking to this day. I still can't believe he put all his cards on believing that a dumbass prophecy is going to save the world, Tsunade replied bitterly. To be honest, Grandma, I'm surprised that Grandpa Dan never rocked him in his shit for going all in balls out on this stuff, Naruto said. He nearly beat the crap of Jiraiya, since that stupid prophecy messed up everything with your family. Luckily, Minato was there, otherwise, he would be writing his books with his arm in a sling, Tsunade told him. With Tsunade having considered it a miracle of chance that the 4th Hokage was there to prevent her husband from stomping the shit out of Jiraiya, seeing as how, if those two hadn't been there, then Tsunade would have had to heal her perverse teammate, so he wouldn't be in a wheelchair, from what Dan had wanted to do to him in that state of intense fury. Too bad he didn't go through with it, because it would have been hilarious to see Gramps rock his shit. Naruto said, "Believe me, Dan wanted to, but it was only thanks to whatever your father said that he didn't. So I guess you can thank Minato for that." Tsunade replied, "The one time he gets to be a savage and Dad ruins it. Fuck." Naruto cursed. "But there is some other good news I wanted to share with you," Tsunade said to her fellow blonde. "What's the good news?" Naruto asked. "After Dan gets back from his latest mission, he's going to finally retire from active duty," Tsunade informed him. "That's really great to hear. Don't get me wrong. I love that Grandpa is a total badass Uberjonin. But I'll be glad when he isn't going on mission after mission." Naruto said with relief that his grandpa would be getting out of the field. "Trust me, Naruto, I'll be glad when he isn't on active duty either. After I nearly lost him in the war, I'm worried sick about him every time he goes out on a mission. So him coming home and staying safe this time around will make me feel a lot better." Tsunade replied in great relief that her husband of over a decade will be coming home safe. "When is he going to be coming back?" Naruto asked with hardly contained excitement. "In maybe 2.5 weeks. By the way, I'm going to be planning a retirement party for him when he comes back. I was wanting to know if I could get your help with it." Tsunade answered back, "I'd love to help out. Just tell me when you need me to swing by, and I'll do as much as I can." Naruto replied, fully on board. "That's great to hear, but I'm going to head out. I want everything to be perfect for when Dan comes back," Tsunade told her godson. "All right, I'll see you later, Grandma. Oh, and tell Shizen I said hi," Naruto said as he went in for a big hug that was returned by the Sannin. "Don't worry, I will," Tsunade replied before she eventually departed from the premises. "Now that she's gone, I can get back to work. Those hoverboards aren't going to finish themselves," Naruto said to himself before heading down to the basement/workshop. "Then after that, I can get to work on my scrap guards. Now, those are going to look really freaking cool," Naruto spoke as he rushed to his basement in excitement of getting started. 2 days later, June 5th, 996 S.E. Uchiha Compound, 2:10 p.m. The following Sunday came with a quickness as Naruto was over at the Uchiha compound with Sasuke, both teens engaging in some friendly sparring with each other to pass the time. "How he hits this hard, I'll never understand," Sasuke remarked to himself as he felt his arm ache intensely after trying to parry one of Naruto's punches. "Come on, Sasuke. You said you wanted to spar with me, right? Then let's get this started," Naruto exclaimed as he was in a combination of a high guard boxing stance and Muay Thai stance. "Fair point, Naruto," Sasuke said as he and Naruto rushed after each other once more. Naruto attempted to land a knee bomb on Sasuke, who managed to redirect it away from himself and counter with a reverse roundhouse kick to the jaw that managed to budge Naruto a bit from his position, yet it did little to stop him from throwing a vicious overhand right towards Sasuke's sternum. Even with his immature Sharingan, Sasuke barely managed to evade the strike from connecting cleanly, albeit it still grazing his ribs. Yet this was just a distraction for the Omnitrix to land a powerful right hook to his liver that nearly made him go to his knees. From there, the larger of the two nailed him with an uppercut to the upper abdomen, followed by a 3-punch combination to his chest that just about knocked the wind out of his sails before a headbutt for Naruto smashed into his skull and had him staggering back. The larger blonde fired off a heavy right cross that thudded against Sasuke's ribs, yet the larger blonde had a follow-up right hook countered by a hook kick to the ribs, an uppercut elbow to the bottom jaw. Both fighters briefly broke off from one another and started circling each other once more like two predators ready to go for the other's throat, with Bright Azure meeting Bloodshine Ruby before they launched at each other in a brief yet intense exchange. Naruto withstanding the lightning-quick volume of kicks and elbows that were thrown his way, while Sasuke was hard at work countering and dodging the heavy-handed punches and knees the towering blonde threw at him with great force. The intense exchange ended once Sasuke, after narrowly dodging a knee to his liver, jumped up and landed a hard axe kick to Naruto's skull that came close to making him bowl over like a glass of water ready to tip over on an uneven table. Yet it was when he tried to follow through with his sidekick to Naruto's neck did the Omnitrix wielder strike, grabbing Sasuke's leg and tackling him to the ground. Where Naruto quickly forced Sasuke into a modified knee bar, the Uchiha having tried to get his captured leg out of the hold. Yet every time he tried to do so, Naruto would tighten the hold with the threat of dislocating it. So after realizing that trying to escape Naruto's death grip was like trying to untangle a barbed wire-covered bear trap barehanded, Sasuke wisely tapped out to avoid having his leg snap in half like beef jerky. I gotta say, Sasuke, that was a pretty fun sparring match, Naruto said with a broad smile. You know, I would have had you if you didn't get in that hold. Sasuke shot back. Hey, it's not my fault you have a shitty takedown defense and I'm really good at grappling and just outright stronger than you to boot. Naruto retorted with a cheeky grin. One of these days, Naruto, I'm gonna literally kick the crap out of you. Sasuke swore with a slight smirk. You can definitely try. Either way, I'll knock you out or slam your sorry, but back into the dirt. Naruto replied with a grin of his own. If you two are done beating each other up, I brought out lemonade for the two of you. Came the all too familiar voice of Izumi Uchiha. Hey Izumi, Naruto greeted. Sorry if we bothered you. Things happened to get a bit out of hand. Sasuke spoke to his brother's wife. If the bruises and bloody noses you two have are anything to go by, I will certainly take your word for it. Izumi replied as the two stumbled a bit to rise to their feet after their intense spar. So what can we do for you and Itachi Jr.? Naruto said, weeing the blood off his face while Sasuke grabbed the glasses of lemonade for them. If either of you can speed up this pregnancy, that would be fantastic. Izumi groaned as she felt like she was doing squats with my guy, sometimes from how sore she was at times. Unfortunately, I can't do that for you, Izumi. I don't have time control powers on me, and I'm pretty sure Sasuke doesn't either, Naruto told her before taking a drink. Although, if I do get a hold of a transformation that has time powers, then I'm going to abuse the crap out of it, Naruto added to himself. My Sharingan doesn't have any of those capabilities, so you're on your own, Izumi, Sasuke said. There goes that plan. I will say this right now, being 5 months pregnant isn't as easy as everyone makes it looks. I would give my right kidney for this to end already. Izumi replied in wishing she could do without the cramps and aches that came with carrying Itachi's child. Where's Itachi then? You would think my brother would be here to help you, Sasuke inquired as to the whereabouts of his elder brother. He's on another mission. Apparently, it was urgent from what Shursui told me. Izumi spoke, earning an eye roll from the younger Uchiha. Of course it's urgent. Anything that involves the village is urgent. Yet when it comes to the clan, then we might as well be chopped liver. Sasuke spat. Sasuke, your brother is an Umbu captain. We can't really blame him for being so busy. He has responsibilities to take care of. Izumi responded in defense of the stoic Uchiha. He also has responsibilities to his family, and moreover his wife and my unborn nephew, which if you ask me are a lot more important than going on missions all the time. Sasuke sharply shot back. It isn't fair to you, or to my soon-to-be nephew, that he isn't here as much as he should be, Sasuke added, infuriated that it was always missions and Konoha before his family. Sasuke, I wish he could be here more often as well, but I can't just ask him to choose between being a Konoha shinobi and his family. It isn't fair to him when he has done nothing but good for the village and our clan, Izumi said, although the younger Uchiha's words hit far harder than what she was showing. But nothing. While I understand that my brother is Umbu captain and soldier of the village, he should be here for the family he chose to start with you. The clan and everyone within it should come first, before a pile of rocks and mortar, Sasuke stonily replied. Since you two are doing well, I'll leave out the lemonade for you two. Excuse me, I need to be alone for a while, Izumi told the two before returning to her home. Don't you think that was a little bit harsh, Sasuke? Naruto asked. It's what needed to be said. My brother makes all the time in the world for the village. Yet when it comes to his own clan and his family, then you can forget about it, as we might as well be secondary or even tertiary thought in his mind. Sasuke bitterly answered, "Still, man, you could have worded that stuff a bit more nicely. She's already got it bad enough, with her kid being here in a couple of months. I don't think she needs to be reminded of Itachi being a workaholic who's hardly here as is." Naruto replied, knowing that Izumi had enough on her plate. "I know, Naruto. I'm just worried for her and my nephew. I want my brother to be involved in their lives and be a good father to them, not always on missions and gallivanting about, because the higher-ups in the village told him to." Sasuke haughtily said back in hating how his brother wouldn't dedicate at least some measure of time more to his pregnant wife. "It won't be all bad. I mean, they've got your folks, Sure Sway, Uncle Obito, and the whole Uchiha clan to support him. So I got a pretty good feeling everything's going to be fine." Naruto said, knowing that if Itachi wasn't going to be around, then the Uchihas would. "I know, but still, Naruto, it's just the principle of it all that infuriates me." Sasuke spat in anger. "Look, man, everything is going to be fine. Besides, if Itachi doesn't fly straight when he becomes a dad, then I'm sure that everyone in the clan will set him straight. Because I seriously doubt they're going to let him be a deadbeat dad." Naruto replied with a reassuring smile. "I honestly hope so, because if he doesn't, then I will personally go to the Umbu headquarters and raise hell myself." Sasuke swore to the Ultimatrix wielder. "You mean that we will raise hell? Because remember, Sasuke, your bullshit is my bullshit, and my bullshit is your bullshit," Naruto said as Sasuke's smirk widened into a grin. "Right until the end," Sasuke replied as Naruto raised a fist. "You know it, my guy, and together we're going to take on the whole damn world," Naruto said back as the two fist bumped each other before they took a gulp of their lemonade. Hopefully, Itachi straightens out and gets it together with his kid and Izumi. Otherwise, it's going to be hell and a handbasket in the Uchiha clan. Naruto remarked to himself as the two just sat with each other, enjoying each other's company and some lemonade. So with Naruto now having his own house and sharing in the company of the Uchiha clan, things are looking up for our Ultimatrix wielder, while familial trouble seems to be brewing with Sasuke's immediate family. The only question is, will things worsen with Sasuke as Itachi soon becoming a father? And how will Naruto handle the inevitable once his family finds out about his living situation? Find out in the new chapters of The Alien Soldier. June 23rd, 996 S.E. Konoha, 1:25 p.m. It was a sunny Thursday afternoon as Naruto was at the Akamichi Bar and Grill with his grandpa Dan, as the Ultimatrix wielder was just ecstatic to be hanging out with his godfather after so long. "I can't believe you actually retired, Grandpa," Naruto said while sitting across from the Jonin in question who was finishing his steak. "Neither can I, Naruto, but even I have to admit that things are getting a bit too intense for me," Dan half joked with his grandson. "Hey, I want to argue about whatever crazy stuff is going on. Although, I just gotta know, what made you want to retire from being a badass Super Jonin? I mean, out of everyone in the village other than Pervy Sage and Dad, you're the strongest guy in the village," Naruto asked. "That would be a combination of two things, Naruto. The first and most important are my family. I mean, if I had to choose between them and the village, 9 times out of 10, I would die for them before I ever go against them for the hidden leaf," Dan told his godson, who inhaled a forkful of pulled pork. "Of course. I mean, with people like Granny Tsunade, Masako, and Kenichi, then I'd feel the same way. I mean, hell, a village can always be rebuilt. But a family, that's something that only comes once in a lifetime," Naruto replied, knowing that a family, unlike a village, that once sundered was nigh impossible to restore. "Exactly. I've come pretty close to death a number of times as a Jonin of this village. I almost died and lost my chance to be with Tsunade and start a family countless times during the Second and Third World Wars. So believe me when I say that my time to hang up my headband and stay with my family has come," Dan said back with the weary tiredness of a war veteran. with Dan Kato knowing full well that from all the times he has narrowly escaped death in his decades-long career as a shinobi, his time in the spotlight was coming to an end. Therefore, he knew that his best option at this moment in time was to step away and let the next batch of soldiers to bear the headband of the hidden leaf, for he knew that if he were to continue to push his luck, there wouldn't be a next time for him to come back. I mean, let's be real with each other. Naruto, I've probably evaded death more times than I can count. So to push my luck in the field and widow my wife, my niece, and most of all, my children, would be a mistake that would haunt me beyond the afterlife itself. Dan added, "Can't really blame you, Gramps. I mean, you've done more missions for the village than I can probably count. That's why if anyone deserves to call it quits, it's you." Naruto spoke, gaining a smile from the powder blue-haired man. "Thank you for acknowledging that. It means a lot to hear that from the young man who is like one my own. Dan Ripley it. Same to the man who I'm happy to call my super awesome grandpa." Naruto said back as he and Dan continued to eat their food. "By the way, what are you going to do now that you've retired? I mean, a badass uber ninja like yourself has got to have something in his back pocket." Naruto asked. "To be honest, I haven't figured that out quite yet." Dan answered back, surprising Naruto. "Really? I figured that you would have had something figured out. I mean, you the man with a plan, who's punked out death more times than anyone can count. So, I gotta say, I'm shocked that the ghost of Konoha doesn't have a plan up his sleeve for bowing out." Naruto said, getting an exasperated sigh from the older man. "I swear I can't stand that nickname. It's what's the word I'm thinking of? Dan Ripley it. Cringy, gaudy, over the top." Naruto listed off. "All of the above," Dan said back in a deadpan. "To be fair, Grandpa, you do make a whole set of techniques that turns you into a walking, talking ghost man. So I'm pretty sure you brought this on yourself." Naruto told the elder of the two. "In my defense, I just wanted to make a technique that would help end battles quickly. I didn't think it would end in such a god-awful nickname," Dan said whilst pinching the bridge of his nose. "Well, it's thanks to that technique that you're still around to live the good life with Granny," Naruto replied, as the expression on his godfather's face turned to a more joyous one at that. "Now that is one of the few things that I'm proud of this technique for," Dan said with an earnest smile. "That's what I like to hear," Naruto replied, meeting Dan's smile with one of his own. "So other than that, what's the other thing that had you wanting to retire?" Naruto questioned. "That is less complicated to explain. To put it simply, with everything I've done in service of Konoha, I honestly feel as though I have nothing left to prove," Dan answered back. "With my renown and fame, or infamy if you ask our enemies, having reached, if not matched, that of Tsunade and Jiraiya's own. So because of that, in combination with my first reason, is why I've decided to retire," Dan told his godson with a simple shrug of his shoulders. "Makes sense to me. I mean, I can't really think of anything else that you'd have to prove. I mean, you've just about damn near done everything that someone like you could, other than being Hokage and having to be that sage mode that pervy sage and dad have. I'd say you've accomplished everything that life could offer," Naruto replied. "Indeed, I have. Now I can finally relax, knowing I've done everything I could for the village and my family," Dan said with his smile widening slightly at this fact. "Yup, so here's to my badass grandpa, finally going into retirement. Long may he reign," Naruto exclaimed as Dan could only smile at the hardly contained, yet boundless energy and joy the blonde seemed to have. "I swear my godson is truly something else," Dan said to himself as he looked on at Naruto. From there, he and Naruto continued to enjoy their lunch with one another and share in the good cheer and celebration of Dan retiring from active service to the Hidden Leaf, with it being after another near hour of sharing in each other's company that they eventually left the bar and grill. Yet it was after Naruto was a good distance away from the bar and grill that he was approached by an Umbu operative, and not just an ordinary one, but a rude agent at that. With said agent having come to deliver a personal message from Danzo himself, that he wanted to speak with Naruto tomorrow about a possible induction into their ranks, and that should he choose to accept this invitation to speak with the Warhawk, that he would be escorted to the premises of their headquarters to speak with him at 9:30 sharp. The Ultimatrix wielder being too intrigued by what this could bring to him, and the thought that Danzo Shimura, of all people, wanted him to join Root, had him too interested to reject this offer, and as such he accepted it, and with that the masked operative disappeared, leaving a very intrigued Naruto standing with one thought in mind. Looks like things just keep getting more interesting for me, Naruto said before continuing his walk home in good spirits. The next morning, 9:30 a.m., Root HQ, June 24th, 996 STD. It was the following morning as Naruto had been led to the headquarters of the Root organization, where he was soon escorted to the Warhawk's office, where he sat with all the imposing force of will that one of his experience and station could command. Thank you for escorting young Naruto to the premises. That'll be all, Danzo said to the Root operative beside Naruto. As you wish, Lord Danzo, the Root operative said before walking away. Now, then, take a seat. We have quite a few things to discuss, Danzo told the Ultimatrix wielder. All right, Naruto responded before he took a seat before the Warhawk. So let's get to it and skip past the small talk. I know you call me here to possibly join up with your outfit. The only thing I don't get is why. I mean, if it were Naoya or Hayes that you were calling here, then I would understand. Naruto questioned the Warhawk. Straight to the point. Good to see that you appreciate a more direct approach. The reason why I want you to join is that I know of what you can do. Danzo answered back, causing Naruto to raise a semi-confused brow at this. I'm going to need you to elaborate because I'm still not following, Naruto requested. Let me rephrase my statement. I know of what you can transform into, young man. The roots of the hidden leaf are vast and far-reaching. Did you really think that you could keep secret your ability to transform into these aliens, as you call them? Danzo said, causing Naruto's placid expression to turn into one of utter shock and slight fear. Does anyone else know about my aliens? Naruto questioned with a nervous gulp. No, other than myself and my most trusted operatives. There is no one else that knows of your ability to transform into these creatures. Not the fourth Hokage, your mother, nor that blithering lecher of a Sannin knows. I have had my agents make sure that they have been kept in the dark about your unique abilities for now, Danzo informed the blonde teen. That's a massive relief. Moving out without their know-how is one thing, but telling them I can transform into a dozen aliens is another. Naruto mentally sighed in relief. And I will keep it that way for you. I will not have someone with abilities such as yours be wasted in mediocrity when they can be expanded upon in my organization. Danzo spoke. Which brings it back to the whole if I should join you. Naruto replied. Correct. Granted, I cannot force you to join me. I am many things, but not enough to anger your godparents and the Uchiha clan if I coerced you into doing so. Therefore, the choice is ultimately up to you, Danzo said, knowing the full weight of what could happen if he forced the blonde into his ranks. I am a man of many things, but I am not a foolish nor arrogant one, Danzo added, his piercing gaze still trained onto Naruto. Considering that you were the guy who's a big part of the reason we aren't in ruins. I would imagine so, Naruto said before drumming his hands on the table. That being said, what can you bring to the table if I join you? Naruto asked. I can offer many amenities to you. However, I will keep it brief and tell you the most important ones that I can offer to you. Danzo said back. All right, hit me with them. I'm all ears. Naruto spoke, keen to see what Danzo had to offer him. Let me start with the fact that we can offer you the resources and training facilities needed to hone the abilities of your transformations. After all, I'm sure that what I have at my disposal is far more suitable than training in the woods. Danzo replied. I'm gonna lie, that would help me out a lot. Since your boy is tired of having myself and Sasuke watch our backs when we train with my aliens, Naruto said. Furthermore, this would mean you would no longer have to worry about Minato nor Kushina growing curious about your whereabouts, even with their duties to the village, in conjunction with their training your siblings. Your training with your transformations will cause suspicion to eventually and no doubt quickly arise. From there, it will only be a matter of time before these suspicions cause your parents to send umbu and summons alike to investigate. From there, I'm sure you can fill in the blanks. Danzo told Naruto. I can, and I don't like how it goes for me in the end. Naruto replied, knowing full well the shit show that had happened when just his father alone found out. Indeed, moving on, we can more than work around your academy schedule in regards to your training and taking on assignments. Such things are child's play compared to what I deal with normally. Danzo said, all right, and I'm all for that. But what about when I eventually become a genin? Since I'm going to have a whole-ass sensei and people I'm with, and they're going to get suspicious if I just up and leave. Naruto questioned the Warhawk. Don't worry about that. I already have my operatives preparing for such a thing when that arises. Danzo coolly answered back. I will definitely take your word for it. I just hope you're going to send me on some kick-ass missions. Naruto replied as a small smirk graced the Warhawk's features. Don't worry. I am certain that I can find missions to suit your talents. Danzo told the blonde. Fine by me, as long as I get to do cool stuff on missions. Naruto said, more so happy to go on dope-ass missions. Lastly, I can make sure that you are properly compensated as a root operative. Danzo spoke, further gaining the Omnitrix wielder's attention. For all of the hard work you will be doing as an operative, should you accept, I will make sure you are properly compensated. From it being monetary to resources needed to upkeep your housing situation, as well as gear that you possess. That and more will come to you, should you decide to join. Danzo added, as the blonde had a rather thoughtful look. While this is all good and well, there is one small thing that I want done, and this is non-negotiable. Naruto told the Warhawk, who was keen to hear what the blonde had to say. I'm all ears. What is it that you want done? Danzo questioned. I want Sasuke Uchiha to join in my training with my aliens and just combat training in general. Naruto answered back. I've heard of young Sasuke being rather talented, from what my men have told me, in addition to the two of you being rather close. Danzo noted. Yeah, Sasuke is my boy. He's pretty much like the brother I wish I had. Naruto replied before continuing. But he has been the only person besides yourself that knows about my transformations. More importantly, he's the only person I trust to keep my secret, on top of him helping me with them. That's why I want him to be part of this with me. He is the one person I know that can have my back when it comes to this, and in a scrap. Naruto added, as he would not do this without someone who was more or less his brother in all but blood. Is he truly that important to you? Danzo asked with a scrutinizing gaze. Yes. We come as a package deal. So if you want me and my aliens, then Sasuke is along for the ride as well. I'm not going to let my brother fall behind me. When I can share my come up with him, Naruto answered back with an unwavering amount of resolve in his statement. If that is the case, then so be it. Who am I to deny fresh talent being added to our ranks? Even more so when it is the brother of Itachi himself, who is being spoken for. Danzo replied. As who was he to deny promising recruits to his organization? Well, if that's that, then you can consider me as part of Root. Naruto said back. Excellent. With that being said, you will have to engage in a two-part assessment. One for us to gauge your skill set without your aliens. Another to gauge what you are capable of when you're using your aliens. Danzo informed the teenage blonde. Fine by me. Just tell me when and where I have to show up. Naruto replied, all too ready to get things started. The first one will be conducted this coming Sunday. Following that, the second one will be conducted on the following Saturday. You will be escorted to both locations by an operative at 9 in the morning and no later than. Danzo told him. I got it crystal clear. Naruto replied. Good. Now, then, one of my operatives will be outside to escort you back to your home. Danzo said back. Gotcha, and trust me, I'm not going to disappoint at all. Naruto swore to the elder statesman of an ex-shinobi. I would hope not. Until then, you are dismissed. Danzo replied, as Naruto soon left his office. 2 days to get things started, that should be more than enough. Naruto remarked to himself. 2 days later, Konoha, June 26th, 996 S.E. 9 a.m. It was soon the day at hand as Naruto was at one of the various training grounds in the village that Danzo had set up for his assessment, with the person doing so being someone he very much least expected to be part of it. Wait a minute, Ami? You're going to be doing my assessment? Naruto questioned as he saw the black-haired, gray-eyed granddaughter of Danzo looking back at him. Yes, my grandfather decided that I would be the best suited to see what you're capable of. I had nothing else to do today, so I figured why not help him out. Ami answered back, straightening out her armor. Fair point. So are we going to get started now or in a couple of minutes? Because if we're going to do this, then I want to get this started right now. Naruto asked as he got into his fighting stance. We can get started now. We're here to see how strong you are, not posture at each other. Ami replied while getting into a stance of her own. With that, Naruto bull rushed after the Warhawk's granddaughter, ready to elbow slam her into the ground, only for her to counter with a surprisingly powerful teep kick to the larger man's liver that staggered him, before running up to deliver a knee bomb to his face. The Omnitrix wielder in question withstanding the attack and countering with a vicious headbutt that had her almost seat double for a brief moment before rushing in to tackle her into the dirt. But this was soundly put to a screeching halt when she unleashed a spinning hook kick to the temple that was followed by an elbow to the ribs. However, Naruto, not one to go down quickly, had rallied from the attack and retaliated in full effect with a chopping right to her sternum that was parried and met with knee to his stomach. Yet Naruto quickly retaliated with a thunderous overhand right that thudded against her skull. Both combatants stood back a small distance to readjust themselves before both came rushing after each other, with Naruto bounding after Ami, and Ami dashing after him like a cheetah, the two meeting in the middle to engage in a ferocious exchange of attacks. Both parties exchanged everything from kicks, elbows, knees, and punches against one another that were either blocked and viciously retaliated against in Naruto's case, or parried and swiftly countered by Ami, with neither one giving an inch to the other as they fought at a ferocious pace. With Naruto unleashing heavy overhand rights, uppercuts, hooks, and side kicks to Ami, who even when parrying them had felt their crushing force behind each attack, whilst Ami was able to use her greater speed to unleash a far greater number of kicks, knees, and elbows against the larger blonde. The larger blonde, growing tired of not landing any worthwhile strikes on the Warhawk's granddaughter, Naruto went in a feint for a double-leg takedown that Ami was able to sidestep out of the way from, but was a setup for him to deliver a brutal uppercut to the jaw that sent her tumbling across the ground, with Ami having to quickly backflip out of the way for Naruto, attempting to jump down and stomp her back in half, with the rude operative then attempting a low kick to knock Naruto to the ground, yet this was narrowly evaded thanks to him having leapt back at the last minute. Ami quickly jumped up to her feet and dashed after Naruto, once more bounded after her to unload a short yet thunderous combination of hooks and thudding jabs that, while the majority of them were deflected, the small handful that did make it through made her bones nearly creak and her head snap back from the sheer force. Yet Ami was quick to come back with a 360 reverse roundhouse kick that was followed by an axe kick to the top of Naruto's skull that nearly made him bowl over. However, the two combatants clashed once more as they caught each other with a right hook to the ribs from the larger blonde and an elbow uppercut from Ami. Finally, someone other than Sasuke, who can keep up, Naruto remarked to himself. Who would have thought that Lord 4Th's eldest wouldn't suck at taijutsu? Ami said to herself as the two re-engaged with one another. The both of them engaged in another ferocious exchange of blows that had every shot fired off with the intensity of two timber wolves trying to rip each other to bloody shreds, as both were refusing to give either an inch, with Naruto using his larger frame and greater raw strength to get Ami into a clinch and nail with a series of brutal right hooks and uppercuts to the ribs that cracked against her so hard they sounded almost like cannon fire. This continued briefly before Ami managed to get enough distance between them, within the clinch, to drive her knee as hard as she could into Naruto's liver, causing him to break off the clinch and back away, whilst clutching at his stomach. With the Warhawk's granddaughter then pumping wine chakra into her legs for an incredible burst of speed to deliver a barrage of incredibly kick bicycle kicks to Naruto's jaw. That was ended off by a hook kick to his jaw that the Ultimatrix wielder met with a chopping right to her nose. It was all throughout their fight that Ami found herself having to give credit where it was due, in terms of Naruto being incredibly proficient in taijutsu, considering that beyond his raw strength alone, he was able to constantly cut off angles for her to get distance away from him and force her into fighting him in the pocket, which combined with the dogged pressure he attacked her with from thunderous punches that staggered her, powerful kicks, and knees to the body, alongside the vicious counterpunches he'd deliver with lethal intentions, had her give it up to the fact that he was nothing if not devastating in close range. Yet her thoughts were broken up as her attempt to land a spinning elbow to his temple was blocked and met with an overhand right that smashed into her nose, causing her to nearly fall flat on her ass at her newly bloodied nose. Something Naruto took full advantage of as he leaped after and speared her into the ground, where the Ultimatrix wielder quickly secured the mount on top of her and began to rain down punches on her head with the cadence of a herd of stampeding elephants. Ami was subsequently forced to shell up from the constant onslaught of punches that rained down on her, in order to prevent her face from being caved in. So in response to this, Naruto punched her in her arms so hard that the root operative nearly yelped from a bone in her arm cracking, allowing for Naruto to quickly pin it to her side and continue landing heavy power shots to her face, with Naruto continuing to pummel her with ferocious abandon until she managed to expel a considerable amount of wind chakra to blast him off of her. The granddaughter of Danzo quickly managed to rise to her feet, albeit bloodied and battered from the vicious ground and pound. However, Naruto was quick to bound after her and engage in another heated brawl that had Ami, due to her damaged arm, on the defensive as Naruto, despite the numerous welts on his body, continued at his relentless pace, with the Ultimatrix wielder going at it with the fervor of a horny Jiraiya on the hunt for inspiration for his next Ica book, which was felt as he landed a short combination against Ami's abdomen that felt like sledgehammers being bashed into her gut with each blow. I'll give him credit where it's due. He's definitely passed with flying colors, Ami noted to herself as she ducked under a right hook. Now all I have to do is, Ami said before she had to dodge another hook to her head. With Ami, despite her wounded arm and battered state, managed to still put on a remarkable counter-defensive against Naruto's relentless cadence, with every punch and kick to her body being met with an equally swift elbow from her good arm, or a kick or knee to the chest and head. Yet even with all of the swift and blazingly quick counterattacks she unleashed against Naruto, the blonde before her refused to even waver under her assault, in part to a combination of his incredible durability and sheer force of will, evident when she unleashed a powerful hook kick to his temple so hard that it nearly knocked him over. Yet once again he steadied himself and retaliated with a gut-busting uppercut that she quickly dodged out of the way from and met with a high knee to his sternum. The two stared each other down at the intensive fight that had both of them bruised, semi-bloodied, and battered, as Naruto, who was rarely the one to play in passivity, went yet again after Ami, and having gone for another takedown attempt via tackling her like a runaway freight train. In response, Ami nailed him with a powerful front kick to the jaw that nearly snapped his head back, as though he'd been cracked across the face like a razor wire-covered bullwhip, causing blood to leak forth from his split-open lip, with her following through with a short series of side kicks to the chest before unleashing a savage elbow uppercut to the side of his jaw. So in response, once Naruto recovered his wits about himself after a knee to his stomach, retaliated with a monstrous shovel hook to the ribs. The blow lifted her off the ground and into the air, as she felt almost all of the air in her lungs pushed out of her body before Naruto grabbed her by the legs, then wrenched her back down and sent her skidding several feet across the ground with a left hook to the jaw that knocked out a few of her wisdom teeth. Ami quickly rose up after the attack to see Naruto ready to attack once more, and was preparing to charge after her once more, if not for the fact that an audible rumbling could be heard coming from the Ultimatrix wielder. Hey, can we call it here? I mean, not to sound unprofessional or anything, but I totally forgot to eat breakfast. Naruto asked as his stomach rumbled in need for sustenance that it was denied. That is more than fair. After the performance you put on, I would say that you have passed with flying colors. Ami said back as she wiped her bloody nose and mouth. That's awesome. Glad I could impress. Naruto replied. No problem. Also, you punch extremely hard. Ami remarked as she almost felt like her jaw was going to come off with some of those punches. Well, I may not be able to throw my punches in bunches. However, I can throw them hard enough to rock your shit. Naruto said with pride at his raw strength, lending itself to his great amount of striking power. Anyways, well done, and good luck with the next part of your assessment. Ami replied before she disappeared in a body flicker. Well, that was one hell of a fight, man. I'm hungry as hell. I wonder if I can get some pancakes or something. Naruto wondered to himself as headed off in search of food. 3 days later, June 29th, 996 S.E., Naruto's house, 1:54 p.m. It was a few days later as Naruto and Sasuke were hanging out at the former's house, where the Ultimatrix wielder was informing the Uchiha of the fact that soon enough they'd be a part of something awesome en route. So how about it, Sasuke? You down for being a part of something kick-ass and awesome? Naruto asked his longtime friend. If this can guarantee us both getting stronger, on top of helping you master your transformations, then I see no harm in joining. Sasuke answered back. Not to mention, we both get to fast-track our way towards being stronger than our siblings. Naruto added with a large smile. There's that as well. To be honest with you, I just want to get strong enough so that I force Itachi to do right by his unborn children. Sasuke said with a naked amount of venom in his voice. Even now, he still fails to make his family with Izumi his primary precedent. Regardless of his station within the village, his family should be his first and primary priority, not his constant need to be our village's lapdog. Sasuke further spoke in disdain of Itachi's prioritizing the village over his clan and soon-to-be family. Well, you definitely got a long ways to go. Itachi is one of the strongest Uchiha in the village, for a reason. So good luck. Naruto remarked at Itachi's prowess. I do not need luck. All I need is time and training. Sasuke replied with steel and certainty to his voice that almost made Naruto's back stiffen. Man, Sasuke gets scary when he talks about his family. Naruto noted as he saw Sasuke's eyes briefly turn the trademark bloodshine red of the Sharingan. Hopefully, he can get his act together before you two have to slug it out. Maybe he'll come around by the time his kid gets here. Naruto said with hope. I can only hope so as well. While I do not want to fight him, if it means getting him to act better, then so be it. Sasuke replied. I'm pretty sure that Izumi will beat you to it. She may love Itachi, but even she has her limits. So if anyone can get your brother to act better and fly straight, then it's going to be her. Naruto remarked. The Ultimatrix wielder had a strong feeling that Izumi's patience with Itachi would only go so far before it came to a head, considering that when you're raising a child by yourself while your significant other was always at work, it tended to put a large strain on things. I mean, just think about it. Do you really think that she's going to let him be on missions like he is, without something giving in the process? Naruto asked. That is a fair point. Knowing Izumi, I give until the end of the year at the very latest. Once that happens, Itachi is going to be in for a reckoning. Sasuke said back in knowing that it was going to be a matter of if and not when for his brother. Exactly, so for now, let's just chill and let things with them sort themselves out. Naruto spoke. Fair enough. Other than my issues with Itachi, when and what will you be doing during the second stage of this assessment of yours? Sasuke asked after taking a brief moment to recollect his thoughts. I have until Sunday to be ready for what's getting thrown at me. Naruto answered back. But in terms of what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be taking out some idiots from the hidden waterfall. Apparently, they've been getting too big for their britches with this hero water they have. So for my test, I gotta take out a group of Chunin and Jonin that are headed back from a mission. Naruto informed the Uchiha of what he was up against. Are you sure you handle that? Even with your transformations, that is going to be a formidable threat to face. Sasuke noted. Why no, Sasuke? In fact, I'm fully prepared for the challenge ahead of me, because I'm not about to get caught lacking out here. Not when everyone's an enemy, who can beat my ass if I'm not careful. Naruto replied with a fully confident smile that he could pull off his assessment with flying colors. That would be an understatement. Between what was the seven swordsmen of the mist, Darui of the storm style, and even Orochimaru himself, there are a legion of powerful threats out there. That isn't even taking into account what is out there. Sasuke said in reference to both what was outside the village and what was in the stars beyond their home. Believe me, I'm well aware of aliens that are going to come to fuck our home up. That's why I'm hoping Lord Danzo and I can work something out, because I want us to be ready for any and everything. Naruto replied. Hopefully the time for extraterrestrial threats comes far, far into the future. I don't know about you, but I would rather not put our safety in the hands of Hayes and Naoya. Sasuke said with the blonde shapeshifter nodding in agreement. The only thing those two would get us is our butts handed to us by aliens. All it takes is them getting backed into a corner, and before we know it, they're hulking out with Nine Tails power in no time, which means we're doubly fucked on both ends. Naruto responded in knowing how quickly things would go from sugar to shit with those two. I swear those two are more of a liability than they're worth. Naruto said in distrust of his siblings should shit go down. Then you should hope that we will not be partnered with them on a joint mission. Otherwise, the worst will come to pass, and it will be downhill from there. Sasuke replied, Believe me, if my father has his way about it, he'll try every which way he can to have my future Genin team be up close and personal with them. To be honest, I won't doubt it if the first time we get our big important mission, we're stuck with the twins. Naruto said back in knowing that if the Uzumaki Dream Team couldn't happen, then Minato and Kushina would push for the next best thing. Perhaps Lord Danzo will intercede in that instance. He does possess a large amount of pull in the village. Sasuke brought up. I'd hope so. The man does have a whole lot of clout in the village from being a hell of a shinobi in his day. However, even he has his limits, and at the end of the day, my dad is still the Hokage. So he does have the final say at the end of it. Naruto replied, while also acknowledging the elephant in the room. With said elephant being that even with all of the political and social power that the Warhawk had amassed over the decades, that as acting Hokage, his father still had the final say in how things would go in the village and in concerns to the missions that shinobi in it undertook. Hence why if Minato really desired it, then at the end of the day Naruto and his Genin team would be forced to go on a mission with the twins, and whoever the poor schmuck was that with them on a mission, even if it was something that would spell certain doom in the long run. Do you really think he would do that? Even Lord Fourth wouldn't be that blind to those walking time bombs. Sasuke asked. Don't get me wrong, Sasuke. My father is a brilliant man, and someone who more than earned the Hokage hat. However, he's also someone who has the habit of looking at his family through rose-tinted glasses. So to him, it'll seem like it's no big deal to have them join us on a mission. Naruto answered back. In that case, let us hope our rise through the ranks comes swiftly. That way, we can have an excuse to not be with them on a mission. Sasuke said. Now you're talking. A lot of doors open up once you have flak jacket on. Naruto replied as he looked down at his Omnitrix. I just hope that they'll lead to me living my best life. Naruto added in briefly envisioning the missions of epic proportion he'd soon go on. I'm sure they will. In the meantime, focus on that assessment of yours. It is going to come faster than you know. Sasuke told the blonde before him. Thanks for reminding me to stay on target. This also reminds me I have to figure out how I'm going to do this. I've got 3 days, and time like that goes very fast. Naruto thanked the Uchiha for the reminder. Not a problem at all, Naruto. Just come back in one piece, Sasuke said as he rose from his seat. Don't worry, Sasuke. I've got this all under control. Naruto replied as Sasuke gave him a small smirk back. "You had better," were Sasuke's parting words before exiting Naruto's home. A squad of badass ninja from the hidden waterfall to use as target practice. "This is going to be one heck of a Sunday," Naruto remarked to himself with a grin at what was 2 come July 2nd, 996, 8:08 a.m. Land of Waterfall. It was barely 8 in the morning as Naruto, alongside Torian, were at the campsite where the Takigakure shinobi were finishing packing up at, with Naruto currently selecting which alien he would use to get it started. "You will have approximately 30 minutes to dispose of the targets." "Good luck, Naruto," Torian said to the Omnitrix wielder. "Thanks, but I'm pretty sure I've got this covered," Naruto replied as he transformed into Reverb. "I hope you're ready, because I'm about to rock this joint," Reverb said before rushing off for somewhere to hide. With him quickly making a small horde of clones that he had quickly surrounded the perimeter of the encampment that was packing up their gear when all of them had finished fanning out to cover the full expanse of it. That was when they began their attack. Meanwhile, the Takigakure ninja were chatting amongst themselves and talking over the success of their mission. While they were packing everything up, they were soon assaulted by the ultrasonic screams that blasted the area with such force the ground cracked and blew apart around them. The Takigakure ninja had to cover their ears against the harsh sonic attack and quickly seek safety elsewhere as they felt their insides become shredded by the powerful sound waves, and their blood vessels burst like overopened watermelons dropped from a high-rise, with the Jonin managing to escape the radius of the field of sound waves that blew apart their equipment within their campsite, while the Chunin and lesser Jonin found themselves ultimately succumbing to the sound waves, as their blood vessels ruptured and their innards soon popped like overfilled water balloon from the concussive force of the attack. While the concussed, bloodied, and deafened Jonin made for a quick escape with their medics in tow and following close behind, Reverb in the meanwhile was quickly reassembling his clones back into himself, before he transformed into Manta Bomber, flapped his wings to soar into the skies above to give chase to his quarry. Something that didn't take the amphibian too long to locate them given his immense flight speed, as he saw them hole up try to recuperate from the sneak attack, which their medics were busy at work to heal their injuries and restore their hearing. Unfortunately for them, Manta Bomber had other plans as he leveled a neuroshock blast at one of the medical ninja, who were so caught up in healing the wounded Jonin that they didn't have time to register the basketball-sized hole that was blown through their chest, with another neuroshock blast coming in to swiftly and literally disarm another Jonin, before a follow-through blast decapitated said Jonin. The surviving Jonin and medic ninja watching on in shock and horror at the swiftness with which their comrades were dispatched. So to avoid being cut down any further, they quickly dashed into the tree line ahead of them, in hopes of using it as cover against the unknown assailant. Unfortunately for them, their assailant was far faster than them, on top of having an aerial advantage that he used to pick them out amongst the thick foliage and cut them down with the ease a tiger would bite through a deer's skull, with their attempts to hide or even counter the attacks from Manta Bomber proving more futile than anything, considering that with his far superior speed, he could easily evade and outmaneuver their ranged jutsu, and all the while being able to freely and swiftly retaliate with a rapid-fire barrage neuroshock blasts. The situation was made all the worse by the fact that due to the relentless pressure of Manta Bomber's aerial assault, the Takigakure ninja, where they were forced into a retreat where they couldn't even get to their hero's water or risk getting dismembered or having a hole blow through their chests and skulls. The amphibian's barrage of attacks was so intense that they had to hide underneath a large grouping of trees and use earth jutsu to provide further cover and defense to shield themselves, so as to have some means of respite against the continuous onslaught. Yet after nearly 2 consecutive minutes of Manta Bomber firing at them, and seeing that he was getting nowhere as he couldn't quite get a decisive attack against them, on top of the fact that his time was running out, he decided to see how good these Jonin were against some real firepower as he started charging power to his next neuroshock blast against them, which grew larger and more compact by the second to the point the space around him became tinted in brilliant neon green. "Let's see them dodge this," Manta Bomber said as the Neuroshock blast began to arc with spiraling tendrils of energy. Finally, it's over. I think we finally outran whatever the fuck that thing was. A blue-haired Taki Jonin said, relieved to see the barrage had stopped. I don't think it's close to being over. Another Jonin said as he looked up to see a brilliant green light in the sky. So, I think now would be a good idea to use the hero water we still have left. Otherwise, we're going to be dead men walking. The same Jonin spoke, as while the attack in question didn't have any chakra, they could still see it packed a lot of power. You heard the man, unless the lot of you want to die. Drink up and prepare for the worst. The lead Jonin spoke his gray, eyes looking up at the ever-expanding bright green light. Let's see them stop this. Manta Bomber said to himself with a devious grin. Within not even half-second passing before a beam of searing green radiance escaped from his eyes and tail and raced towards the group of Takigakure shinobi at incredible speeds, leaving very little time for those that consumed the hero water to erect a 4.5-story tall and 12-foot thick barrier of water and surrounded by hardened stone and earth nearly as tall. Once Mana Bomber's attack connected against the barrier, everything in a 400-foot radius erupted into brilliant green light that voracious obliterated anything within its reach into complete obliteration. Granted, the attack barely lasted a minute, yet the damage it dealt to its surroundings was incredibly evident, as anything in the detonation zone barring the Takigakure ninja was reduced to smoldering rubble, with not even so much as the twigs and insects that would litter the ground survived. Yet in the midst of it were the shinobi in question, half of whom were turned into partially charred skeletons in the blast, whilst the rest sustained considerable burns and were panting like dogs from the fact that keeping up the barrier for so long against said attack had exhausted a rather hefty portion of their chakra reserves. Mana Bomber, in seeing this, decided to dive down at hypersonic speeds for a strafing run, in delivering a blindingly quick series of Neuroshock blasts that reduced their surviving medic ninja into Swiss cheese, with her body being blasted apart to the point where it was a bloody, unrecognizable lump of flesh and bones. The two Jonin, on the other hand, met similar fates, with one who tried to dodge out of the way having their legs blown to smithereens, while his compatriot had his head blasted into a cauterized stump. With neither of them noticing Mana Bomber flying again to finish the job at even higher speeds, as he used a particularly powerful Neuroshock blast through the heart of a blonde-haired, gray-eyed Jonin who skidded across the ground from the sheer force behind it, all before delivering another Neuroshock blast that blasted the dismembered Jonin's head to smithereens, leaving only the leader of the small squad of Takigakure shinobi were left, his eyes darting frantically for any sign of Mana Bomber's presence. Time to finish this. The last thing I need is for this fucker to start getting wise and making counters, Manta Bomber said to himself. The amphibian flew high into the air and proceeded to dive, done once more at high hypersonic speeds, before turning in a pain wheel and coming towards the remaining Takigakure shinobi at such speeds that he might as well have been a near imperceivable blue and black blur. With not even a microsecond later before pain wheel made contact, and reduced the poor soul into such a bloody mess that the air was misted crimson from the pulverizing of the last Takigakure shinobi. Once the blood-covered Omnitrix wielder stopped his path of destruction, he immediately turned back in a Mana Bomber to fly back to Torian, who, after informing him of the decimation of the targets, had done so all in 5 minutes and 27 seconds, having set a new record for the quickest assessment time to date. So with that ego booster done and out of the way, Torian and Mana Bomber flew back to Konoha in good spirits of the latter's accomplishment, and the fact that this would no doubt put him firmly within Root's ranks. 3 days later, July 5th, 996 SE, Naruto's house, 1:45 p.m. It was a few days after Naruto passed the assessment with flying colors. Did he invite Sasuke and a somewhat bandaged-up Ami to his house to celebrate the occasion, although the Ultimatrix wielder was in a good mood for a separate reason of his own. Congratulations, Naruto! Now you and your friend here are part of one of the greatest organizations within the Hidden Leaf. Ami said, whilst the drone bought them glasses and a pitcher of lemonade. I told you that I'd pass your guys' tests without a problem. I mean, was there really any doubt that I could? Naruto asked with a broad smile on his face. Don't get ahead of yourself, Uzumaki. You may have passed the test that Grandpa set up for you. But when you get put on an actual do-or-die mission, things will be far, far different. Omnitrix. She does bring up a good point. I mean, even with your aliens, there's still a lot of enemy shinobi that you're going to deal with. So don't get a big head. Sasuke spoke to the Ultimatrix wielder. The very last thing I need is for you to get in over your head, because you overestimate yourself. Sasuke added. Considering that I unlocked a new alien, I'd say that I'm doing pretty fantastic. Naruto told the two, with Ami nearly doing a spit take at this information. You have a new what now? Ami question une surprise. Yup, found out about him on Sunday when I was messing around with this. He's pretty cool looking too. Naruto told the two before taking a large gulp of lemonade. If you want, I can show him off to you guys. Naruto asked them. I don't see why not. Besides, it took you long enough to unlock one. Sasuke said whilst sipping his lemonade. Go for it. I gotta see this. Ami spoke in agreement with Sasuke. All right then, get ready for the brand spanking debut of the one and only Phantasma. Naruto said as he scrolled through his aliens and soon enough transformed in brilliant neon blue light. Once the light cleared, a 2 meters tall ghost-like creature appeared with powder blue skin and black cracks that sprawled across his body, with a quintet of dark sapphire-colored eyes on his face, while the Ultimatrix symbol lay across his sternum, combined with his mouth being constantly set in a constantly clenched grimace. Yet Phantasma had other monstrous features on his person, such as his skin tearing open to reveal 2-foot-long bone claws that could rend a man's flesh open with ease, thorny white and icy blue tendrils tearing from it on his shoulders, upper and mid-back, and gnarled several-inch-long bone spurs on his elbows. In tandem with the fact that his first layer of torn skin hung off him like a tattered, insane asylum patient's uniform, the ghastly tail that waved behind him, the manacles and chains around his wrists and neck, alongside his constantly unblinking eyes, made for an incredibly chilling appearance. This is definitely going to haunt my nightmares. Just what even is that thing? Sasuke said, feeling his bones run glacially cold at looking at the sight of Phantasma. That's a fucking understatement. I don't know if I should be terrified or run and call an exorcist. Probably both. Ami replied as she felt herself unable to look away from the sight of the ghastly alien. Here, I thought that Phantasma being able to scare people was just a fluke. Phantasma spoke. What did you do, Naruto? Sasuke asked the ectonurite. I may have gotten bored and decided to use my new ghost powers to scare the living hell out of people. In my defense, it was really funny. Phantasma answered back as their grimace turned into an incredibly sinister smile. Is that why my father has been hearing about complaints of people seeing a ghost roaming around the village? Sasuke questioned as Phantasma's smile only grew wider. To be fair, Sasuke, I really wanted to mess with Irika and Mizuki-sensei for ages. It just so happened that I got an incredibly scary and golden opportunity to do just that. Phantasma replied with an insidious chuckle that sounded more akin to the demented wailing chortles of a madman. I would ask what kind of ghost stuff you can do, but at the same time, I'm too scared to even want to know. Ami said, still disturbed by Phantasma's otherworldly visage. Mizuki and Irika-sensei found out some of the stuff I could do yesterday. Let's just say that they're afraid of the dark from now on. Phantasma told her with another small bout of spine-chilling laughter escaping his form. I don't even want to know what you showed them that fucked them up that badly. Ami said, as the implications were enough to greatly curb her curiosity. I think I speak for both myself and Ami when I ask that you turn back to normal. I'd rather not look at whatever this is. Sasuke replied, in disdain for the fact that Phantasma's form would be etched into his mind. All right, Fine. I think he's awesome, by the way. Phantasma spoke before slamming down on the Ultimatrix and turning back to normal. Still feels weird when I transform back and forth, Naruto said with an involuntary shudder going through his body. At least this confirms our theory about there being more transformations in that device of yours, Sasuke remarked while Naruto sat back down. Now, if only I could figure out a way to unlock more of these guys, because I really want to see what other cool stuff I could turn into. Maybe some cool giant monster that shoots death lasers, or some badass plant monster that can fuck people up with nature itself, Naruto said as he looked at the Ultimatrix and all of the nigh-infinite possibilities of what he could eventually turn into. Focus on mastering what you have now, and then you can worry about unlocking more transformations. The last thing we need is for you to spread yourself thin because of your excitement, Sasuke advised to the blonde. Fair point. I'm just stoked to know I can have all these super cool transformations at my disposal, Naruto replied in hardly contained excitement of unlocking Phantasma. Look at it this way. You're going to have all the opportunities to test out your aliens now that you've made into Root, Ami told him as Naruto once more smiled as Ami took a small drink of her lemonade. You're certainly right about that. So, cheers to my getting a new alien and passing my assessments? Naruto said. Sure, I see no problem why we shouldn't drink to that. Sasuke spoke. Well, you did knock it out of the park both times. So let's do it then. Here's to Naruto Uzumaki. Long may he reign. Ami said as they both raised their glasses and drank. Man, my life is looking awesome right now. I just hope I get even more kick-ass transformations, Naruto said to himself as he and his companions spent the rest of the day drinking and dicking around. The next day, Konoha, July 6th, 996 S.E. 2:10 p.m. It was the next day later as Naruto was visiting with his grandpa Dan, as the former of the two was in incredibly good spirits given recent events, and as such felt he should share in the good vibes with a retired jonin. You seem to be in a pretty good mood, Naruto. What's the special occasion? Dan asked in seeing the rather elated blonde. I don't know how to explain it, but lately everything's been going my way. Hell, I haven't even had a bother with my family in months. Plus, I've got great friends I hang out with. So basically, everything's coming up awesome, Grandpa. Naruto answered back in good spirits. That is wonderful news. Naruto, I'm just glad you're doing all right, Dan said as the two continued to walk around the village. Although, I still have to wonder how Minato, or at the very least Kushina, hasn't noticed your absence, Dan added. You would think that those two would notice their own child gone from their own home. Dan thought to himself in finding such a thing rather odd. It's simple. I may not be great at ninjutsu or seals, but if there's one thing I am ace at, it's building machinery, while that am I being really good at fighting, Naruto told the ghost of Konoha. So you built some contraption to make sure they wouldn't notice? Dan questioned, as Naruto gave him a thumbs up. Yep, one part audio system, I have to tell them I'm going to be out with Sasuke and the Uchihas, and one part super strong image projector that I made a while ago that appears over a robot I made, which means that for now, I can pretty much get away with not having to see them. Naruto answered back. All courtesy of having Crab Shocker and Tech Goblin to make all this cool shit for me, Naruto said to himself, thankful for the two aliens in particular. That's rather clever of you, Naruto. Here I thought I'd seen everything with how much the kids used to sneak out, Dan replied, as Naruto's explanation was by far the most complex he'd heard. There are a few hitches in it. There's the fact that since it's purely mechanical, it doesn't have chakra that can be sensed. That's a pretty big problem when most of your family are sensor types. Then on top of that, if someone hits it with lightning jutsu, then it could short out the projection, and then it's all downhill from there, Naruto said back. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that my folks were so busy, my plan probably would have been found out a lot faster by now, Naruto added. Since even Naruto could fully admit to the fact that his plan to stall his family's notice of him being gone wasn't foolproof by a mile, as all it would take is one glitch or the use of his siblings or even his mother's sensory abilities, and he was more than likely screwed. To be fair, Naruto, what are you going to do once your secret has been found out? Because whether you like it or not, it's going to be an absolute mess to deal with. Dendro Market. I know that. Besides, what can they do about it? I've already moved out and got all my stuff settled in my new place. So if they want to raise hell about it, then by all means they can go right ahead. Naruto flippantly responded. Plus, you'd think they would be fine with it, especially since they could devote more time towards preparing them for the worst of what's out there. Naruto said, albeit much more to himself. Well, if they do ask how everything went down, Tsunade and I will step in and help handle things. We are your godparents after all, and it would look terrible on us if we didn't come to your defense. Dan said back with a smile that only a father could show. I appreciate it a lot more than you think, Grandpa Dan. That reminds me, when will Masako get back? I heard she was out on some super cool mission. Naruto asked on the whereabouts of his cousin. It shouldn't be too long before she's back. I wouldn't put it past them to go over and above, just so she can get even more of a joyride out of it. Between Tsunade and I, she certainly takes after myself during my younger days. Dan answered back, with a mix of pride and slight worry towards his eldest child. Man, Masako is such a badass. I swear, she's in my top 10 of people I want to be like once I get to be a Chunin or Jonin. Naruto replied with stars in his eyes. I swear you two are too much alike sometimes. If it wasn't for the age difference, you two would have been the biggest terrors in all of Konoha. Dendro Market. And it would be awesome. Granted, we'd probably make Dad have an ulcer or 20, but it'd still be totally worth it. Naruto said with a malicious grin. Sometimes I don't know who would be worse, you or the twins. Den wondered it. It'd definitely be me. Because between all three of us, at least I'm not the one who's one hissy fit away from hulking out and screwing up a mission. Naruto replied, I honestly can't disagree with you. They may be being trained by Jiraiya and your parents. However, even I can recognize that the two of them will become easy pickings against people who know what they're doing. After all, Naruto, Konoha isn't the only village with Jinchuriki. Dan said in agreement with his godson. Oh, I know, which is why I'll be ready and then some the moment I have to scrap with them. Naruto replied, I will definitely take your word for it. In the meantime, how about we get something to eat, my treat? Dan offered to the Omnitrix wielder. Sounds great, Naruto replied as the two headed off towards the nearest restaurant. 5 days later, July 11th, 996 S.E. Route HQ, 3:45 p.m. The following week had come as Naruto and Sasuke were training at the Route HQ, with Ami working to counter the attacks of Crystal Fist. Sometimes I truly forget how powerful your transformations are, Sasuke remarked as he had to once again dodge another crystalline fist that erupted from the ground. You ain't seen nothing yet. Check this shit out, Crystal Fist said back as he raised his fists into the air, and the ground soon began to shake and rumble. Sasuke had to once more dodge and leap out of the way as a quartet of crystalline dragons came bursting out of the ground, ready to tear him limb from limb, and as such forcing the Uchiha to move swiftly and quickly with the use of a Sharingan. The dragons quickly racing towards him with great speed that chased after her like heat-seeking missiles, that curved and swerved at any angle possible to try and devour/tear him to bloody ribbons like a pack of rabid timberwolves. This continued onwards before Sasuke used a fire style to unleash a powerful gale force wind that had enough concussive force behind it to greatly crack apart half of the dragons, and in seeing this followed it up with a lightning style, violet lightning that was able to destroy the dragons in their entirety. However, the crystal shards that once comprised them quickly flew and compressed together to form a massive glaive that dive-bombed towards her, with Ami having to leap out of the way or risk being impaled by the construct in question. Yet when Sasuke touched back down to see where the Omnitrix wielder was, he had saw no trace of him around, their eyes scanning every which way for where he could have possibly gone, everywhere except below, as soon enough a pair of familiar deep azure hands of Crystal Fist burst out of the ground to grab him by the waist, before subsequently power bombing them into the ground, where with another wave of Crystal Fist hands, he was wrapped up from the neck down in thick foot-long chains of crystal. So how's that for getting creative? Crystal Fist asked as Sasuke looked up at him. Not bad at all, although if you hadn't gone underground like a punk, I would have had you dead to rights with my fire jutsu. Sasuke answered back in seeing no use to struggle against the heavy-duty restraints. I know, but I'm not letting you get any of those off. I may not be a rocket scientist, but even I know it's a stupid call to let anyone get off hand signs for jutsu. That's why I got plans on plans for that bullshit. Crystal Fist told her before waving his arms and causing the bindings to dissipate. Good to know for next time, Sasuke said while Crystal Fist transformed back to normal. I do have a question that I've been meaning to ask for some time. Sasuke asked. Shoot, Naruto replied. How come you never used any jutsu with that transformation or any of your transformations? I couldn't even sense anything with my Sharingan, Sasuke inquired, having never seen him use a single jutsu or even use chakra for his attacks. That's because a while back, when I first started using them, I realized that they don't even have a chakra network. Naruto told her. Really? I figured that once you transformed into one of these aliens, that you would still retain your ability to utilize chakra. Sasuke said back in surprise at this information. Here's the thing you have to understand, Sasuke. When I turn into one of these guys, I'm turning into a completely different species. Which, as you've probably guessed, whatever I turn into isn't going to have what we have, because they didn't grow to have one. Hell, I'm pretty sure a good chunk of them will be incompatible with a chakra network to begin with. Naruto explained in his reasoning as to why none of his aliens had the ability to use chakra. Besides, it's not all bad. It just means that I can sneak up on sensors like my mom and the twins. They can't really sense something that doesn't have any chakra. Naruto added as a plus to his alien's inability to use chakra. That is a pretty good way to look at it. It is rather strange to know you cannot use chakra whatsoever while transformed. Sasuke remarked in seeing this as nothing short of an oddity. I don't. If anything, this is a plus for me. Let's say someone tries to slap a seal to shut off my chakra. All I gotta do is turn into Doom Fire or Blind Spot. Then from there, I get to fuck their shit up. Not to mention all of the sneak attacks I can pull off on top of it. So, if anything, I can only see nothing but positives from not being able to use chakra when I transform. Naruto responded in seeing nothing but pros in that regard. I won't argue with you on that subject. I'm just surprised to hear about this is all. Sasuke said back, as something without chakra was wholly new territory to him. Well, I think of it this way. We're going to be able to come up with some dope maneuvers when we go on missions together. I mean, think about it, Sasuke. I can hit them while they don't see me coming, and you can come and clean house while I wreck shop, and vice versa. Naruto replied with a grin on his face. When you add in the additional weaponry you've been working on, I say we will be able to decimate most, if not all, of our enemies. That is if we play our cards right. Sasuke said. Between the advantage Naruto's aliens had it being unable to be tracked by sensors onto of the various gadgets and armaments he was building, Sasuke had to agree that the ever-expanding advantages they had thanks to the varied arsenal of the Omnitrix wielder became ever more vast by the day. That's not to even mention that Lord Danzo said he'd set me up with a factory of my own to fast-track more of my stuff. All I gotta do is get some worker drones and machines built, and he'll supply me with materials. Naruto told the Uchiha with a broad grin on his face. He agreed to give you a factory that quickly? Sasuke asked. Yep, when I mentioned that I could make some sick-ass gear for his root agents. He was fully on board for the idea of speeding this up. So before I know it, I'm going to have my own factory that's going to be getting started up soon. Naruto answered back, with contained elation in his voice. That's pretty great news. Do you know when this factory will be up and running? Sasuke inquired. Not until October. It's going to take a pretty long while before everything is operational. But once it is, we're going to get new gear pumped out with a quickness. Oh man, it's going to be great. Naruto told the Uchiha with a grin that grew even wider at the thought of all of what could be built. But other than all that good stuff, how about we get back to training? We've got this place for another hour and a half, so we may as well use it, Naruto said to the Uchiha as he went to select another alien. I'm ready when you are, Naruto, Sasuke said back while Naruto transformed into Dash Raptor. How about we do some high-speed taijutsu training, Sasuke? I want to stress test how fast the Sharingan can keep up with me. Dash Raptor spoke as he got into a fighting stance. Then what are you waiting for, Naruto? Let's do this, Sasuke replied as his eyes once more turned the bloodshine red of the Sharingan. If you say so, just don't get mad when I'm running circles around you, Dash Raptor said back before rushing after Sasuke at incredible speeds. At this rate, I'll have my Sharingan at full strength in no time, Sasuke said to himself as he ran as fast as he could to meet the Kinnacelerin, July 19th, 996 SE, Uchiha Compound, 2:12 p.m. It was after lunch as Sasuke was talking with his father about Itachi, among other things that was an ongoing subject with the younger of the Uchiha brothers. I still find it hard to believe that you feel that way about Itachi, Fugaka said. Can you honestly blame me for feeling this way about him? At this point, he's more of a stranger than my own brother nowadays, Sasuke responded. He's barely here as it is. Izumi sees more of Sure and Uncle Obito and I than her own husband. Moreover, the man may be an absolute prodigy. Yet when it comes to his family and being there enough to matter, the man fails at it spectacularly, Sasuke said in scathing disdain of Itachi's constant putting forth the village over his own flesh and blood. At this point, it feels as if it's anything related to the clan. It is almost like pulling teeth with him. Yet whenever the village calls on him, he's almost immediately at their beck and call, Sasuke remarked. While I can understand your feelings, especially after how many of your mother's birthdays he conveniently forgot about because he was needed on a mission, we do have to remember his position as an Umbu captain. Something such as that isn't anything to be taken lightly, Fugaku told his son in begrudging defense of his eldest. I would understand and be more accepting of his position in Umbu if it weren't for the fact that Sure is in a similar position, yet he manages everything just fine. Even Uncle Obito, who is one of our village's strongest jonin next to Might Guy and Kakashi, goes on many high-caliber missions, on top of being a recently made jonin sensei. Yet those two make more than enough time for the clan and their significant others. Honestly, it just seems like the clan may as well be second-class citizens in comparison to the village when it comes to Itachi's behavior, Sasuke refuted. Even I can't refute that. Sure and Obito, alongside your brother, have been the pride of our clan. Even still, those two are always here when our clan needs them to be, Fugaku replied in agreement. In fact, Obito, when he isn't with Yurihan, is the one I can depend upon the most when it comes to clan matters. Who would have thought that he of all people would become one of my most trusted confidants within our clan? Fugaku added at the fact that Obito made for a surprisingly effective right-hand man. Precisely the point. It's his continuing to favor the village over his own family that has me worried when Izumi gives birth in a few months. I'd rather not have to explain to my nephew why his father isn't there for him 90% of the time, or why he isn't there to help him train, or see him graduate from the academy, Sasuke said back in concern for his unborn nephew. You are not the only one, Sasuke. As much as I can respect your brother's devotion to the village, and have incredible pride for what he has accomplished. However, even I am growing tired of him constantly disregarding our clan, Fugaka said. It honestly seems as though he has forgotten that he not only has duties to Konoha, but to his family as well, Fugaku added. The Uchiha patriarch growing ever more irritated that Itachi's constantly putting the village over his family was causing his bonds with them to suffer, seeing as how at this point, not only was he practically a ghost at the compound, it was to a point that Mikoto, Sasuke, and Obito, alongside a small handful of Uchiha clansmen, had to do a rotation to help Izumi with her pregnancy, as with Itachi being absent 85% of the time. It meant that the clan was forced to step in so that his wife wouldn't have to shoulder things by herself. At this point, I won't even be surprised if he not only missed my birthday this week, but if he also missed the birth of my nephew. Sasuke flippantly replied, yet the scathing undertone wasn't missed by his father. Do you really think he would miss the birth of his own child? Itachi is many things, but that level of neglectful he is not. Fugaka said back. I would hope he isn't. However, with his current track record of choosing missions for the village, instead of taking so much as a single day off to be with his wife, or you and mother, it is certainly within the realm of possibility. Sasuke spoke, as while he hated to say this, even he couldn't deny the truth of it. Better yet, I may as well make a betting pool off it and make a killing off the odds of him not showing up. Sasuke said to himself on a more somber note. Then let us hope that it will not come to pass. Izumi and your mother would be crushed if you were not there for my grandson's birth. Fugaka replied, knowing full well Makoto would react in that instance. If that happens, then I'm certain that if I don't lay into him about it, then Uncle Obito will. Sasuke said in regards to his future sensei. I swear between him and Lord 4Th's wife, it is almost dead, even for who has the fiercest temper in Konoha. Sasuke added, knowing that Obito's easygoing nature belied a near draconic level of anger. If that happens, then sure Sway and myself will probably have to hold him back. He is nothing if not an absolute menace when he is angry. Fugaka remarked. Hopefully, he will straighten out by then, although I sincerely doubt that he will. Sasuke replied. I hope so too. The last thing I want is for Itachi's constant focus on the village to not only further alienate him from a clan, but have their love of him turn to resentment for his actions. Fugaka said, seeing as how the Uchihas weren't going to stand for Itachi's loyalties waning toward the clan. That, father is all up to him. I can't make him act any differently than you, mother, Izumi, sure Sway, or Uncle Obito can. That is why, if his actions end up in the clan resenting him, then that is solely on him. Sasuke replied as he stood up from his seat on the porch. Anyways, I'm going to go train for a few hours. I need to do something to take my mind off of Itachi. Sasuke told the elder Uchiha. All right, just be back in time for dinner. Your mother and I are making your favorite. Fugaku said before Sasuke rushed off to the nearest training ground. I still can't believe my youngest son is becoming a young man. It feels like yesterday he was learning his first fire jutsu. Fugaku remarked to himself as he saw Sasuke rush off and away. 2 days later, Konoha, Naruto's house, July 21st, 996 E, 1:45 p.m. It was a few days later as Sasuke had decided to stop by Naruto's house to visit, with a shape-shifting blonde having something in his hands by the time he entered the living room. Oh hey Sasuke, since you're already here, I figure I may as well give you your birthday present early. Naruto said to the teenage Uchiha. Just give me a moment to get it for you. Naruto added as he whistled, and what looked like a robotic Wolverine made of scrap metal came bounding down from his bedroom. What even is that? Sasuke asked, looking at the automaton. This is one of my scrap droids. Granted, some of my beefier ones to watch over the house are still in progress. But other than that, they make for fantastic retrieval drones. Naruto answered back before giving an order to the robot to get Sasuke's present. How strong are you making these robots to safeguard your house? Sasuke asked as the robotic Wolverine ran off. Enough so that if anyone who isn't an upper-tier Chunin or low-grade Jonin will get shredded by them. That's without the Chimera Metallica maneuver I need to work on for them. Naruto replied with a large grin over his pet projects. Should I even want to know what that is? Sasuke questioned with a raised brow. Let's just say that it's going to be something super awesome. Oh man, is it going to be awesome when it makes its debut? Naruto said with a laugh that gave off mad scientist vibes. Right, so you're still coming to my birthday party this Saturday, right? Sasuke asked the Omnitrix wielder. Of course, man. There's no way in hell I'd miss it. Naruto said back. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Naruto, at least I get to have one brother show up. Sasuke said. The underlining bite regarding Itachi wasn't missed by Naruto. Let me guess, he's out on yet another important mission? Naruto surmised. Yeah, although he promised to make it back in time for my birthday, I will believe it when I see it. So for now, I'm cautiously pessimistic on his showing up. Sasuke replied. Don't you mean cautiously optimistic? Naruto said, slightly confused. I said what I said, Naruto. Sasuke indignantly responded. Anyways, my little mini servant is back with your present. Naruto said as his robotic Wolverine returned with a sheathed sword in its jaws. I know you're pretty good with a sword and all, so I figured why not use my transformations to make you a super cool one. Naruto added as he took the sword from the robot's jaws and handed it to Sasuke. I didn't even know you could make swords. Did I miss the fact that you're a high-quality blacksmith? Sasuke said in surprise. I'm not one, but that wouldn't hurt to pick up as a side hustle, but thanks to my smarter-than-hell aliens, I can cheat code my way to doing it. Naruto replied as Sasuke unsheathed his sword. The sword was that of a Jin that had a 2-foot-and-a-quarter long platinum-colored blade with what looked like black circuit-like markings across its length. The guard was a blue and silver version of the Uchiha clan symbol. The hilt having navy-colored leather wrappings upon its length that was made for Sasuke's aggressive single-handed style of swordplay. With said Uchiha, then proceeded to give a few test swings and felt that the sword almost felt like a perfect match with every flourish and motion made. There's some cool stuff you can do with it if you put chakra into it. However, I'd rather you practice that at home. I'd rather not get my place jacked up by your new sword. Naruto told the Uchiha, who continued to do a few more flourishes with his new weapon. It is definitely a fantastic sword. Naruto, you definitely outdid yourself with this. Sasuke said before sheathing his sword. Thanks, Sasuke. Although my only regret is that I don't have the time or the materials to make you some kick-ass armor. Now that would really put everything together, I could see it now. Naruto replied, envisioning Sasuke in some high-tech battle armor of his own making. I wonder if I can install a jetpack when I make it? Ideas for later. Naruto noted to himself. The armor can wait for later. Right now, I'm more than happy to have the sword. Sasuke said back in delight and contentment of his new weapon. Thank you, it's nice to know my hard work paid off. Naruto said, proud of his handiwork. Look at it this way. If being a shinobi doesn't work, then you definitely have a future as a blacksmith. Sasuke replied, while Naruto cracked a smile. Why not do both? There's nothing that says I can't. Naruto said, since the idea wasn't so bad the more he thought about it. If you do go through with it, just remember to give me a discount. Sasuke with a dry playfulness in his voice. Of course, man. What's family for? Naruto replied as he and Sasuke fist bumped with each other. Indeed. Let's just hope that we will be on the same team together. Sasuke said back. Hey, if old man Danzo can swing it, then before you know it, we'll be on a team together. From there, it's just a matter of time before we run the village. I can see it now. Sasuke Uchiha as the 5th Hokage, and me as your one-man army of a right hand. Naruto spoke with a broad grin on his face at the thought. Being the 5th Hokage, that has a rather nice ring to it. Sasuke replied, briefly mulling it over. However, that can wait. Right now, let's focus on graduating the academy first. Sasuke added. Then after that, we can start making this place awesome as hell. Naruto said, pumped at what the possible future could bring. Of course, Naruto. However, I will save things like that once we make Chunin for now. I want to go home and practice with my new sword. Sasuke said back, eyeing his new weapon. Then go for it, man. I won't hold you up any longer. Have fun and be safe with it. Naruto replied as Sasuke nodded before leaving Naruto's home. I wonder what this sword can even do. Only one way to find out. Sasuke said to himself before heading towards the nearest training ground. Well, with him gone, I might as well get started on sketching out armor designs. I gotta have us looking dope as hell for when we make it as Chunin. Naruto spoke as he went upstairs to grab some pencil, notebook paper, and lots of coffee. 2 days later, July 23rd, 996, Uchiha Compound, 6:12 p.m. It was the day of Sasuke's birthday as it was in full swing, and whilst it was a small affair, it was one that Sasuke enjoyed nonetheless, since it was with his closest loved ones, which made the Uchiha in question rather delighted to spend it with them. "Well, happy 17th birthmas to my favorite nephew," came the boisterous voice of Obito. "I'm pretty sure that I am your only nephew," Sasuke replied in a semi-deadpan. "Doesn't matter, you're still my favorite nephew," Obito answered back with a grin not too dissimilar from a familiar blonde. "Bottom line, happy birthmas, Sasuke," Obito added with a wide-as-a-mile smile on his face. "Thanks. By the way, where's Yuri at? I thought she would be here by now." Sasuke wondered as to where the rowdy taijutsu mistress was. Yuri would have come, but she and Anko got into it, and you can imagine how well that went. Obito told the younger Uchiha. "Do I even want to know how bad it was?" Sasuke asked. "Let's just say that in standard Yuri fashion, Anko is going to be on crutches for the next few months. On the plus side, she can still eat solid food." Obito answered back in relief that Anko was still in one piece. "How do you even handle that madwoman? I'm pretty sure that not even Lord Jiraiya would be crazy enough to hit on her." Sasuke wondered as to how Obito attempted the possible with Yuri Han. "What can I say, Sasuke? I'm just that good," Obito said with all the smugness and suaveness he could. "Sir, and I'm a second coming of Madara Uchiha," Sasuke replied, getting Obito to deflate at that. "Can't you let me just have one moment?" Obito semi-childishly complained. "If I won't let Naruto go around thinking he's some hotshot Casanova, what makes you think that you will get any special treatment?" Sasuke retorted. "Because we're family and you love me?" Obito replied with a broad smile. "I love you, Uncle Obito. However, don't push your luck," was Sasuke's immediate reply. "All right, Fien. I swear, just like Fugaku, you're no fun. Let's go enjoy your party," Obito said before folding his arms over in a pout. From there, Sasuke went back into the fold and enjoyed the rest of the evening with his loved ones, from paling around with Naruto and Shursui, to sharing in the company and talking with Obito, Izumi, and even Ami of all people, among his other cousins that were present in his birthday celebration. The teenage Uchiha simply having a blast throughout the duration of his 16th birthday, as granted it wasn't the most extravagant or outright massive party thrown, but to Sasuke in having this small gathering around him, it was more than enough to him. With that said, Sasuke continued to enjoy the fun that was his birthday party from the food, drink, and fellowship of those around them, until it came time for every to give him the small array of presents they'd gotten for him. Everything from jutsu scrolls, money, clothes, and everything else in between that he could ask for, as while he couldn't open all of them for the sake of brevity and wanting to enjoy more of his birthday with everyone, he still was happy to have received them nonetheless. Yet it was once they brought out a large lemon cake with crimson-colored frosting and 16 bright golden-colored candles that were lit by Obito and Fugaku and set down on a nearby table before Sasuke, who, after closing his eyes for a few moments, took a deep breath and blew out all of the candles as he made his wish. "So what did you wish for, Sasuke?" Naruto asked. "I wish to be as great of a shinobi as my father," Sasuke answered back. "I mean, if there's anyone in the clan that I want to aspire to be like, then it would be the man who would have been the fourth Hokage had it not been for Lord Minato. Someone that, in my earnest opinion, would have made a pretty great one as well," Sasuke added, gaining a small smile from his father. "I feel honored to hear that from one of my sons. Then again, I probably could have made a better Hokage than him in my sleep." Fugaku thanked his youngest before getting a light smack to the back of the head from his wife. "Oh, come on, Mikoto. I was just making a harmless joke," Fugaku replied. "Sure you were," Mikoto said back with narrowed eyes. "Regardless, I'm happy that my son is not only well on his way towards being a young man, I'm also proud of him for living up to his potential and soon joining the ranks of being a shinobi of the village." Fugaku spoke with a proud smile towards his youngest child. "Thank you, father. I promise that I will make all of you proud. I am just incredibly grateful that I come from a clan full of extraordinary shinobi. To my father, who leads our clan's police force. Uncle Obito, being one of the village's most accomplished jonin. Sure Sway being one of the village's greatest umbu to date. Overall, I'm just incredibly blessed to come from a clan and family that is as wonderful as ours. Sasuke replied with a small but earnest smile. As such, thank all of you for attending my birthday today. I couldn't ask for a better one than this. Sasuke added, "Hey, it's no problem. We all love the hell out of you. There's no other place that myself or anyone else would be," Naruto told his best friend. Naruto has a point, Sasuke. I'm just glad that I got the chance to be here with my awesome nephew. Obito said with his trademarked wide as a mile grin. Same goes for me. Honestly, I will take being here with you and the rest of the clan over having to do missions or work any day of the week. Shursui spoke in agreement with Obito. We are your parents, Sasuke. We wouldn't miss your birthday for the world. Fugaku said, getting a nod of agreement from his wife. To be honest, you're the only other person at the academy other than Naruto who I can get along with. So, thanks for having me around. Ami said, bottom line, we're happy to show up and show out for your birthday, my guy. Naruto said with a large smile on his face. And I appreciate that from all of you. That being said, why don't we enjoy some birthday cake? Sasuke replied. Sound great to me. Let's get started. Naruto said back. I call dibs on a corner piece. Sure Sway chimed in. From there, the birthday party continued in full effect with everyone involved had a good time sharing in the good cheer of the event, eating cake, and enjoying in each other's fellowship until nightfall came across the clan compound. Yet within the following hours until that point, Sasuke was in near elation that he was able to spend this time with his clansmen and friends for the allotted time. Simply being content and happy in the fact that he was able to spend time with all of these wonderful people around him. With it being once he retired for the night after hours of partying and good cheer with everyone, that he was able to lie asleep with a small smile on his face at having spent his birthday with everyone. As now the next thing the young man of an Uchiha was focused on was passing the academy and working towards his dreams of doing the impossible and perhaps being a leader of the village. 3 days later, July 23rd, 996, Uchiha compound, 1:45 p.m. It was a few days later as Shursui and Fugaku were helping Izumi out around her house, as what with her being barely 2 months out from giving birth, it had made doing normal chores rather difficult to say the least, and as such both Uchiha had agreed that it wouldn't hurt to help her during these times. Thanks again for helping me out around the house. With how far along I am, it's been pretty hard to get anything done. Izumi thanked the two Uchihas. There is no need to say thank you, Izumi. We are your family, and as such it is our responsibility to help out our own. Fugaku replied as he was finishing up painting the room for his grandson. Uncle Fugaku's right. If anything, we're happy to do this for you. Shursui added. Besides, it would be a pretty dick move on our part if we didn't help you out. I mean, I got extra free time going around, and he doesn't really have much to do today, so it's no skin off our back. Shursui told her while finishing putting up the groceries for her. I'm just so happy to have you guys help me out. I will be even happier when this little guy finally comes out. Izumi said back while groaning as she sat down in a nearby chair. I'm sure that the only one more excited for the birth of my grandson is Mikoto. I haven't seen her this excited since the day I proposed, our wedding day, our honeymoon, and when Sasuke and Itachi were born. Fugaku listed off. Trust me when I say that when September or October comes, I will be over the hill. Izumi told both of the Uchihas. By the way, Izumi, did you and Itachi ever figure out a name for the little guy? Shursui asked. We decided to name him Mamoru, after Fugaku's father. Izumi answered back. How thoughtful of the two of you to do that. Fugaku replied with a small smile. After how much of a great warrior he was during the Second Shinobi War, and the fact that he helped lead the Uchiha clan through that, and during Lord 3RD's reign, we figured it would be a great idea. Besides, with the help of everyone in our clan, I have no doubt that he will be as great as his own grandfather. Izumi said hopefully as she rubbed her large stomach. Of course, he will become a great shinobi. He has Itachi as his father, Sasuke and Obito as his uncles, and myself as his grandfather to train him. Not to mention the full force of the Uchiha clan to call upon as support. Fugaku said in full confidence of his grandson, becoming a great soldier of the Hidden Leaf. By the way, haven't any of you talked to Itachi yet about cutting back on hours? I know that working as an Umbu captain is important to him. It's just that I want him to be around more for the sake of our son. I know that I have the full support of our clan and all of you to help raise Mamoru. Yet even still, I want, or more so desire to have Itachi here to help me. Izumi replied in hopes that someone convinced her husband to cut back on working so much with their child soon coming. The very last thing that I want him is to have them grow up without his father being present in his life. Izumi added, if I have anything to say about it, Itachi will be taking a much more prominent role concerning you and my grandson. Fugaku told her, are you sure you can make Itachi stay around more? I don't know if even you can get him to stop working so much. He is probably one of the most committed to Konoha, besides Lord Minato. Izumi said in both loving and having grown to greatly dislike Itachi's devotion to Konoha over her pregnancy. Don't worry, Izumi. Itachi and I are long overdue for a talk such as this. And if I won't do it, then Shursui, or moreover Obito, certainly will. Fugaku told his daughter-in-law. Granted, Fugaku did respect his eldest for their commitment towards the village and was proud of them for having risen to such a prestigious rank within the ANBU. Yet, and still he had grown tired of Itachi's constantly putting his work before his fellow clansmen, seeing as how it had bred resentment in Sasuke. It was leaving his wife to at the rate things where she may as well be a single mother-to-be, and the fact that a growing number of the clansmen were at this point becoming indifferent to Itachi, who may as well have been a ghost within the Uchiha clan for all the time he spent playing Konoha's golden boy, as it were. Yeah, even I'm getting tired of it. I mean, I'm in the Umbu too, but you don't see me making it my everything. Shursui chimed in. At this point, he's so absorbed in it that he might as well be married to it. Better yet, put a ring on it and he'll be elated. Fugaku added, getting a snicker from Shursui. I didn't think you had a sense of humor. Fugaku, did you hit your head on something? Shursui said, still snickering. After having Naruto over at my house so much, and spending time with Obito on so many occasions, I've grown a funny bone or two. Fugaku replied with a small smile. So what's next? I'm going to be seeing you pre-form stand up anytime soon. Shursui asked semi-cheekily. Perhaps, although I won't push my luck anytime soon. The last thing I need to do is make an ass out of myself in front of the entire village. Fugaku answered back. Okami being a comedian wouldn't be all that bad. We just need to find you a gimmick and a place to practice, and you'll be just fine. Shursui said and now, wanting to see Itachi's pops be a comic. Don't push your luck, Shursui. It is not happening. Fugaku sternly replied with the steel-like countenance on his face to match his voice. All right, fine, I'll stop. Shursui said back. Still doesn't mean it wouldn't be super hilarious. Shursui said to himself. But back on track, I will be having a talk with my son about his actions. He has to understand that his impending responsibilities as a father come first before anything else. Fugaku replied, the underlying steel in his voice never wavering. For my child's sake, and even on a more selfish level my own, I hope you can talk some sense into him. Izumi said back. I'm sure Itachi will come around. I mean, even he can't be that up the village's ass that he won't come around for you and the kid. To be honest, I will be shocked if he doesn't make it from Mamoru's birth. At that point, I'll know he's really fucking up. Shursui said in hopes such a thing wouldn't happen. So will I, Shursui. We both wanted to have this child together, but after everything that's been going on these past few months, it more or less feels like it's just me doing this, and I honestly don't know what to do about him and our son. Izumi said back, and having felt as time went on, that it was more of a solo effort than a team effort. Trust me, Izumi. One way or the other, I will have this sorted out. I swear that on my position as a clan head, I will do what I can to make sure this is resolved. Fugaku swore to her. Good luck, Fugaku. If there is one thing Itachi has that I love him for, it is how steadfast he is with every decision. That's why you will definitely have your work cut out for you. Izumi told the Uchiha patriarch. If I can handle leading our clan, raising 2 children, having served in the Third Shinobi War, and survived the Nine Tails attack, then I am more than confident that I can handle Itachi. Fugaku replied in complete confidence. Do you want me as backup? Itachi is pretty stubborn when it comes to the village. Shui asked. No, I should be fine. In the meantime, why don't we get started on making lunch for my daughter-in-law? After helping out around the house and with groceries, I'm sure all of us could do for something to eat. Fugaku asked, as an audible growl from Izumi's stomach sounded off as if to punctuate his point. Maybe a small lunch won't hurt, Izumi said sheepishly as her stomach continued rumbling. I'll get started immediately. Sure, Sui. Help Izumi with anything else she needs while I get started. Fugaku told his fellow Uchiha. Got it. Sure, Sui said whilst Fugaku made a few shadow clones. Is Fugaku any good at cooking? Izumi asked. Who do you think makes all of the food when you visit over to their house? Have you ever wondered why Mikoto never is in the kitchen, yet Fugaku looks like he worked a 9 to 5 at the Akimichi's? Shursui responded as the shadow clones went to work like it was old hat. If he ever went into retirement, he'd probably give the Akimichi's and Ichiraku a run for their money too. Shursui added. With the speedster of an Uchiha having to give credit where it was due and the fact that Fugaku was incredibly skilled when it came to cooking, as it wasn't the fanciest or something that would be seen in a 4-star restaurant. However, it was more than delicious enough that both civilians, shinobi, and even the Akimichi's had to give him his dues when it came to making so good food, as the Uchiha patriarch took it almost as seriously as his skills in ninjutsu and taijutsu. So that's why everything was so good when I came to visit. I legitimately thought it was Mikoto who did all of the cooking, Izumi said in realization. Nope, it's all Fugaku. Trust me, Mikoto is a great lady and all, but she can't cook to save a life. She's a good jonin and a hell of a shot with a crossbow. But when it comes to making a decent meal, let's just say she's as good as Lady Tsunade is at gambling, and leave it at that. Shursui said, making the pre-Gant Uchiha beside him shiver at the thought. Is it really that bad? Izumi asked in slight horror. If I'm using Lady Tsunade to compare my aunt to, then that should say enough about her cooking. Shursui answered back, shuddering at the last time he ate Mikoto's cooking. That is a very good point, Izumi said. But for now, why don't we just sit back and let my uncle make us a pretty great lunch? I mean, we got the rest of the day to relax. So how about we go outside for a little bit and take your mind off things? Shursui said as he stood up to offer her hand. That sounds rather lovely, Shursui, Izumi said back, as she took his hand and walked outside with him. I swear to God, Itachi, you had better not let your devotion to the village botch your relationship with her or my grandson. Otherwise, a failed mission will be the least of your worries. Fugaku thought to himself as he continued to prepare lunch for Shursui and Izumi with the help of his clones. August 18th, 996 S.E. Konoha, 12:35 p.m. It was early in the afternoon as Naruto was walking outside with Ami with his newest outfit on, and as such was feeling pretty good in having a new change of clothes to match the motif and color scheme of his aliens. I'll give you credit, Uzumaki. You definitely have stepped up your wardrobe, Ami said in regards to Naruto's new outfit. Thanks. It may not be all flashy and stuff, but I think this looks pretty good, Naruto replied. With Naruto now wearing a pair of blue jean shorts with multiple pockets for him to keep his smaller and more collapsible gadgets in, a pair of onyx and sapphire-colored high tops with neon blue stitching on the sides, and lastly was him wearing a short-sleeved black shirt with cobalt blue stripes on either side and another blue stripe going down the middle. I can't really explain why, but the whole black and blue thing just works for me. Too bad I couldn't find something that had some orange in here to really tie it together. Then I would have been looking rad as heck. Naruto added in slight dismay at not being able to add one of his favorite colors to his attire. With autumn right around the corner, I'm sure you'll find something. Because I will have to admit, Naruto, that wearing orange does work for you. Although I'm surprised that you didn't go for that orange outfit they had, since you love it so much. Ami replied. Here's the thing, Ami. I like the color orange, but whoever made that was overdoing it. Since I want all of my stuff to mix well together, not be some giant hot orange mess. Although if I gotta customize it myself, I'd definitely make it more dope looking. Naruto said back as had it been for it being mainly an obnoxious orange, he would have probably purchased it. Fair enough, Naruto, Ami said as they eventually found a quiet place to chat at. By the way, what are you going to do about your transformation situation? Eventually, Lord Fourth and everyone will find out about that. Ami asked the shape-shifting blonde. Simple. I'll tell them that what I have allows me to be a great asset to the village. There's no real point in trying to fib that it's something else when they see what I can do with it. Plus, if they want to be mad at me for keeping this a secret from them, then what do they expect from me? It would be pretty hard to explain to them that I can turn into aliens without sounding like a total lunatic. The real problem is a matter of when and how I'm going to break it all down to them. Naruto answered back. That is true. I honestly found it hard to believe myself until I saw you turn into that Doomfire transformation of yours. Ami said back in vivid memory of when she saw Naruto transform into the fiery transformation. Which reminds me of something I want to ask. Just how hot can you actually make Doomfire's flames? Ami questioned. To be honest, I haven't had the chance to see just how high I can take them. At most, the strongest I can make it is equal to an A-rank jutsu. But even then, that's not me going at it super hard. So as far as I know, I don't really know just how far I could take Doomfire's flames. Naruto replied in regards to his incendiary transformation. This also goes for my other transformations, because I don't really even know if there's an upper limit to what I can do. Since it's barely been 6 months since I've had this thing on me, and I still don't know the full extent of what I can do, then that's on top of any other transformations I unlock down the road. Naruto added as so far he didn't know what he was truly capable of with his aliens. If what you say about Doomfire is anything to go off of, then I'm pretty sure that by the time the Chunin exams happen, that your transformations are going to be able to overpower most Jonin. Ami surmised of his aliens' capabilities. I don't doubt it. I mean, we're talking about all these badass aliens I can turn into, plus how great I am already. That just makes it so that I'm just meant to obliterate anybody I wind up going up against. All I have to do is play it smart and turn into the right one to rock their shit. Naruto said back with a smug grin at the power his transformations could wield. Don't go getting a big head, Naruto. The last thing we need is another Naoya running around, thinking he's hot shit. Ami said in sharp disdain for the other half of the Uzumaki twins. Trust me, Ami. I'm not going to turn out anything like him. I may be confident in what I can do, but even I know my transformations have their limits. Probably. Besides, at least when I use my stuff, I don't have to worry about going nuts because of an overgrown fox with an attitude problem. Naruto replied. Also, on a small side tangent here, but I just cannot get on board with why anyone thinks the whole Jinchuriki thing is a reliable idea. Because again, having to depend on some uppity kitsune who's pissy all the time sounds really, really undependable. You can try and master its power all you want, but at the end of the day, if it has a tantrum because you didn't kiss its ass when it wants, then suddenly your ace in the hole is outright fucked, and then some. Naruto said in having found the idea of a Jinchuriki to be an idea that was outright born to backfire sooner rather than later. That is a really good point. It is up there on the list of reasons why I don't particularly care for either one of them. The very last thing I need is for us to be on a high-stakes mission. Then suddenly we're fucked because our secret weapon is having a spat with their tenant. Ami responded in not liking the twins for the fact that they were highly unreliable assets. That's at best when you think about it. At worst, they get in over their heads with someone that knows what they're doing and can kick there but from here to Snow Country. Then they get so roided out on Nine Tails' power that they Hulk out and then we have to deal with them going berserk. All with the added bonus of having next to no one who can rein them in. Because Masako is the only one who knows would release, and Sasuke's Sharingan isn't strong enough to handle a rampaging Haze or Naoya just yet, which would fall to me to bust something out to get them under control. Naruto said back in having had more than ample time to think over the severity of having his siblings on a mission. Naruto, having also over the time period he's trained with his combat-focused aliens, had the time to mull over the fact that it penultimately fell to him to subdue his siblings should things go awry, as with Sasuke's Sharingan not strong enough, and Uncle Obito being the only other person who could reliably do it, left the shapeshifter none too thrilled to go on missions with his younger siblings. After all, when one bad day on a mission could make Naoya or Haze throw a temper tantrum to where the risk of them hopping up on Nine-Tails chakra to the point of going berserk was a reality, suffice to say the Omnitrix wielder made it a point to always be ready for the worst case to come. We're going to be screwed if things go south on a high-ranking mission with them, aren't we? Omi questioned. Yep, which is why I'm basically waiting for it to happen at this point. Because it's a matter of if and not when for the ticking time bombs that are my brother and sister. Naruto answered back. Just how did we get from talking about you being a powerhouse with your aliens to talking about us possibly dying thanks to the twins? Omi wondered. Well, when you compare powerhouses like my transformations and the fact that they hold the strongest of the tailed beast in existence, it's going to happen sooner or later. Naruto reasoned. I won't argue with that. By the way, one of these days I would like to spar with one of your transformations. It seems like Sasuke gets all the fun, and I want my go at it. Ami said to the Omnitrix wielder. Really? Naruto asked. Yes, I want to see just how strong they are, and see if I can take one of them on in a real fight. Ami answered back, keen to test her skills against one of his aliens. If that's the case, then all you had to do is ask. Better yet, we could head over to the training facility right now. Naruto offered to the Warhawk's granddaughter. Deal. Let's see which is stronger, my wind and water jutsu, plus my sword skills, or your aliens. Omi replied. Probably my aliens, was Naruto's instant reply. Whatever. I'll see you there in a couple of minutes. I just have to run back to my house and grab my equipment. Ami said back before disappearing in a leaf shunshin. This is so on her she gets beat up by them. The only question is just how disrespectful I want to be with them. Naruto said to himself whilst making his way toward the route training facilities. 5 days later, August 21st, 996 S.E., a kimchi barbecue and grill, 2:10 p.m. It was nearly later as Naruto was with his grandpa Dan and Masako, with the older Senju wanting to welcome back his youngest after succeeding on an A-rank mission. Congrats on acing the mission, Masako. That's ought to be like, what, your 4th A-rank in a row. Naruto congratulated his fellow blonde. It's actually my 5th, but at this point, who's counting? Masako replied. I'm pretty sure you can get away with that by having one of the most busted bloodlines in the village. I mean, next to the Sharingan, having the whole would release thing is pretty overpowered. Naruto remarked at the fact his cousin had the first Hokage's bloodline. Hey, it's not my fault I hit the jackpot with great-grandpa Hashirama's powers. Besides, unlike him, I've ramped mine up to do other stuff. Since it's pretty cool when you can make tree golems, killer plants, and monsters out of literal forest life. If anything, I'm leveling up from what he can do. Masako said with a grin that matched Naruto's whenever he got really into his aliens or one of his inventions. Seeing as how the daughter of Tsunade and the inheritor of the Wood Release had over her career as a Jonin, decided to go on a much different route than her ancestor with the power of her bloodline, deciding to go for a wholly more offensive and one might say even predatory approach with the nature-based bloodline. With Masako having preferred it this way in how she used her bloodline, since she saw it more as a way to overall turn the world around her into an extension that could let her be the queen of her own world and punish/obliterate anyone who dared to step foot into her kingdom. You're not wrong. I mean, with all the crazy stuff you can do with it so far. I mean, the fact that you can make killer plants come up and either eat people, make strong as hell acids and shit that can melt their insides. Then there's the whole making monsters out of anything around like some kind of super druid and turning things into a horror movie. Naruto replied in regards to how Masako employed her would release. Well, I mean, what's the point of having nature powers if you won't do awesome stuff with it? Plus, you should see the look on those IWA jerks when I do my super moves. Good times, Masako said back with a proud yet monstrous smile, and a small bit of chuckling to follow. Every time I hear about your missions, I'm almost glad you're not a Jonin sensei, the very last thing this village needs. Dan said in knowing that those poor Jinin wouldn't last a month with his daughter. Oh, come on, Dad. What I do isn't that bad, Masako replied. On one of your last missions, you traumatized one of your teammates by, and I quote, slam dunking one of your captives into a giant pitcher plant and making them watch their teammates dissolve. Then there was the flytrap incident, and I don't think I need to say much more than that. Dan reminded his daughter. In my defense, he should have dodged better. It's not my fault as all-seeing I couldn't get out of the way. Masako flippantly replied. Just be lucky that they reattached the poor boy's leg in time. Otherwise, we would have had to hear it from the Hyuga clan that you put one of theirs in a wheelchair. Dan said, thankful that the medics were able to save his leg. Well, let that be a lesson to the little white-eyed fucker. Either get good or get out of the way. Plus, in my defense, Dad, I wasn't even throwing out any of my big stuff. Now, if I were hitting them with my predaplants, then it would have been a different story. Masako said back, as her grin widening at the mention of her predaplants. How could I forget about those things? I swear I don't what would be worse to fight. Orochimaru's snakes or your predaplants. Dan spoke with a shiver at how destructive her predaplants could be. It's obviously my predaplants. Unlike his dumbass snakes, mine could do a lot of cool stuff. Plus, they can regenerate and use their plant powers to basically turn something like Manda into a scaly prune in minutes. Masako replied in full confidence her predaplants could be the snake summons. Yeah, even I gotta agree with her on that one, Grandpa. I mean, she may not be on the same power level as the first Hokage himself, and what he could do, but even I gotta concede that her predaplants could rock the shit out of his snakes any day of the week. Naruto said in agreement with his cousin. See, even Naruto thinks so, Masako exclaimed. Well, of course. Next to Obito, Yuri, Mike Guy, Grandpa and Grandma Tsunade, Kenichi, and Shursui. You're one of the strongest people I know. Naruto replied. I'm surprised you didn't put Jiraiya on that list. Even I have to give him credit for being one of the strongest next to Minato. Dan said back in begrudging acknowledgement of Jiraiya's strength. What about him, Grandpa? I'm not going to give the guy who said I was a good-for-nothing accident, and I quote something that Kushina should have swallowed. Like hell, I'll listen to some idiot who peeps on women all day, and then has the nerve to call my iMac Hines useless trinkets, and say I should focus on being a real shinobi like him or Dad. The fucking nerve when he'd still get his shit rocked by Grandma. Naruto said in heavy disdain towards the Toad Sage. I'd like to see him call my stuff useless when I build a laser cannon that can blast his toads into a puddle. Naruto said to himself as the idea of such a thing did bring a brief smile to his face. Then he wonders why Mom never gave him the time of day. I swear, he thinks he can act like a pervy dick all the time. Then thinks everything's gonna be hunky-dory. Fucking prick. I ought to beat his ass with my predaplant for all the crap he's done, Masako said, and never having really liked Jiraiya whatsoever. Don't forget about the fact that he writes some pretty crappy smut too. I mean, I've read hentai with better plot than what he does most of the time. Naruto added. I honestly cannot even fathom why Minato and Kushina listen to him. On one hand, I get that he practically raised Minato and mentored him since he was a genin and was his cornerstone for ages. Yet on the other hand, all he's done is ridicule my grandson for wanting to be an inventor that could turn the village around. Make it so those twin nuisances are a pair of arrogant blowhards, and practically helping phasing you out of your own family for some godforsaken prophecy then. Then the icing on the cake is that he still has the gall to hit on my wife, and in my presence half of the time, Dan said as he felt his anger towards Jiraiya's surface, and more until the crunch of the booth they were seated it was heard. So bottom line, we can agree that Pervy Sage is a giant asshole? Masako asked. Yes, was both Naruto's and Dan's reply. Also, I should really watch my temper. The very last thing I need is to have my wallet emptied because of it, Dan remarked as he held a large fist-sized chunk of the booth. To be fair, we're talking about one of the biggest pieces of shit in the village. I mean, I'd smack him around with some of my wajutsu if I could. But no, Mom won't let me. Something about how she doesn't want to explain why oak trees were punching the shit out of him to Lord 4th, or why there's a tree branch stuck in his dick hole. Masako said as she took the chunk of the table from her father. As much I love you and dislike him, I have to agree with your mother about not letting you use your wajutsu on him. Dan replied as she pressed the broken chunk into the table and small wooden roots began to extend and stitch it all back into place. The very last thing we need is for you to get overzealous and you wind up fighting him one of those battles with his summons that Naruto likes to watch at the theaters. What are they? Dan said as he tried to rack his brain for the word. You mean kaijus, and they're awesome. Also, I would pay so much money to see your predaplants fight as toads. That would be some fucking awesome. Naruto almost yelled out in sheer excitement of such a potential thing. Trust me, Naruto, if I could make it happen, I would, but I'd rather not have Mom mad at me. You know as well as I do that an angry Tsunade is not a good thing, Masako said back. While Masako had the utmost confidence in her would-release powers and her insane physical strength and durability that made her a virtual juggernaut. Even she wasn't foolish enough to piss off her mom. As you can say what you want, but the last thing she was willing to do was make someone who was renowned as one of the greatest medics angry at her. I gotta agree with you on that one. I could care less about what my mom and dad do if they want to be pissy at me. Granny Tsunade, however, not so much. I'm not trying to have my insides get fucked up. Because I pissed her off, no thank you. Naruto said in agreement with his elder cousin. I'm glad to see that the two of you have some common sense. Otherwise, the two of you would be in a hospital room right now. Dan remarked with a small smile. Still, I'm glad to see that my daughter has made it back in one piece. Dan added as his smile widened to one more of fatherly warmth and joy. Was there any doubt that I would? Masako replied with an ever-confident smile. Never at all. You're my daughter after all. Still, with how crazy this world is, I can't help but worry. Dan said back. That's fair and all, but it doesn't matter how crazy the world gets. Because with how crazy strong I'm already, I'm almost wanting for someone to step to me. Then I can have an excuse to really go all out. Masako spoke knowing her strength was more than enough for almost anyone. I just need to work on being able to do that sage mode stuff like Great Gramps could do. Then I'll finally get to be the ultimate menace, Masako said to herself. So what are you going to do now that you're off duty for a while? Naruto asked. I don't know. Probably kick it with Shursui and Kenichi, hit up Yuri, and see if we can have some sparring matches. Then probably work on a pet project of mine that I've been working on. Masako answered back. Should I even want to know about this pet project of yours, Masako? Dan asked. Let's just say, I'm keeping a surprise. It wouldn't be any fun if I spoiled it now, would it? Masako told her father. I just ask that whatever it is, that it won't end up turning the village into a jungle full of nightmares. We already have the forest of death for that. Done request it. I promise nothing, Masako said back with an impish grin. Good enough, Dan said, knowing it was the best he was going to get from his daughter. From there, and once their food came, they continued to talk, have a few laughs, and shared in the good time of Masako having returned from her most recent mission, all the while Masako, for shits and giggles, did do a few party tricks with her wood release, such as making small wood golems dance for their amusement while they ate. With their day out together eventually came to a close after an hour, and some change of eating and laughing around. As everyone went to depart from one another, Naruto did grab Masako for a bit to talk to her for a bit. Hey Masako, there's something I wanted to ask from you and tell you about. Naruto said. What is it? Masako asked. When you get whatever this pet project of yours done, you want to have a go at it. Because I've got some cool stuff that I could do too, and I really want to see how some of the stuff I could do stacks up against you. Naruto requested from the taller blonde. Are you sure you want to do this, Naruto? Because I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I could literally snap you in half if I wanted. That's without all my wood release and pre-dappling stuff I can do, and my pet project. Masako asked. Trust me, Masako. It'll be fine, and besides, I'm pretty sure that some of the stuff I can do now can handle most of what you've got. So I'm sure it'll all be fine. Naruto answered back with complete confidence in his aliens. So how about it, Masako? My superpower to, for a lack of a better term, transform into anything I want versus your powers and pet project once it's done. Naruto said to the daughter of Tsunade. All right, I'll bite, but I want to see just what it is your whole transforming into anything you want is all about. I've heard you and Sasuke talk about this a couple times when you two come over, and I want to see it in person before I commit. Masako told the younger blonde. Deal. Just give me a month or two before I show you. I'm still working some of this stuff out. Naruto replied in regards to still figuring out the Ultimatrix. Sounds fine by me. Anyways, if there's anything else you want to talk to me about, other than what my pet project is, Masako asked, as Naruto opened his mouth to say something before closing it and nodding no. Okay. Anyways, I'll see you later, Masako said before using her inhuman strength to leap high into the air. Well, it looks like I'll get the chance to stress test my aliens neat, were Naruto's thoughts before he decided to head home for the day. 3 days later, August 24th, 996 S.E., 2:40 p.m., Root HQ. It was after one of his training sessions with the Root headquarters, both to sharpen his taijutsu skills and the powers of his transformations as well, that he was called to Danzo's office to talk with the Warhawk. You wanted to see me, Lord Danzo? Naruto asked the Warhawk. Yes, take a seat, Naruto. I want to talk to you about how you're adjusting to things so far. Danzo answered back. All right, let's get cracking. Ask me anything you want. Naruto replied. Good. Now, then, how have you been adapting to everything? I take it that you have had no issues thus far. Danzo said to the shape-shifting blonde. I'd say that so far it's been pretty good. I mean, it has been a bit of a challenge to adjust to the training and everything, since it's a bit more intense than what I'm used to. But otherwise, it isn't nothing I can't handle. Naruto replied in regards to the training regimen he'd gone through so far. That is to be expected, now that you have joined Root. It will take time for you to adapt to our training regiments. However, given the amount of potential you possess, I am sure that you will exceed expectations. Danzo spoke. You can count on that. You've given not just myself, but Sasuke too to be a part of something greater. So I will not make you regret your choice in having me on. That's why I'm putting my everything when it comes to training. Naruto swore to the leader of Root. That also reminds me, how is Sasuke faring as well? From what my overseers have seen, he has fared rather well. Danzo asked in concerns to the youngest of the Uchiha brothers. Sasuke has been taking all of this pretty well. If anything, he's probably taking this more seriously than me. Naruto told the leader of Root. Really? This is rather interesting to hear. Danzo said back. Oh yeah, since Sasuke has a way to possibly get stronger than Itachi. He's been going all out every time we train together. Naruto said. Better yet, Lord Danzo. At the rate he's going and how hard he's pushing himself, I wouldn't be surprised if he got his Sharingan fully evolved by the time we graduate. Give or take a month or two. Naruto added in regards to Sasuke's work rate. The Ultimatrix wielder had to give it to Sasuke in that he threw himself into the training at every available moment they were at the Root HQ, either when he was doing so against his aliens, sparring against Naruto, or doing any of the various training regiments that other Root operatives put him through. Naruto had seen it in Sasuke, the hyper-focused drive and commitment towards getting stronger, and as such it led to him doing everything to the point of perfection, with Naruto having seen and practiced techniques and anything else given him to such a focused degree that he made sure it was perfect down to the very millimeter. This is very good news to hear. In fact, I will talk with young Sasuke at a later date to see what more we can do for him. The faster we can help him to achieve the full totality of his Sharingan, the better. Danzo said whilst making a note to have a conference with Sasuke later on in the week. I will totally agree with you on that. Plus, it'll make training with my alien forms even better, to be honest. Naruto added in full agreement. That also reminds me, how are you progressing with your aliens? I know that you had unlocked a new transformation around a month prior. Has anything changed since then? Danzo questioned. For the most part, Lord Danzo, I'm still figuring out the upper limits of what I can do with all of them. Naruto told the Warhawk. So far, I know that with what I can do with Doomfire is have his max output reach the high end of an A-rank jutsu. I've managed to go beyond hypersonic with Dash Raptor and 3 to almost 5 times that with Mana Bomber if I really push it. Although it's a pretty difficult to maneuver when I got max speed. I can make some pretty huge tornadoes with Shulnado. Then there's the fact that it took a pretty decent handful of your Jonin to match what I can pull off with Hydra Menace. There's yet to be something I can't break through with Pain Wheel, and good luck getting a hit on Blind Spot, because it's thanks to him that I have a pretty good counter to getting snuck up on. Then with Reverb, I can blast through solid concrete like it's nothing. The only thing I can say is that I've been having trouble using Monsteroid. Naruto listed off the condensed version of how things had gone for his combative aliens thus far. You mean the one that can manipulate gravity if memory serves? Danzo asked. You'd be correct about that. It's not for a lack of trying, so much as it's for the fact that the more powerful attacks and stuff I try to do with him can get dangerous. Naruto answered back. Elaborate, was the Warhawk's answer. Well, other than using it to blast people with gravity, reel them in like a trout on a hook, and other stuff I've been working on. The one thing that's pretty difficult to do is to create my own miniature black hole. Naruto informed the leader of Root as to what his recent attempts with his as-to-date strongest alien was. While I'm not the most knowledgeable in regards to the sciences, isn't a black hole supposed to be something of such intense gravitational power that not even light can escape it? Danzo questioned as Naruto nodded yes in response. I figure it wouldn't be a bad idea when you really think about it. Between all of the major villages, plus the hidden waterfall have their own weapon of mass destruction. Kyumo and IWA have 2 that are fully realized and can have their tailed beasts full power whenever they want. I figured it wouldn't hurt to have a few aces on my sleeve should I have to engage one of them in a future mission. Naruto answered back. I mean, we're in a constant arms race against the other 4 villages, and after the Nine Tails attack, we are at a relative disadvantage. Granted, things could have been far, far worse. However, from a military standpoint, we're no longer the strongest, as that currently belongs to Kyumo, who kept boosting their power and never stopped militarizing. While Suna is currently the weakest right now, Kiri is in a fucking civil war for almost 5 years at this point, and IWA pretty much finished licking its wounds and ready to chomp at the bit to take us out. That means we have to be at our A game, and then some, is a giant reason why I'm making sure I have every trump card available and cannot wait to have the factories up and running. Once they're operational, then I can start making some tech that can give us a very needed leg up against the competition. Naruto explained in his viewpoint that Konoha was currently in a sticky situation amongst the 5 hidden village. You make a rather good point, Naruto. While we have recovered thanks to your father's efforts, I will have to admit that we have lost our step, so to speak. Even with the amount of strong shinobi at our disposal, I fear that it may not be enough against what is to come. Danzo said with the slightest bits of concern bleeding through his normally stoic voice. That's why I'd like to get them up and running as soon as possible. There's a lot of cool stuff that I want to get built that can help everyone out. Naruto replied. If that is the case, then all you will need to do is submit the proposals for them, and Danzo said as Naruto reached into his satchel and pulled out a small stack of folders near full to bursting and plopped them on the table. I was waiting for you to say that, which is why I have all of these prepped and ready to go the moment the factories are built. Naruto said with a broad smile across his face. I will make sure to look at them later on today, if not tomorrow morning when I have the chance. Danzo replied as he took hold of the stack of folders. Trust me, there's some really good ones in there that I think you'll like. Heck, there's some good stuff I put in there that should make assassination and transport easier to do. Naruto said back with pride. I will be sure to hold you to that once everything is operational, Danzo said with his trademarked, scrutinizing gaze. Go ahead, but I reserve the right to say I told you so when it all works out, Naruto replied with a smug grin on his face. Now, then is there anything else you wish to speak on? Danzo questioned. Oh yeah, there's one thing, Naruto said. When I was messing around as my new transformation, I was going around to mess with people, and I saw Mizuki talking with some weird guy about Orochimaru. Naruto added, getting the Warhawks full attention at the snake Sannin's name. What were they talking about? Even more so, what did this mystery contact of Mizuki's look like? Danzo asked. They were talking about Mizuki doing a well-done job as a rat for Orochimaru's side. Something about helping him snatch up academy failures for whatever Orochimaru has planned. Then there was some other stuff about him planning to get whoever's the dead last for next year to help him steal something pretty big. I don't what, but whatever it is, it sounded like some hot shit Orochimaru would want. Naruto told him. Then for what the guy looked like. He had gray hair done up in a ponytail. He wore these round-looking glasses, wore a lot of purple. You know anyone like that? Naruto informed Danzo. I do, and it seems as though things are far more dire than what I would have thought. Danzo said, knowing full well nothing good could come of Kabuto being involved with Orochimaru. Yeah, so if I were you, I would have some guys keep an eye out for him and Mizuki. Naruto told him. Believe me, I will have my men keep a close eye on him, and in fact, I may have an assignment for you yet with this information. Danzo replied, his gaze intensifying with the newfound information. Bitchin', I'm gonna get a kick-ass mission soon. Man, everything is coming at me right now. Naruto said to himself. So, is there anything else you want to talk to me about? Because I honestly got nothing other than that. Naruto questioned the Warhawk. No, that should be all for now. Danzo said. Great, I'll head out then. See you later. Naruto replied as he got up and headed out of the office. Just what are you planning, Orochimaru? Danzo wondered to himself. The next day later, August 25th, 996 S.E. 1:45 p.m. Naruto's house. It was the next day later as Naruto was with Tsunade and Masako at his house. Having drinks with the Senju women, the former of the two was happy that her godson will be starting his final year at the academy. So my little cousin is finally going to be a genin soon? Good on you. Naruto, I'm proud of you. Masako said as he poured another glass of liquor for Masako and Tsunade and lemonade for himself. Thanks, all I gotta do is suffer through one more year with the twin heroes of Konoha. Then I'm in the clear. I just have to hope that I don't get stuck in a team with Naoya and Hayes. I'd rather have to eat goat piss-covered glass than that. Naruto replied in hopes of never being on a team with them. There's no way that Minato would be that stupid to think that having Naruto, Hayes, and Naoya on a team would be a great idea. That's just asking for trouble. Masako spoke knowing how dysfunctional that team would be. Minato is a lot of things. A great Hokage and exceptional shinobi, but the man is incredibly blind to what goes on with his family. If anything, it will only get worse once he finds out about Naruto's new living situation. Tsunade said knowing full well that Minato and Kushina both would work overdrive to mend things once they found out. That actually brings up a good point. How did you even get this past him in the first place? Masako wondered as she took a swig of tequila. It was actually pretty easy. I just waited for when Dad was having one of those long days with his paperwork and snuck in some emancipation papers into it, along with some other stuff about okaying my being able to own a house despite being a minor. Once he signed off on everything, thinking it was just some stuff from the civilian side of things, I was pretty much in the clear. Naruto answered back, with the task of pulling it off having been rather easy to do, as after having come up with the money to do so in partial thanks to Tsunade, all he had to do was wait until his father was having a particularly arduous day with signing off on paperwork, and just sit back and let everything work itself out from his father's stressed-out mind, trying to work it all out to completion. Plus, with Granny as my landlady, he can't really do anything about it, since we're in an agreement where I pay for rent, and I live here as a tenant of hers. Naruto explained to the younger Senju. Since when did you become a landlord? Masako asked in surprise of this information. I figured that with how much I've done that it wouldn't hurt to branch out. Jiraiya has his smut, and I have being a landlord to my other residents, Tsunade answered back with a casual swig of her liquor. If anything, it makes affording things a lot easier for me. It really does pay off for when I want some eat-a-dick money when I go gambling. Tsunade added as she took another drink. Speaking of that, how are you going to handle mom and dad getting up in your face when they find out? Since they're going to be all over you, once they realize you helped me move out behind their backs. Naruto asked the slug Sannin. If they have a problem with it, then that's too fucking bad. They should have thought about not listening to prophecy from some stupid toad. It's not my fault they decided to take their parenting advice from Jiraiya, of all people, and it fucked up their family. Tsunade answered back. Plus, it's not like they can make me move back in with them. Dad already signed the emancipation papers, so I'm technically a free man. Besides, it's not like he can make you evict me from my own house. Since I haven't even done anything yet, Naruto spoke knowing that legally he was in the clear. That reminds me your rent is due on the 24th of next month. Tsunade told Naruto. Don't worry, Granny. I already got it covered. I should have more than enough to you by then. Naruto swore to his godmother. Not to mention whatever, Lord Danzo is going to pay me when I get to go on a badass mission. Naruto remarked to himself in regard to his first mission as a root agent. I will hold you to that, Naruto. Although, how are you going to keep up with that in the academy? Tsunade wondered. Don't worry, I've got that covered. All I need to worry about is getting through my final year and making it on a decent genin team. Naruto said. Good luck with that, Naruto. Because with this being it, Naoya and Hayes are probably going to be a new level of insufferable. Masako told her younger cousin. I already know. That's why I'm hoping I can make everything go as quickly as possible. The less I have to deal with them annoying me and messing with me, the better. Naruto replied in hopes that the academy year would go by in a blur. Honestly, I'm surprised that you deal with their crap so well. I swear if it were me getting pranked by them, almost on a daily basis, they'd be getting bitch slapped by a whole-ass oak tree. And I put that on great-grandpa Hashirama, Masako replied before letting out a loud belch. To be real with you, Masako, I just don't give them what they want. If they want a reaction from me so bad, then it's going to take a lot more than pranks and acting like they're hot shit to get anything out of me. Naruto said back. But how do you even do it, though? Hayes is a fucking censor who can read people's emotions, and yet somehow, with all the times she and Naoya keep fucking with you, they haven't gotten an inch. What the actual fuck is up with that? Masako asked as she drank her 7th tequila shot. I do a lot of mental training, Masako. I'm going to be soldier of the village one of these days, and it wouldn't make much sense if anyone could just get in my head with no problem. So, almost every day when I have free time, I take a few hours to myself and do some mental training to turn my noggin into a steel trap, Naruto said whilst tapping the side of his head. I mean, if I'm going to be somebody great, then I can't let nobody but me know what's going on up here. That's why I've been making sure that nothing but my thoughts goes in or out of my head. So unless you're a top-tier Yamanaka, then my mind can pretty much just nope any sense or bullshit. Naruto told both of the Senjus in regards to his mental defenses. That would explain why Hayes keeps complaining about you. Here I thought it was just a case of dysfunctional sibling rivalry gone wrong. Tsunade responded in regards to the female of the Uzumaki twins. Nope, I'm just that good at keeping all my stuff locked and sealed in tight. If Hayes really wants to know what my feelings are about any of them, then she's going to have to suck it up and deal just like everyone else. Naruto said back. Now that's some pretty cool stuff, but just how top tier are we talking though? Masako asked in curiosity. Enough that if you aren't a few tiers removed from Inoichi in the mind-reading department, then you aren't going to have a stone's throw of a chance of knowing what I'm all about, much less getting in my head. Naruto told them with such a flippant tone of voice that he may as well have been talking about the weather. This is honestly one of the most impressive things I've heard of, and you're not even a genin yet. Tsunade said in a mix of pride and surprise of Naruto's mental and emotional fortitude. Thanks, I gotta be awesome when it comes to this stuff. I can't go around folding like wet paper if I'm out on a kick-ass mission and things go to hell in a handbasket. Naruto replied, well, good on you for being awesome in your head and all. But when it comes to it for your graduation, you better beat both of their asses. Because I want to see my little cousin go balls to the wall and show up everybody. As you can't be talking all this shit and not flex on everybody how good you are up close and personal. Masako drunkenly exclaimed as she shotgunned her 9th, 10th, and 11th shots in a single sitting. Masako, despite being shit-faced right now, is right. You're my godson and the best out of everyone in the academy in my eyes. Which is why I want you to go above and beyond to prove you're better than those twin brats. Tsunade said to him, okay, but how about we make a wager out of this to make it more interesting? Naruto said, getting a wry smile from his godmother. I'm listening. Tsunade said with interest. If I not only outshine Naoya in them when it comes to taijutsu, but I also beat them out as Rookie of the Year, then I don't have to pay rent for the next 6 months after graduation. Naruto told Tsunade. And what do I get if you fail to keep your end of the bargain? Tsunade asked. Then if I don't then for the next 6 months, I will go gambling with you at casinos and pay for any debt you get into out of my own pocket. How does that sound? Naruto retorted as his side of things for if he couldn't do it on his end. That does sound like a good deal, plus having my own luck magnet and fall guy if things go to shit when I gamble sound great. Tsunade said to herself. So how about it, Granny Tsunade? Are you up for a little wager? Naruto asked with a self-assured grin on his face. Fuck it. I'm up for a little betting action. I just hope your wallet is big enough for when we go gambling together. Tsunade answered back with a semi-drunken grin. Well, don't you come complaining to me when I get crowned Rookie of the Year. Naruto said back with a grin to match. Ah, sweet. Naruto's gonna beat everybody's asses. Let's fucking drink. Masako exclaimed once again as she downed another shot and let out a loud belch. What Masako said, let's drink up, Naruto said with a grin that was shared by the Senju women. From there, Naruto continued to chop it up with Tsunade and Masako and drink with them, albeit with him drinking lemonade and the more tequila until the elder, the Senju, in seeing that her daughter, who didn't share in having an ungodly strong liver, decided it would be best to call it quits before they wound up with a shit-faced Masako, who tended to be a rather aggressive drunk. So after Tsunade and a shit-faced Masako bid Naruto farewell, and the Omnitrix wielder began cleaning up his house after the visit from his godmother and the wood release user, there was one thought on his mind. Well, it looks like I'm going to have to really dig deep this year, unless I want to go bankrupt. I cannot afford to deal with 6 months of Granny Tsunade's gambling debts. Naruto said in knowing full well he had to go all out in order to prevent himself from being in debt to his grandmother in Tsunade, September 5th, 996 SE, 3:10 p.m., the Academy. It was after the last period of the day as Naruto was going to leave for home, as per usual, when he was stopped by Irika. You wanted to talk to me, Irika-sensei? Naruto asked. Yes, I did have a seat, Naruto. Irika said as he locked the doors. Am I in trouble or anything? Because in my defense, you know I don't cause any trouble in class. That's all Hayes and Naoya's business. I swear those two are a bunch of dicks. Naruto said back in disdain for his troublesome siblings. You can relax. You aren't in trouble at all, Naruto. If anything, you are one of my favorite students. Irika told the shape-shifting blonde. Wait a minute, really? Naruto asked in surprise. Of course. Unlike those two, I don't have to worry about my blood pressure going through the roof. In fact, and this is just between you and me, if it wasn't for the fact that they are Lord 4TH's children, I would have failed them immediately for all the crap they pull, especially after the stink bomb incident last year. Irika answered back as both shuddered at the memory. Not to mention that I actually see you trying in my classes, and I really do appreciate it. Irika added, well, yeah, I'm going to try my best. Unlike almost everyone else, I actually like learning about my home, We're going to be the guardians of this place one day, and I feel like I and everyone should do their due diligence towards learning all of what we can about it. After all, if we don't do it, then who's going to step to keep the memory of Konoha alive? Naruto said in earnest on the subject. I'm glad to see that I'm doing my job. Well then, everyone forgets that being a shinobi isn't just about being a warrior, learning flashy jutsu, and being some folk hero for the prestige of it all. It is about keeping the spirit of the village alive and doing what we can to preserve it. Irika replied, but I'm getting off topic as I wanted to have you stay behind for something very important. Irika said, all right, shoot. What's so important you had to keep me behind? Naruto asked while Irika tapped underneath the erase board, and soon enough the walls of the entire classroom lit up with bright red seals. There we go. Now we won't have any prying eyes or ears listening in on what has to be said. Irika spoke as the seals continued to glow with a dulled vibrancy before subsiding as quick as they came. What are all these seals about, Irika-sensei? Naruto questioned. These are both silencing seals, and they prevent anyone from doing any lip reading or anything intrusive. After all, Lord Danzo would have my head if I didn't take the necessary precautions when speaking to a fellow operative about sensitive information. Irika answered back, nearly making Naruto's jaw drop. Hold up section. You're en route too? Naruto asked, almost flabbergasted to hear this information. Yes, I am. My teaching at the academy is more of a cover I came up with to keep tabs on the next generation. While I'm off duty, after all, it never hurts to have our great tree have its roots spread wherever necessary. Irika told the shape-shifting blonde. Holy shit, I did not see this coming. Naruto said, completely stunned by this new information. I wouldn't be good at my job if an academy student found me out now, would I? Irika cheekily responded. Fair point, Irika-sensei. Anyways, what is it that Lord Danzo wanted to tell me? Naruto inquired. First things first, thanks to your tipping us off on Mizuki being a treacherous mole to Orochimaru. My fellow operatives and I have been able to better keep tabs on him. As it turns out, things are worse than what was expected. Irika told him. How bad are we talking? I mean, this is Mizuki we're talking about. The guy really ain't shit around the village. Naruto asked, and not seeing how Mizuki could be anything remotely threatening. Apparently, he is far more capable than what we were led to believe. If there's one thing I have to give him credit for, it's concealing his true strength for this long. Irika told him before continuing. That being said, it turns out Mizuki is closer to Jonin than your average shunin. Apparently, he's been moonlighting under Orochimaru longer than we've thought. Irika added as he passed Naruto a bingo book. Alright, he can't be that strong. I mean, how much of hidden badass can he really be? Naruto said to himself as he opened it up to the bookmark section with Mizuki's profile. Once Naruto opened up where Mizuki's section was, he saw that the seeming puts of the Academy senseis was far more dangerous than what he'd expected, evident by his eyes widening out of shock from what he was reading. With Mizuki being regarded as an upper B-rank and potential A-rank threat that not only had an outstanding level of taijutsu and skill with earth jutsu, but also possessed an unknown bloodline that allowed him to absorb any material around him, to not only greatly increase his physical strength and durability, but also allow him to shape-shift and stretch his limbs into various weapons. Of all the things I was expecting today, hearing that both you and Mizuki are badasses wasn't one of them. Naruto said, still flabbergasted at all this new information. Trust me when I say that Mizuki is nothing to be trifled with. I have seen his abilities in action before, and believe me when I say that should you encounter him, do not take him lightly. Irika warned the Omnitrix wielder. If he's this dangerous and getting all buddy-buddy with Orochimaru, then why don't we jump him now? Naruto asked. It would be for one reason, Naruto. We don't know just how far Mizuki's hooks are in the village. If we strike too soon without knowing more information of what is going on, then we risk losing more leads on what Orochimaru is planning. Worse yet, we risk everyone that Mizuki is recruiting towards his side running rampant and causing chaos, and I don't think I need to tell you the amount of chaos something like that could cause. Irika answered back. Damn, when you put it like that, I can't really argue. The last thing I want to do is cause riots in the streets for Mizuki and his buddies, because we went in half-cocked. Especially since with whatever Orochimaru is possibly pumping these guys up with, could really fuck things up in the village. Naruto said in realization of the sort of fuckery that could go on. Do not also forget how this would affect your siblings as well. If things go to shit and they get caught up in it, they may be strong, but even they aren't mentally prepared for the sort of chaos and horrors that Orochimaru can create. All it takes is them getting overwhelmed either in the physical sense or emotionally by what's going on, or worst case scenario, a loved one gets hurt. And we all know that the Nine Tails preys and feeds upon negative emotions. Irika added, once again, you're right. Then again, I'm not surprised that something like that would probably happen. We have two super weapons that could wipe out an entire village, and yet throw a tantrum when they can't their way. Haze is getting pissy when she can't get a rise out me, when I don't respond to her fuckery, and Nayu's tantrums when he loses are evident of that. Naruto said, knowing the full risk of what they both presented under duress. Why do you think Lord Danzo is pushing you to train so intensively? While we have a handful of options to subdue them at our disposal, those options will not always be readily available to us, which is why we need an operative at the ready to counter Berserk or enemy Jinchuriki. Irika told his student, hey, I'm all for it. The last thing I want is our village's secret weapons going all crazy because they couldn't handle the reality that they aren't biggest fish in the pond. Naruto replied, glad you see it that way, Naruto. Irika replied with a small smile. So, what am I going to do for missions? Naruto inquired. You will be reporting to me about any missions Lord Danzo assigns you. He saw fit that I would be the one to give you and Sasuke your missions, at least when Sasuke is at an adequate level to join you. Irika informed Naruto. What about the whole Mizuki situation? I wanted on taking him down since I found out about him first. Naruto asked once more in regards to the other academy teacher. You will be included once we decide to go after Mizuki. It wouldn't do anyone favors to exclude you from this, given both your capabilities and you being the one who enlightened us on his activities in regards to Orochimaru. Irika answered back, gaining a smile from the blonde tinkerer. Excellent. I can't wait to smash his face in with Pain Wheel. Oh, or maybe even get the drop on him with Reverb, if I'm lucky. Naruto said excitedly at the prospect of using his aliens to rock Mizuki's shit. But in the meantime, I'm just stoked to be going on missions soon and showing up my dickhead siblings. Naruto spoke with a joyous grin at all of the possibilities that were opening up for him. The only thing I can say on both those fronts is good luck to you, Irika said to the blonde before him. Thanks, Irika-sensei. Anyways, do you mind if I get out of here? I want to hang out with Grandpa Dan, Masako, and Kenichi. Naruto asked the scarred Chunin. You are free to leave at any time. Just let me deactivate the seals first. Irika said as he tapped the underside of the erase board twice, and the seals glowed a soft magenta as they deactivated. All right, well, see you later, Naruto said as he rushed out of the classroom. Who would have thought that Naruto would be involved in root of all things? That kid is truly something else. Irika said before opening up his desk drawer for a lighter and his secret stash of weed he always kept hidden. In the meantime, I have enough wiggle room to get baked for about an hour or two, Irika said as he locked the door and began to light up, so to speak. The next day, 1:01 p.m., September 6th, 996 S.E. the Academy. It was a bit into lunch period as Ino and Sakura were enjoying their lunch outside, whilst discussing something that had been on the latter's mind for quite some time. You can't be serious about this, Sakura. At least give it till the end of the year before you do it, Ino said, trying to convince her longtime friend to reconsider. I'm serious, Ino. I've talked it out with my parents, and they're fine with it, Sakura replied with a somewhat somber expression on her face. To be honest, I should have figured from the start that I wouldn't be able to make it in the academy, much less as a shinobi, Sakura added. What are you talking about, Sakura? You are one of the smartest people in class. You would be incredible as a shinobi, Ino said, trying to amp up her pink-haired friend. Do you know how little good that does me in a class where everyone has the statistical advantage over me? It's already bad enough that we have Hayes and Naoya, who have been trained since birth to be super shinobi and have the power of a tailed beast inside them. Then we have Naruto and Sasuke, who are complete monsters, just by how ahead of the class they are. If anything, I wouldn't be surprised if they skip from Genin to Chunin, just from how strong they are alone. Sakura replied. Then there's the fact that everyone who's worth their salt in the class comes from all of the major clans. Then we have you, who not only can invade people's minds, you also get superpowers on top of it. Honestly, at this point, I just know I can't win. So what's even the point of staying when I know that nothing I can train and or do can match what the majority of you guys can do? Sakura added in dejection. Since even Sakura, for all of the wanting to be a great shinobi and be one of the few in her household to make it as a shinobi, and yet with how greatly the deck was stacked against her, she simply couldn't help but feel as though she had zero chance of being anything comparable to the rest of her peers. Don't get me wrong, Sakura. Having my superpowers has been pretty cool. You've pretty much seen almost all of the cool stuff I can do with them, Ino said while snapping her fingers, and a diamond made of bright pink energy appeared in her hands. Is there a point to any of this? Because if this is your roundabout way of making me feel worse about sticking around than I already do, then it's working, Sakura sullenly replied. That's not what I'm trying to get at. What I'm trying to say is that just like my powers, just like the flowers I helped my parents take care of have grown and blossomed into something wonderful, just like I know you can, Sakura, Ino said as she made the diamond transfigure itself into a tulip. All it takes is time. Before you know it, you'll become something incredible, Ino told her before letting the tulip go before it soon dissipated into bright neon pink light. I appreciate the nice words and all. I really do, Ino. Unfortunately, I just feel it in my bones that I'm not meant to be a shinobi, Sakura responded. Well, if you don't want to be a kunoichi, then what do you want to do? Ino asked. I already have that figured out. I want to be a musician, Sakura told the Yamanaka in question. You want to be a musician? I didn't think you had it in you, Ino said surprised while Sakura nodded yes. Yeah, in fact, I've been able to play in some shows across the village for over a year now. Granted, it's not big stuff or anything, but me and some other people I do this with. But I think that after graduation, we should be able to get something good started, Sakura told Ino. That's actually pretty cool, Sakura. Why didn't you say something earlier? I could have gotten everyone at the academy to show up for your shows, Ino asked as to why her friend didn't tell her. Do I need to remind you about Hayes and the fact that I get shit on her constantly? Hell, I have to pack a spare change of clothes in case I get pranked by her, Sakura answered back in regards to the Hokage's daughter. So, if she makes almost every time I'm at the academy, hell, then I'm pretty sure you can put two and two together on why I didn't tell you, Sakura added. You were afraid that Hayes would find out and try to mess with you? Ino guessed. Yeah, the last thing I want is to get everyone to come to one of our concerts, just to have Hayes and her goons mess everything up, and we both know that if she can get an audience for a prank, she'll make sure it won't be forgotten, Sakura said with trepidation at the thought of a ruined performance, especially one she was working real hard to make her big break. When you put it like that, then I can't really be mad at you for not telling me, Ino replied, knowing how mean-spirited one of Hayes' pranks. It doesn't mean that I don't want you to come to one of my concerts. If anything, I would love for you to come, Sakura said to the Yamanaka, who smiled at the offer. I wouldn't mind coming to one of them at all, Sakura. When's the next one? Ino asked. Our next performance will be this Saturday. You're more than welcome to bring anyone to it. I only ask that you make sure that Hayes and Naoya don't find out about it, Sakura answered back. I'll make sure it stays between us. Although, I will bring Naruto if you don't mind, Ino told the pink-haired musician. Are you still trying to get Naruto to go out with you? Sakura asked. Why not? I would go for Sasuke, but he doesn't seem interested. I'm definitely not going for Naoya. I'm not going to try to date someone who has an ego the size of the Hokage Tower, I'm not going to date someone who can't handle losing, that just screams, I have a tiny dick, and I'm going to make it everyone's problem. Ino said, I honestly can't blame you for not going for Naoya. He is almost pride incarnate. Sakura replied, knowing how incredibly proud Naoya was. Meanwhile, Naruto is actually a nice guy, pretty handsome, and I can't explain it, but I actually feel safe with him. Naoya, on the other hand, I feel like I'm walking with a bull in a china shop. Ino said back, that would probably be because of the fact that he has a giant fox monster inside him. That alone would make anyone feel unsafe. Sakura spoke. You make an excellent point, Sakura. Ino said before the sounding of the bell rang to indicate lunchtime was over. Anyways, how about we get the rest of the day over with? Ino said as she had finished eating her food. Sure, just give me a moment, and I'll be with you in a moment. Sakura replied as she started to pack away her bento box. Phew, I'm in the clear. The last thing I need is to be the subject of another one of Haze's pranks. Sakura said to herself, glad that she wouldn't get pranked by her, as she finished packing up and followed after Ino. 2 days later, September 8th, 996 S.E. The Academy, 1:24 p.m. It was the following Thursday later, as Mizuki was doing his taijutsu rounds with Naruto and Sasuke, having decided to show the class how to handle a 2-on-1 fight, and was surprised at how they were able to hold him off and almost force him to take him seriously. That was impressive. You two almost had me there a few times, Mizuki said to the Uchiha and Omnitrix wielder. In our defense, Mizuki-sensei, we've just decided to take our training much more seriously is all. If we are going to be soldiers of the village, then it only stands to reason we prepare ourselves accordingly. Sasuke replied with Naruto nodding in agreement. Continue you at this rate, and I'm sure the two of you will make splendid genin. Mizuki said back to the duo in question. We'll do our best to make the village proud. We guarantee it. Naruto chimed in whilst a sardonic snort was heard from the class. Is there something you want to say, Naoya? Mizuki questioned. You really mean to tell me that a 2-on-1 fight when it's these two losers against you? Please, anyone could beat the sorriest chunin ever. Naoya spoke up, getting a few chuckles from the crowd. Naoya, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. The importance of the lesson is to focus on adapting to multiple enemies at once in a combative situation. Now, with that being said, everyone split into pairs of 3, with 2 as an attacker and 1 as the defender. Mizuki told the classroom. I don't think I need to. I already know that I'd beat everyone in the class with one arm tied behind my back. Hell, I'd beat you, and Irika-sensei too. Naoya boasted in full confidence of taijutsu prowess. Is that right? Mizuki asked. Of course it is. You're looking at the soon-to-be strongest Hokage in the village. So it's only natural that I would be able to beat you and whoever I fight. Naoya answered back in absolute confidence he could annihilate anyone. All right, then why don't we put that to the test and have the son of Lord Fourth show us where he stands? Mizuki replied. Fine by me. Don't be sorry when I wipe the floor with you and the sorry sack of crap you choose, Naoya said with a predatory grin on his face. Naruto, Sasuke, which one of you would like to assist me? Mizuki asked. You want to do a coin toss to see who teams up with Mizuki-sensei? Naruto asked. It doesn't matter to me. Either way, we're fighting the idiot. Sasuke replied as Naruto pulled out a coin from his pocket. I call heads, Naruto said as he tossed the coin high into the air. With the coin soaring high into the air before rocketing down like a bullet a few seconds later, where Naruto eventually caught it and flipped it onto the flat of his right hand, wherein it revealed itself to be on tails. From there, Naruto wished Sasuke luck and whispered to him to go for the fucking throat before leaving to rejoin the crowd as Sasuke nodded and activated his Sharingan, which had 2 tomos in either, due to having trained with Naruto in his Dash Raptor form for the past 3.5 months as he and Mizuki got into a fighting stance against Naoya. Naoya got into his own stance against the two, while Naruto was designated as the referee by Mizuki, with Naruto looking at all 3 combatants before giving the signal for the battle to begin, with the oldest of the Uzumaki twins dashing forwards at full speed. Yet Sasuke, after having sparred many a time with Naruto in his Dash Raptor form, was ready for Naoya's flurry of attacks, that by comparison looked almost sluggish, as he was able to counter a roundhouse kick with a swift uppercut to the jaw. With Mizuki following through with a left hook to Naoya's ribs that thudded against it like a battering ram against a wooden door, that was followed through by a hard right cross to the center of his face that borderline staggered him long enough for Sasuke to come in with a hook kick to Naoya's jaw. Naoya went in for another flurry of punches and elbows against Sasuke and Mizuki. Yet Sasuke was able to quickly evade and then, albeit narrowly, counter Naoya's attacks with a push kick to disrupt his rhythm or a swift combination of punches to the stomach. All the while, Mizuki would then come in from an opposite angle to corner Naoya and land thudding punches against the Jinchuriki, and occasionally grappling with him in a clinch to use his larger size and weight to lean on tire him out while also smothering his attacks, and allowing Sasuke to land quick and speedy combinations to Naoya's body. Yet Mizuki made sure to pull his punches against the demon brat in question, as the last thing he needed was to have the Hokage or Lady Kushina on his ass for giving one his sons a case of broken ribs, even though he felt like he deserved it. That being said, Naoya was more than able to give Sasuke trouble when he wasn't dealing with the Uchiha's rapid counters to his flurries of punches and elbows, or Mizuki hitting him with a sledgehammer-like punches to his face and chest. Seeing as how there was only so many times he could counter Naoya's attacks whilst weaving and dodging his way out of range, before he was caught by a rather sizable handful of his attacks that made it feel like he was getting struck by a barbed wire-covered sledgehammer that had him on the back foot a few times. Let's see how you like it when you're being ganged up on, Shadow CLO. Naoya tried to save before a hook kick to the head from Sasuke, followed by a haymaker to the temple from Mizuki. Either do it, or don't Uzumaki. The enemy won't give you time to chit-chat in the field, Mizuki said as he struck again with a right hook that was blocked by Naoya. Only for Sasuke lance out with the quickness of a cobra in waiting with a quick combination of punches to Naoya's stomach. That was met in retaliation with a hard liver punch that knocked Sasuke back a few feet and had him gasping for breath as Naoya rushed towards him to stomp his skull into the ground. Yet he was quickly intercepted by Mizuki rushing forward and tackling into him with a flying elbow that was followed up by a left hook to Naoya's jaw and then an uppercut to his sternum, as Mizuki planted his feet and began to engage Naoya in an intense slugging match to give Sasuke time to recover from the attack. Meanwhile, Mizuki decided that this would be a good time to put Naoya in his place and decided to make him pay for his constant remarks as the weakest of the Chunin. And despite the flurry of punches and kicks that Naoya unleashed at him with dogged aggression, he seemingly was walking through them like a walking avalanche, with him tanking Naoya's attacks with the occasional stumble from the sheer pressure put upon him, but in return retaliated with harder and harder shots against the youngest son of Minato, who felt the power from Mizuki's shots in full effect, evident when his head nearly snapped back from a hard overhand left. The silver-haired Chunin almost took a dark delight in walking down Naoya and either blocking or outright tanking his attacks, or punishing him with uppercuts, crosses, and hooks that struck against him like cannon shots that were enough to nearly stagger him, as Naoya was reluctantly forced onto the back foot. All of this was made clear from the accumulating number of purplish welts on Naoya's chest and stomach from Mizuki's punches, and some of Sasuke's own from the duration of the melee, with Naoya having overcommit towards landing a kick that, while it connected and managed to briefly move Mizuki an inch or two, Mizuki then grabbed the offending limb and yanked it towards him to deliver a vicious punch that knocked out a small handful of Naoya's teeth and nearly had him falling flat on his ass. And as Naoya rose to his feet after being blasted for what felt like an hour by Mizuki, did Sasuke come seemingly out of nowhere to nail him with a flying side kick to the temple. Said attack was enough to stun him and allow for a quick question mark kick to his ribs and temple, and then use all of his speed and agility to jump up and land a lightning-quick 360 reverse roundhouse kick to the stomach. Naoya, in anger at the pummeling he'd received, decided to retaliate with a haymaker that, thanks to his enraged state of being pushed onto the back foot by Mizuki, was augmented by the chakra of his tailed beast, as his eyes started to turn a violent shade or ruby. Sasuke was only able to dodge out of the way by way of his great agility and the aid of his Sharingan. Was able to avoid the blow from fully connecting, although he was clipped on the shoulder by him. And cue Naoya throwing a hissy fit because Mizuki is actually the shit. Naruto said under his breath as he saw his younger brother channel more of the Nine Tails power. Looks like I'd better act quickly before the demon brat throws a tantrum and does something bad. Mizuki said as an angered Naoya glowered at them. Screw this, I'm not going to be punked out by Sasuke and Mizuki. Fucking Mizuki of all people tries to make me look like a bitch. Fuck that, the two of you are dead. You hear me, fucking dead. Rafik. Naoya roared as his eyes turned ruby as he rushed towards them. Sasuke, who knew full well the danger of an angry, and Mizuki, not wanting one of his students to be brutalized by this beast in human skin, rushed after him with Mizuki deciding to get a bit more serious, and Sasuke, knowing full well he had to give it his everything. The Uchiha barely dodging by a hair's breadth from a punch to his ribs, and a follow-through onslaught of punches that had him using every ounce of agility possible to not only evade getting his by the flurry of potentially rib-cracking punches, but also bait him into overcommitting so that he could land a counterattack. All the while, Mizuki crashed into Naoya to land harder attacks that, despite Naoya's empowered state and retaliating in equal measure as he did so with dogged pressure, Mizuki was able to use his greater physical strength in tandem with blocks, shoulder rolls, and crouches to dip down in order to deliver an aggressive defensive against Naoya, wherein combined with Sasuke using his agility and speed to bait and force Naoya into launching and overcommitting into aggressive flurries that he was barely able to dodge and land split-second counterpunches and low kicks to his shins, Mizuki was there to act as the hammer to slam into him with thudding hooks and crosses to the stomach. Naoya, who grew further and further infuriated by the inability that he was being beaten down by Mizuki, who landed another vicious right hand to his face to give him a bloody nose, while Sasuke landed a lightning-fast low kick that chopped away at his right leg, did the only thing he could think of in his angered state of mind, which was to try to leap upon and beat Sasuke to a bloody pulp if he couldn't get through Mizuki's attacks. Or at least he would have had Mizuki not grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and reeled him in for a heavy-duty uppercut to kidneys that nearly made Naoya wheeze gasp for breath. Something that Sasuke took advantage of after Mizuki proceeded to blast Naoya with a heavy four-punch combination to the stomach and dash forward with all the speed he could to deliver a jumping axe kick that he brought down with all the force he could muster. The result was Naoya nearly being brought to a knee from Sasuke's leg, crashing into him like he was struck by a tiger leaping from its cover. The Uzumaki in question was quick to rise, albeit his head was ringing from the attack launched by Sasuke. But before he could do anything to the Uchiha who had just landed back down from his attack, he felt the large fist of Mizuki collide with his right temple and send him careening headfirst into and through a tree. Mizuki took a savage amount of joy in seeing Naoya go through the tree and landing some 15 feet away, as the attack was enough to luckily knock out the enraged Uzumaki from the right hook that had audibly cracked against his skull. First things first, Naruto, Hayes, I want you to get Naoya to the hospital. I'd rather not have your father breathing down my neck for giving your brother a concussion. Secondly, good work, Sasuke. Then last but not least, I think this would be a good time to say that class is dismissed early if no one has a problem with that. Mizuki instructed of the Omnitrix wielder. Of course, Mizuki-sensei, Naruto, and Hayes said as they went over to collect their ill-tempered brother. This is what you get for throwing a pissy fit over Mizuki-sensei being able to rock your shit, you arrogant dumbass. Naruto said to himself as he took one side whilst Hayes took the other. So how will you explain that you knocked out Naoya to Lord Fourth? Sasuke questioned. Simple. I'm going to tell him what happened and that his son was throwing a tantrum after realizing that I'm not as weak as he thought of me. Then he tapped in the Nine Tails power in what was supposed to be a harmless demonstration, which I saw as a threat, and took the needed precaution to stop what could have been something far worse had I not done just that. Mizuki told him. Will you need me to collaborate with you? Sasuke asked. If need be, then yes. But for now, as with everyone, you are dismissed. Mizuki told Sasuke as he went with Naruto and Hayes to take Naoya to the hospital. At least I gotta knock the hell out of one of the demon brats, made my day at least. Mizuki said to himself as he watched the classroom disperse. 2 days later, September 10th, 996 SE, Naruto's house, 2:14 p.m. It was the following Saturday later as our trio of Naruto, Sasuke, and Ami were at the Ultimatrix wielder's house to hang out at. With the academy was abuzz with the demonstration turning in Naoya getting laid out by Mizuki. So how bad are things with Naoya, Naruto? Ami asked. Well, with how hard Mizuki-sensei hit him, he's going to be out for about 2 or so weeks. I can't say I really blame him for doing it. Once he started drawing on the fox's power, that's when I knew gloves had to come off. Naruto answered back in regards to Naoya after getting concussed by Mizuki. If anything, I'm just glad that Sasuke here didn't get caught by him too much. Otherwise, he probably would have been in a hospital with him, with how Naoya acts. Naruto added in knowing full well that Naoya's violent temper was a dangerous thing to be around. If it wasn't for our training and a small portion of the training we've done en route, in tandem with my Sharingan, then it would have been much worse. In fact, had it been a one-on-one match, the results could have gone more in Naoya's favor than mine. Sasuke admitted in knowing full well that things could have gone much worse had it not been for Mizuki. What makes it worse is that now he's going to be even more pissy that Sasuke can now possibly stand a chance against him. He's also going to be worse because he got knocked out by Mizuki-sensei. I'm just super glad that I don't live in that house anymore to hear his griping and moaning. Naruto replied in knowing full well how much of a sore loser his brother was. That is something I can't quite understand. How is it that you, Naoya, and Hayes can be related, and yet the three of act so vastly different from each other? Ami wundert. Here's the thing, Ami. We might have been all born together, since as the oldest I got here by almost a solid 20 minutes. However, some things in my life, such as them getting set up as the children of the prophecy and all that garbage, stuck with the 9 tails, and told from the jump they're going to be prophesied saviors of the world, that's going to make anyone's head blow up like crazy. Naruto replied, I honestly can't imagine how you would have turned out if you were included in that whole prophecy nonsense. Ami said, to be honest, I would be incredibly insufferable if that's the case. I mean, if the twins turn out like that, then I'm pretty sure it could have gone to my head just as, if not more easily than them. Naruto said back, with Naruto being able to fully admit that had he been put into the position that his siblings have been since they were toddlers, or the roles had been reversed, that he would have become as prideful, mean-spirited, and egotistical as Naoya and Hayes. If anything, I feel like I got off lucky. Since when you really think about it, having to be brought up to be trained as the village's superweapon, on top of making your whole life about saving the whole world and bringing peace to it, that just sounds like too much work and not enough payoff, if you ask me. Naruto spoke. I have to agree with Naruto about this. Even though I was raised to protect and defend the village, that's all I plan and want to do. I can't really give a crap about bringing peace to the whole world when we aren't at a level to ensure that we can maintain peace both intrally and externally. Ami said back, that's the problem with people like Lord Jiraiya. Always caught up with trying to bring peace to everywhere else, and yet can't even be bothered to do the same when his own home is in chaos. Ami added an intense dislike of the Toad Sannin. You certainly aren't wrong about that, Ami. Just take a look at Naruto's family. No offense. Sasuke chimed in. None taken, Sasuke. If anything, that a perfect example now that you bring it up. Naruto replied. After all, the man was so caught up in trying to make this prophecy that's supposed to bring about world peace that he wound up disrupting and corroding what could have been a happy family, or as happy as you can get with my siblings. Naruto spoke. I'm honestly glad that the man hasn't reproduced. As much I respect Lord Jiraiya for his accomplishment and capabilities, I would rather not have to deal with an army of mini-toad sages running around. Ami replied. Who's to say he hasn't? We're forgetting that Pervy Sage is a pretty big man slut, so it wouldn't be too much of a surprise if he had some bastards lying around. Naruto said back, in regards to Jiraiya having a rather high body count. I honestly forget that despite him being a super pervert, that he actually is a smooth talker. Omnitrix. Regardless of Lord Jiraiya's sexual exploits, I do have to wonder how things are going to go concerning Mizuki-sensei. From what Iruka-sensei told you, and from what Lord Danzo already told you, that he is affiliated with Orochimaru. Sasuke wondered in regards to their treacherous sensei. Simple, we do as Iruka-sensei told me, and wait until it's time to strike. Naruto told them. That makes sense. I would rather not have my home go up in flames because we acted too rashly. That is the very last thing I need my nephew to grow up in. Sasuke replied. Oh, by the way, how far along is Izumi? She's got to be pretty close by now. Naruto asked the Uchiha. The doctors say that by next month, she should be ready to give birth. Honestly, I couldn't be more excited to see him. I just hope Itachi will be there to see it happen. Sasuke answered back. I'm sure he will. I mean, there's no way he would be crazy enough to miss the birth of his own son, right? Naruto said, hopeful that Itachi would make the right call. To be honest, I'm not so sure. All I can hope for is that something won't come up and he won't skip out to go on another mission. Sasuke replied, knowing that his elder brother's commitment to Konoha would make things touch and go. Well, let's just hope that things will go well with Izumi. Naoya won't be too much of total dick after everything. And last, but certainly not least, hope that Mizuki-sensei and eventually Orochimaru will be stopped soon. Naruto said. From there, the trio spent the rest of their afternoon relaxing and chilling with each other, and discussing other things from their final year at the academy, as well as potential missions to undertake. Mizuki was with Minato, seeing as how giving one of the Hokage's children a concussion, albeit a minor one, wasn't something to go without notice. Lord Fourth, while I know that you're angry at what I did, I, on the other hand, had a good reason to do so, Mizuki told the blonde Hokage. Then explain yourself, Mizuki, as there had better be a very, and I mean very good reason as to why my son is in the hospital. Minato replied. His voice was one of utmost seriousness. Very well, Lord Fourth, Mizuki said back. With that in mind, Mizuki gave the blonde Hokage the rundown of what had gone on his lessons, as he dared not even try to exaggerate the details of what had happened. In knowing full well he would be in deep trouble, he lied to the Yellow Flash when it concerned his children. Therefore, he made sure to relay all of the events with utmost accuracy, with a specific focus on Naoya going kill happy, and being so hopped up on a Nine-Tails chakra that he was ready to maul and potentially maim Sasuke and himself out spite. So as you can see, Lord Fourth, I had to do what was needed in the case of Naoya. It was either that or risk serious injury to one of our students. Mizuki told Minato. I thought we had curbed his behavior. Apparently, I was mistaken if he was so willing to use the Nine-Tails' power for something so petty, Minato said in disappointment of his youngest son. With all due respect, your son is very much a danger to the class as a whole and to his potential teammates. If you've read the Academy files on your son, then you would know how much of a menace both he and Hayes are, ones that make me wary of him being allowed onto a Genin squad. Mizuki replied in worry for any that would be a part of a team with the Uzumaki twins. That's odd. I haven't heard of any recent reports that would suggest that either of them would be a danger to their classmates, Minato said with a thoughtful look crossing his expression. If you would like, Lord Fourth, I can bring the reports you have missed out on tomorrow morning, Mizuki asked. That will be greatly appreciated. Once I read these over, I will look into who and why this has been kept from me. Minato replied, his face taking on a more scrutinizing expression at who would do this. Perhaps you should look inwards toward the problem, since there would be a lot of people in your inner circle who would do this to make sure that the twins would pass, at any cost. Mizuki said back. That is a wise idea. Thank you, Mizuki. Minato spoke in seeing it as not that bad of an idea. Of course, at the end of the day, I am to try to look out for the well-being of my students. which is why I'm telling you to have a tighter leash on those too, because I am afraid that if they do not learn some humility and some restraint, it will get a lot of good people killed on future missions with them. Since I know it, and I know that you especially know that sore losers and arrogance are a toxic combination to have in a shinobi. Mizuki responded, causing Minato to give a nod of agreement. In any case, while I am sorry that I had a knockout Naoya, believe me when I say I was doing the best decision at the time. Besides, if I didn't knock him unconscious, then who knows what could have happened to Sasuke while he was in that state. Mizuki told the blonde Hokage. Besides, the little bastard deserves it. Mizuki, internally, he said to himself, I will not be too critical of you for your decision. The Uchiha clan would never let me live this down if I just swept this under the rug. Not to mention that Fugaku, Obito, Mikoto, Shursui, and Itachi would have my head if I let something serious happen to Sasuke. Minato said, knowing that the Uchiha would make sure that Naoya would have paid should serious injury have happened during it. Thank you for understanding what I had to do, Lord Hokage. I would rather not have had Sasuke's potential maiming weigh on my conscience when I could have done something about it. Mizuki said with genuine concern for his students. While I and my wife will keep a closer eye on Naoya, I will ask that you won't do something that will give my children brain damage next time. I understand that you did what you had to, but as a father, and as much as I hate to say it like this, as your Hokage, I do not want Naoya or Hayes suffering permanent damage, especially when it concerns to what we are training them for. Minato said, albeit the last part was with a greater amount of reluctance. Understood, Lord Fourth. You have my word, Mizuki said back. Then you're dismissed, Mizuki, Minato said before Mizuki bowed, and then left the office. I can only hope that Kushina and I can fix whatever it is that's going on with Naoya and Hayes. The very last thing I want is for our children to become dangers to themselves and others. Minato said as he turned towards the village as his expression became more stone-faced and solemn. But more importantly, the village cannot afford to have its future soldiers act so heinously. I refuse to have our village's safety be put in danger and suffer because my children's hubris. Therefore, I feel as though a more critical I should be taken in regards to them. Minato said in refusal to let his home be endangered by the antics of his children as his eyes seemed to harden. September 18th, 996, The Academy, 1:24 p.m. It was early in the afternoon as Naruto was currently with Iruka to be briefed on the details of his first mission, and the Omnitrix wielder couldn't be any happier to hear what it was going to be. All right, Iruka-sensei, I gotta know what the mission is going to be already. The suspense is killing me, Naruto asked, having been pumped for whatever his first mission could be. Since you've been more than patient enough, I will inform you of the mission details. To be honest with you, I was rather surprised that Lord Danzo would give you something so important for your first mission. Iruka replied. Then again, this will be a rather decent one to see how Naruto fares for his first off-the-books mission. Iruka noted to himself. How big is this mission we're talking about? I know he said it was going to be big, but I gotta know how big, if you get what I'm saying? Naruto asked in terms of the scope of his mission. I would say that this counts as an A-ranked mission, seeing as how you will be helping to escort a very important ninja back to the village for asylum. Iruka told the Ultimatrix wielder. Who's the lucky person? Naruto asked. Their name is Pakura, or as she's more importantly known as Pakura of the Scorch Release and Hero of the Hidden Sand. Iruka informed him of whom it was he'd be helping. Wait, why would a hero of a hidden village want asylum here? That doesn't make a lick of sense. Naruto wondered as to why someone like her would want asylum. Unfortunately for Pakura, despite her impressive track record, it seems as though the current Kazekage and the elders of the village believe she's outlived her usefulness. Therefore, they decided to give her the martyr treatment. Iruka said in disgust that they'd waste such a powerful shinobi like this. They decided to make a martyr out of one of their best shinobi. For what reason exactly? Because this honestly sounds like an extremely bad idea on their end. since, they happen to be the weakest of all 5 villages, and doing this really doesn't help their case. Naruto asked once more. Apparently, from what our men in Suna have gathered, due to the state of things in Suna, Raza had concocted this harebrained scheme of his in order to unify the village under his control even more. So he planned to have his men, and from what Fu had informed us while he was leading this operation, had heard that he was receiving help from Yagura's men in Kirigakure for this endeavor. Irika told him, with the deal being that if Yagura's men worked with his men to eliminate Pakura, then in exchange for sending troops to help deal with the bloodline purge in the Hidden Mist, there would be an alliance between Kirigakure and Sunagakure, which in turn will help bolster the amount of missions shared between the two of them, something that Yagura and Raza were all too happy to agree to. After all, it is a win-win situation for both parties. Yagura gets to eliminate another bloodline off the map, and Raza gains an alliance, someone to help with the declining state of his village, and a massive moral boost on top of it. Irika further explained, Just what the fuck on all of this? All right, and side tangent here. Who's going to be the fall guy in all of this? Because I doubt that the Kazakage is going to turn around and stab the madman who is a full-power Jinchuriki in the back. Naruto wondered as to who was going to be a fall guy in this. It is going to be IWA. Pakura had already interfered with their plans in an earlier feud with Suna when they were going to try and push for a takeover. So it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to pin the blame on them for the death of the Suna's hero. Irika answered back. Go figure would be them. At this point, they may as well be the punching bag of the shinobi world. Naruto remarked. To be fair, Naruto, it's their own fault for putting their hands in things where they don't belong. Just look at their leader. The man belongs in a retirement home, more than he should in the office of a Kage. Irika said back, eliciting a small chuckle for Naruto. All right, I'll give Irika-sensei that one. Naruto said to himself. Back on topic, however, you will be sent to meet up with her in Yugikure. Although she has seen better days, given that she managed to survive against all odds, against a deadly ambush. I would advise you to make it back safely before her pursuers find her. Irika told the Ultimatrix wielder. When do I need to head out? Just say the word, and I'll turn into one of my aliens, and be there faster than a starving Akimichi. Naruto asked. You are to head out as soon as you can. Once you are at the location, you will be meeting with your contact who has been tending to Pakura for the time being. Are there any further questions that you have? Irika answered back. Not really. Just let me go home, grab some gear, turn into Phantasma, so I can slip past everyone. Then from there, I'll shift into Mana Bomber and fly out as soon as possible. Naruto said to Irika of what his game plan was. Good to know, and good luck, Naruto. Irika replied as Naruto got up to leave. There is one thing I have to ask. What's the whole excuse for my being gone while I'm out on mission? Naruto asked. Don't worry, I already have something planned. Something about you having fallen sick and needing a few days, maybe a week of bed rest before you're well again. Irika told the Ultimatrix wielder. How are you going to get this past Granny Tsunade? You do know once she hears about this that she's going to check and see what's up? Naruto questioned. Since even he knew that it was going to only be a matter of time before Granny Tsunade found out that instead of resting at home sick, that he was instead out and about on an A-rank mission was going to raise red flags. Don't worry, Lord Danzo has already accounted for that, and has taken precautions should Lady Tsunade begin to ask questions. Irika answered back. Wait a minute, he's got everything taken care of that quick? Man, he works fast. Naruto said, surprised at the speed of which the Warhawk already had something in place. Of course he does. After all, Naruto, the roots of the hidden leaf run far, far deeper than what you expect. Irika replied with a cryptic smile. Fair enough. Anyways, I'll go and get ready for everything. Naruto said back. Before I forget, catch, Irika told Naruto as he tossed an envelope to him. This envelope contains where she is staying at for the time being. I can't have you going on your mission without the proper coordinates. Irika said as Naruto pocketed the envelope in one of his pockets. Thanks, Irika-sensei. You're a lifesaver. Naruto said back before continuing on his way. I can't believe he's not even an official shinobi yet, and he's already going on his 1SD mission. Good luck, Naruto. You're going to need it. Irika said to himself as he watched Naruto run off and away. The next day later, September 19th, 996, Yugikure, 7:38 p.m. It was the next evening later for Naruto, who had flew at nearly hypersonic speeds to make it to Yugikure in a timely manner, only having stopped to rest after flying nonstop for so many hours. Well, I'll give her credit for picking a pretty cool hideout. Phantasma remarked as he phased through the walls of the hotel where Pakura was staying at. Now all I gotta do is meet with the contact and Pakura, and then I'm golden. Phantasma said before he transformed back into Naruto. From there, Naruto wandered around the halls of the hotel, where he searched for the hotel room where Pakura and his contact were staying at, with it taking him a few minutes before he made it to their room on the 3rd floor. Once the Ultimatrix wielder knocked on the door where the two he was to meet were staying at, a few moments had passed before the door opened, and to the surprise of both himself and his contact, Naruto was staring at the face of none other than Shizen, while Naruto was looking at the face of what was essentially his aunt. Wait a minute, Auntie Shizen, you're a root agent? Naruto said, downright flabbergasted to see her. I feel like I'm the one who should be surprised. Mister, I can shapeshift into whatever those creatures or you can turn into of all the things for me to see today. Your being en route wasn't one of them either, Shizen said in surprise as she had Naruto come in. Wait a minute, how the heck do you know about my transformations? I thought that stuff was top secret and shit. Naruto questioned the medic ninja who was locking the door behind her. Lord Danzo gave me the details about it when he told me that we would be having someone to assist getting Pakura out of here and back to Konoha. Shizen answered back. By the way, did you really have to pick Legion as your call sign? Shizen asked as she continued to lock the door. Hey, it sounded like a badass codename. Besides, it worked with the whole being able to transform into multiple aliens thing I got going on. Naruto answered back with a shrug of her shoulders. Fair enough. Still, this is going to be a lot to deal with, Shizen said with a wearisome sigh. First having to play nurse to Pakura here, and then finding out my nephew is a shapeshifter. Just what is this world coming to? Shizen thought to herself. You aren't going to tell Grandpa and Grandma about me being en route, or my being able to turn into aliens, are you? Because I'm still working out how to do all of that, especially without Granny freaking out about it. Naruto asked, knowing that he'd have a lot to explain to said Senjus. No, on both of those things. I'm not going to snitch on you to anyone, Naruto. We are family, and I'd never do something like that to you, Shizen told him. Also, concerning your transformations, that is also safe with me. It isn't in my place to tell anyone about what you're capable of, which is why I'm going to let you handle when you want to tell Uncle Dan and Aunt Tsunade about you being a shapeshifter. Shizen added in knowing full well that either way, she had no right to blab to anyone on Naruto's secret in regards to the Ultimatrix. Thanks for understanding, was Naruto's only relieved reply that Shizen wasn't going to blab his secret to anyone. Hey, this is the least I can do for you. Also, we're comrades now, so it is my responsibility to have your back. Also, Aunt Tsunade would have my hide if she found out I let something happen to you. Tsunade said back, you definitely aren't wrong about that. I'm pretty sure no one is stupid enough to piss her off. Except for Pervy Sage. Now, that is a man with a death wish. Naruto said, knowing full well of the stories of Tsunade's temper. I agree. However, I would rather we see to Pakura than continue to talk about the man that tries to have sex with my aunt. Shizen replied. Fair point. I still can't believe he tried to get in Granny's pants. Naruto said. You and me both. Shizen said back. From there, they went into and entered the room where Pakura resided in, with the now former hero of Sunagakure, who was still bandaged up from Shizen, having worker magic as an apprentice of the slug Sannin to heal her. Although, without a proper medical facility to work with, The results weren't as great or expedient as she would have liked, and as such, while she was able to have healed the Scorch Release user over the course of the month, she was more at somewhere of 60 to 65% of her full capacity due to her injuries. Hello, Pakura. I would like you to meet the person who is going to help you get to Konoha, Shizune said, introducing the Ultimatrix wielder. What's cracking? My name's Naruto Uzumaki. Pleasure to meet you. Naruto greeted the Scorch Release user. It is nice to meet you as well, Naruto, although you're not what I would expect to see on a mission this dangerous. Pakura spoke. Really? What's that all about? Naruto asked. It isn't that I do not trust in your abilities. It is more to do with the fact that you are so young to be on a mission like this. If anything, you look as though you are the same age as my former student, perhaps slightly younger. Pakura answered back. Old, young, or whatever, Annie Shizen and I are here to get this mission done and get you to Konoha. Which reminds me, how are we going to do this? Because last time I checked with Irika-sensei, she's still got a bunch of ninja from Kiri and Suna that's after her. Naruto replied before turning his attention to the senior root operative. I actually have something in mind for that. However, it will require you to be on your A-game to work, Naruto. Also, I will need some of your blood for this to work, Pakura. Shizen told the Ultimatrix wielder and Scorch Release user. What do you have in mind? Pakura asked. What I plan on doing is to create a blood clone. However, I intend to make this a strong enough clone in order to act as a diversion for you to get enough of a distance from your pursuers. While they're distracted in dealing with your clone, Naruto and I will then launch a surprise attack against them and neutralize them. Once we have dealt with them, we will meet you in Tanzuka Town and reconvene to continue back towards Konoha. Shizen explained. That is a rather decent plan. However, how will this clone not only provide a worthy distraction to aid in my escape, how is it also going to turn the tides in your favor to combat them? My former comrades and those maggots from the Hidden Mist hold a considerable numbers advantage against the two of you. So even if you manage this, you will still face a significant disadvantage. Pakura pointed out, although the resentment within her voice could be very much heard. That is because I'm going to make some modifications to your blood clone. Luckily, I have some of my supplies with me to make it happen. Shizune said as she grabbed her backpack, which was full of various storage scrolls. Sadly, I don't have enough time to make something that can kill them quickly. However, what I can do is make something that will debilitate them without a doubt. Shizune added while she began to pull out various jars and such from the scrolls. Wait a minute, are you going to make some kind of super poison? Naruto asked. Less of a super poison and more of a biological weapon that will destroy their respiratory system and cause them to not only give them the equivalent of super rabies. In addition, it will also cause their hearts to implode from the stress it's going to put on their bodies, from the dramatic increase of adrenaline and testosterone that's going to be putting them through the paces. Shizen explained. Granted, it won't have as large a radius as I would normally like if I had time to prepare, but it should still do the job. Shizen told them as she pulled out 3 separate scrolls. Here, I thought you were just a super medic like Granny Tsunade. Naruto said. You're half right about that, Naruto, Shizen said as she pulled out a large glass vial and supplies for drawing a person's blood. It is true that Lady Tsunade trained me to be a very proficient medic. I chose to go a far different route than what she had as one of our greatest healers, while she chose to perfect her skills in medical ninjutsu and become one of the not the greatest at what she does. I chose to understand and create methods on how to destroy the human body and learn all of the vast and different manners that are possible to fell it. It just so happens that learning about and creating poisons was the first step. Shizune added as she put together the tube and needle in order to drain Pakura's blood. So how did you go from making poisons and stuff to making biological weapons that fry people's insides? Naruto asked. I would tell you the full story right now. However, we're pressed for time. Also, Pakura, if you could hold still for a few moments. Shizen replied whilst the former Suna, Kunoichi, complied as Shizen quickly stuck the needle into a vein. The short version is that after the Third Shinobi War, there were still many enemies that wanted Konoha destroyed. Even more so after the Nine Tails attack left the village weakened, which meant that I had to go beyond poisons if there was going to be an assured way of making sure our enemies would die as quickly as possible. Shizen told the Ultimatrix wielder, "Just holy shit. Why is it that almost everyone I know is either super strong or some secret badass?" Naruto wondered. Anyways, if everything goes accordingly, then we should be able to kill Pakura's assassins in no time. Shizen said, her voice returning to its usual energetic tone of voice as the vial had quickly filled up. "I would help aid you in killing my treacherous comrades. However, I feel as though my body must say otherwise." Pakura groaned in her given injured state of being. "As your doctor, I will say that you are in no condition to fight anyone. In fact, it is a miracle how you even survived that ambush." Shizen said, knowing full well that Pakura was on her last legs when she found her. "I don't know how I was able to survive either. What I do know is that I couldn't allow for my death to be at the hands of those I once served alongside. If that happened, then I would leave my student in that pit of vipers, and I could not allow that to happen." Pakura said, back her teeth, grinding in fury at the thought of having left Maki behind in the clutches of the betrayers she once called her comrades. "If I get my hands on any one of them, they're all dead men for what they've done," Pakura swore. "Luckily for you, you will be in far better hands in Konoha," Shizen assured her. "I hope so. I would rather not have to suffer through another Raza," Pakura said with a biting amount of disgust for the current Kazekage. "Believe me when I say that Lord Minato is a far cry from the fourth Kazekage. That much I can guarantee you," Shizen said as the vial had soon filled to full. "And there we are. Thank you for the generous donation, Pakura." Shizen spoke as she was quick to bandage and clean the spot where she drew blood from. "If it means guaranteeing my survival against them, then I will give whatever is needed," Pakura replied as Shizen bandaged up Pakura with all the speed and skill befitting a medic of her aptitude. "Now, then, Naruto, I will need you to watch over Pakura while I'm preparing the blood clone. I'm going to need someone to watch over her while I get everything ready," Shizen ordered. "No problem. Also, I did bring snacks over. I figured since we're going to be here for a while, that it wouldn't hurt to have something to keep everyone's strength up," Naruto said as he pulled out a small box containing onigiri and handed it to Pakura. "Thank you, you are too kind, Naruto, was it?" Pakura said as she took the box from Naruto. "Hey, you're one of my people now, so I gotta make sure you keep your strength up," Naruto replied as Pakura began to eat out of the box. "Thank a lot, Naruto. I really appreciate this," Shizen said to the blonde. "Hey, anything to help you out. Now go on and do your thing, and I'll do mine," Naruto replied as Shizen nodded and went to work. 6 days later, September 25th, 996 S.E. Fire Country, 2:25 p.m. It was nearly 3:30 in the afternoon as Naruto and Shizen were watching from afar as Pakura's blood clone was running through the forested area, whilst her pursuers were hot on her heels. "I still can't believe this is going to work. You really are something else, Annie," Naruto said as they watched the clone Pakura rush away from the horde of pursuers. "Luckily enough, I spent that extra time making sure that the clone would be able to build up the viral payload. Otherwise, this wouldn't be anywhere near as effective as I'd hoped." Shizen spoke, thanking both that and the fact that a blood clone was sturdier than a regular clone. "So how long is it going to take for this stuff to kick in once it pops?" Naruto asked. "Around 2 hours before it sets in," Shizen answered back. "Good to know. Also, am I going to have to worry about possibly getting infected by this stuff? Because I'd rather not get infected with super rabies?" Naruto asked the slug Sannin's apprentice. "No, this is mainly an airborne pathogen I created to be a one-and-done. The risk of it spreading to potential allies in the line of fire was too great to risk making it a full-blown contagion," Shizen told her nephew. "That's really great to know. The last thing I want is to get hopped up on a murder virus," Naruto said with a shudder at the thought of going fully rabid. Don't worry, Naruto. Even if that happened, I already have an antidote packed with me, should that somehow happen. Shizune said as she tapped her flak jacket. You really do come prepared for everything, don't you? Naruto questioned. Of course. I wouldn't be where I am today if I didn't. Shizune answered back as she saw clone Pakura become increasingly surrounded. From there, the duo watched as Pakura's blood clone was soon surrounded by the small band of Kiri and Suna Ninja, and although it was able to put up a valiant effort against the original's would-be assassins, to the point of managing to take out 3 of them in part to Pakura's scorch release. However, the sheer numbers by which it was faced against was too much, and it was eventually shredded to ribbons by a trio of wind release. Pressure damage jutsus that turned the clone into a thick red mist that caught nearly half of the pursuers in question. The band of Kiri and Suna Ninja, having looked over their handiwork and done everything they could to make sure that this wasn't the trick of some jinjutsu, they eventually departed and went to head back to their camp with haste, all the while Naruto and Shizune followed behind them. With the trip towards their base camp taking approximately 50 minutes to reach their camp, as our duo was able to remain hidden some 100 yards away and keep a close eye on them, and waiting for the pathogen to take effect. Something that felt like moments, as after a solid hour passed before the pathogen took effect, as though that had been exposed when the blood clone exploded and soon let out a blood-curdling shriek as their veins pulsed and bulged furiously against their flesh before they grabbed whatever they could and went to attack the nearest person to them like a bloodthirsty tiger. The 2 root operatives watched as the encampment erupted into outright bedlam, as it descended into a brawl between disease-fueled berserkers and the stupefied Jonin/A and BU who were caught very much unawares and were scrambling to grab weapons against their now maddened comrades. The now berserk shinobi unleashed the full totality of their aggression against their now former comrades, as while they were unable to use jutsu due to their newfound state of hyperaggression, they nonetheless attacked with a ferocity and savagery that made up for it. The berserk shinobi soon started attacking with such recklessness that regardless of how many times they were stabbed and slashed at by katanas and tantos, or stricken by water and wind jutsu, that their virus-fueled rage forced their bodies to keep going like maddened zombies. Holy shit, that stuff is super effective, Naruto remarked as he saw the berserk shinobi attack like rabid jaguars. I told you that biological weapons and poisons are awesome. Everyone wants to learn flashy jutsus, but have them learn about poisons, and they'll throw a fit over it, Shizune said, watching the carnage unfold. After this, I will never take poisons for granted ever again after this, Naruto replied after watching one of the one-armed berserkers tear out the throat of a Kiri shinobi. If you want, I can start teaching you how to make them, Shizune offered. That sounds pretty cool. Hey, maybe I can use some of my aliens to make some bombs for you to use. That way you can chuck your poisons and bioweapons at people, Naruto suggested. That actually doesn't sound like such a bad idea, Shizune replied as they continued to watch the carnage unfold. Whilst they were continuing to talk shop about Naruto learning under Shizune and how to make poisons, and Naruto using the abilities of his aliens to beef up the delivery and potential of her poisons and biological weapons, the carnage was nearing its end. Meanwhile, the uninfected were able to overwhelm their former comrades through the use of keeping them at range with jutsu and their ability to coordinate with each other to outmaneuver the berserkers, despite their physical advantage of superior strength and inability to feel pain. The sounds of flesh being clawed and bitten away at, bones being broken with wild, flailing punches and kicks were met with the sounds of weapons slicing through flesh and bone, alongside the echoes of jutsu ripping through the evening. However, while the battle between the berserkers and the uninfected going on for what felt like hours of non-stop bloodshed of limbs being dismembered, heads severed from the shoulders, innards blasted into a crimson slurry from water and wind jutsu alike, and bones being crushed and snapped as though some great beast had their way with them. Yet the bloody battle soon came to an end as the non-infected, albeit at the cost of their own, either having died or sustained a considerable number of injuries from the vicious melee of the infected, they still managed to come out on top nonetheless. However, this didn't come without considerable losses, as what remained of their team, barring that of their first fight with Pakura, and now that of the unexpected battle with the infected, left them at a measly 7 out of the 2 dozen that was with them initially. Unfortunately, their reprieve was short-lived, as their last remaining medic had a beam of concentrated lightning punch a fist hole through their chest. The remaining 6 barely had enough time to evade a barrage of sunbond shot after them. Did they see a masked Shizen accompanied by a several-foot and a quarter-tall creature with multiple eyes all over its upper body and lower legs. The creature had large bat-shaped ears that stretched from where its eye sockets would have been, had taken up either upper portion of its skull, bright sapphire-colored skin, unusually long muscular arms that ended in skeletal 4-fingered hands with razor-like talons at the end of them, and feet reminiscent of a bat and ostrich. It wore a pair of navy-colored knee-length trunks with broad golden stripes on the side, as each of its teal-colored eyes constantly moved about on its body, taking in every detail around it. And lastly was the Omnitrix that was located on a bronze-colored belt around its waist. This was none other than Blind Spot. "Do you believe me now about being able to transform?" Blind Spot asked with a grin full of teeth, like a goblin shark. "I do, and I will probably have nightmares about this for a week. Can you stop staring at me? It's really weird," Shizen said, finding it hard to look Blind Spot in the eye, or eyes. "Okay, which eyes do you want to stop staring at you?" Blind Spot asked, as a portion of the eyes then rapidly moved to the unnerved and worn-down shinobi. "All of. Never mind. We have bigger problems to worry about," Shizun answered, knowing they didn't have the time to bicker. "Good point. Let's get to it," Blind Spot replied as he directed the eyes on his right shoulder and chest to fire beams of plasma and pure cold. The remaining 6 wounded/unnerved Suna and Kiri shinobi were barely able to dodge the beams that raced towards them like a swarm of angry wasps. Not all of them were able to come out of it unscathed, as a Kiri ANBU found their right leg at the knee frozen solid, and a Suna Jonin was struck in the shoulder with a plasma beam with bone-breaking force. All the while, Shizen being quick to close the gap and take advantage of the partially frozen Kiri Umbu, who Blind Spot blasted a hole through their femur with a beam of concentrated lightning to put them on their knees, and allow for Shizen to quickly unsheath a kukri blade from her side and quickly slash their throat open. The rest of the 5 tried to regroup and mount an offensive against them, but Shizen, using one of her poison-based ninjutsu, known as Ninja Art, Toxic Wave, to attack them by spewing forth a wide stream of foul pale orchid-colored sludge from her mouth, like a fire hose. While the remaining 5 were quickly going through hand signs to try and fire off jutsu, to try and counter it, only for Blind Spot to use his superhuman levels of athleticism to leap into the air and fire a quick barrage of plasma beams and streams of searing flame to disrupt their concentration and force them to dodge out of the way. With this unfortunately causing them to splinter off from one another, as one half was able to narrowly evade the wave of poisonous sludge, albeit with 4 of Blind Spot's eyes coming together to unleash a mighty blast of fire that outright incinerated Akiri Jonin into a charred skeleton. All the while, the other half that were caught in Shizen's toxic wave were covered in the foul sludge and left screaming in agony as the toxicity of the ooze caused large blisters and boils to split open their flesh, while their throats began to seize and swell shut as they fell to the ground spasming, as their blisters voraciously spread across their body. Whilst they tried to crawl away in agonizing pain of their bodies being subject to the poisonous jutsu, Blind Spot quickly leapt upon the Suna Jonin, who had a broken shoulder and was currently trying to fend off the Opticloid with a Tanto, while Shizen was fighting with her kukri in one hand and a chakra scalpel in the other against the remaining Kiri Jonin, who wielded a katana. Meanwhile, with Blind Spot, who was taking advantage of his unnatural reach and flexibility to launch jabs, hooks and crosses from unexpected angles, all the while keeping the Jonin at bay, and using his eye beams in short bursts to disrupt their rhythm. "What the hell even are you?" the Suna Jonin questioned out of fright at the Opticloid. Does it even matter? You and your friend over there are dead meat, anyways. Blind Spot retorted as he launched a barrage of flicker jabs at the Jonin. Blind Spot continued to fire off flicker jabs at the Jonin, who, despite his wounded arm off-balancing him, was still able to expertly parry the attacks with his tanto, albeit his efficiency in doing so was hampered by the wounds from the previous battle. With the Suna Jonin being unable to make hand signs for any jutsu due to the opticloid, making sure that any attempt to get distance away from him and make the motions to do so was met with a swift plasma beam that gouged out the flesh of his lower legs and wounded shoulder. The opticloid in question then used his inhuman athleticism and the many eyes across his body to pay attention to every detail and motion made, so as to make the most effective counterattack in response to his parries and attempts to slash out his throat or innards. The Suna Jonin, pushing forward with a chakra-assisted leap, leaped backwards before Blind Spot could swipe at him with his large, long limbs. He switched his tanto over to his damaged arm and began weaving hand signs for a wind jutsu to shred the opticloid to bloody ribbons. Only for Blind Spot, in a blind panic of what would be unleashed against him, had every eyeball on his right side look upon the Jonin and unleash a mass torrent of royal blue flame came rushing in like an almighty tidal wave, scorching the ground into molten stone, with it being by the time he was going to exhale and release his wind jutsu, that he was not only caught within the wave of flame and fire, but the wind jutsu that he would have released combined with the flames and caused a raucous explosion of flames to burst into existence. Something that caused Blind Spot to be flung through two and nearly collapse another one, before being able to, albeit very, very roughly, catching himself and tumbling over to cushion himself as he staggered to his feet with a groan before he rose to his feet, his vision swimming and shaking from quite literally all ends due to the multiple eyes on his body. So after a few brief moments to shake himself to ready to fight against the last of the shinobi, only to find Shizen, who finished breathing a point-blank poison mist jutsu at the Jonin, who was clutching his belly from Shizen, shoving her kukri hilt deep into his liver. Well, damn, Andy. I swear I should stop forgetting you're super badass. Blind Spot spoke as Shizen sliced upwards and disemboweled the Jonin, who was foaming at the mouth from her poisonous jutsu. Anyways, what do we do now? Blind Spot asked. We burn this place to the ground and leave no trace of what happened here. We cannot allow any evidence that we were here to be left, Naruto. Shizen answered. Understood. I'm just going to need help gathering all the bodies together, and then I'll get started on burning it all to the ground. Blind Spot told her as she flicked the blood off of her kukri. Good. We've got a few hours of time to play around with before it gets dark at the very least. Shizen replied as the two began gathering up the bodies to torch. Of all the things I thought I'd be doing this week, killing enemy shinobi and torching their bodies wasn't one of them. Still, pretty dope mission. Blind Spot said to himself as he continued to help gather up the bodies. 2 days later, Root HQ, September 27th, 996.E, 9:45 a.m. It was a few short days after Shizen, Pakura, and Naruto flew back via Manabomber to Root headquarters after the two Root operatives had destroyed the combined unit of Kiri and Suna Shinobi. With Pakura and Naruto standing before the Warhawk, who looked at the Omnitrix wielder with a pleased expression that was tempered by his usual stoicism. Well done on completing the mission, Naruto, Danzo said to the Omnitrix wielder. Thank you, Lord Danzo. Although I wouldn't have been able to get the job done without Annie Shizen. If it weren't for her, then things would have gone to shit without her pulling a hell of a lot of weight. Naruto replied in full admission of that fact. Even still, you succeeded in the mission at hand. That is all that matters. Danzo said back before turning his attention towards a still recovering Pakura. As for you, Mississippi Pakura, welcome to Konoha. I hope that you will be able to adjust to things here in the Hidden Leaf. Danzo spoke to the Scorch Release user. All that I ask is that I am not betrayed and used as a martyr, as Raza and the senior members of the Hidden Sand had attempted. Pakura replied. Rest assured, you will not have to worry about betrayal of any sort. The hidden leaf does not waste a potential asset, and with someone of your skill set and potent bloodline, I will make sure that your talents are put to good use. Danzo told her. Just as long as I'm given the opportunity to defend my new village and strike out against Raza and those under the rule of the current Mizukage, then I will be more than happy to do whatever is needed for the hidden leaf. Pakura said back to the warhawk, her pupilless brown eyes set with vengeful resolve. Do not worry. Once you have made a full recovery, I will find you plenty of opportunities to strike out against the hidden mist and your former village. That much you have my word upon. Danzo spoke. Thank you. Now then, if you do not mind, I would like to continue my recovery. Pakura responded back to the root leader. Of course, I will not waste your time with idle chatter. You are free to leave at any given time, Danzo said, as Pakura gave a deep bow before leaving Danzo's office. So, what does that leave me? Naruto inquired.